a Brooklyn federal jail. A U.S. district judge deemed Combs' proposal, which included a $50 million bail offer and strict monitoring, as insufficient to ensure community safety and the integrity of the case. Prosecutors even argued that no conditions could prevent him from threatening or harming witnesses, a key concern given by charges. As a result of charges against him, there are allegations that he abused women for years using his power and influence. Combs has been held since his arrest on Monday, with earlier bail requests also denied due to concerns about his potential danger to the community.
So we made a bail appeal to Judge Carter. It did not go our way. The fight continues. We're not giving up by a long shot. I told Mr. Combs I'm going to try and get his case to trial as quickly as possible. I'm going to try and minimize the amount of time he spends in very, very difficult and, I believe, inhumane housing conditions. They're going to have to accommodate me and him and give us a quick trial, and I'm going to be pushing for that.
Now, Suki Waterhouse says that she discovered the Sacrilimifin spider during the late night stroll, and inspired her sophomore album that she has released. The album, in fact, reflects her journey through heartache and the search for love. The album was created largely when she was pregnant with her daughter. Her experience playing Karen Sirko in Daisy Jones and the Six motivated her to embrace her music career fully, leading her to reclaim labels like model and actress in songs such as Model, Actress, Whatever. She even celebrated her album's release at events like the Michelle Kors Fashion Show Week and the MTV VMAs. She expressed excitement about touring with her new upbeat songs.
A lot of my record sort of reflects on, being in this industry and how it's affected me and choices I've made and consequences and all these kinds of things. So I had all these groups of songs, and I kind of imagine myself as the sparkle muffin, and there's sort of like each group of songs will sort of like move through. There's like coming out of the cocoon and the detachment from reality and coming back to myself, and it all relates to the sparkle muffin, if you can believe it.
Antonio Maris showcased his Spring-Summer 2025 collection during Milan Fashion Week. The new collection is inspired by the life of Italian actress Anna Maria, who transitioned from Sardinia to Hollywood and had a romantic relationship with James Dean. The upbeat runway show featured swing dancers and a saxophone band and presented a summery collection that celebrated vibrant destinations. Mara's designs emphasized a festive night out. Women's silhouettes were characterized by full skirts, tight waistlines, and exaggerated shoulders. On the other hand, men's wear included bold suits and casual silky Bermuda shorts with tropical prints. Despite the joyful presentation, Maris infused a muted color palette with breathing and shimmering accents reflecting the bittersweet nature of her life and her longing for a mother's approval regarding her relationship with Dean. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Quick Morning. I'm Samisha Srivastava. Top news breaks and stories to continue after this very short break.
A very good morning. You're watching Republic TV. We have a jam-packed lineup of stories where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to visit Srinagar and the security arrangements have been heightened and the central government has also approved the One Nation, One Election. Lots more coming up. Stay tuned for more.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching live this morning with Priyanka Das. We will be bringing you the latest stories, and the latest being that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to visit Srinagar as part of Phase 2 campaigning in J&K. The security arrangements have been heightened in Srinagar. We will get you details on it shortly, but first let's take a quick look at the top headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
After Centre's big approval of the Kovind-led panel committee report, India alliance remains divided over nation's biggest electoral reform, One Nation, One Election. BJP star campaigner Amit Shah is in Haryana. Shah is all set to unveil party's manifesto ahead of the Haryana Assembly polls. After a record voter turnout in the first phase of polls, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive in Srinagar to kickstart campaigning ahead of the Phase 2 of the heated electoral battle. India confirms second Mpox case, affected individual currently undergoing treatment in Malappuram. After back-to-back pager explosions, walkie-talkie explosions come back to haunt Beirut, Lebanon. Reports say 9 killed, 300 injured.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
A big breaking news coming in. A 2-year-old girl has fallen into an open borewell in Rajasthan's Dausa district on Wednesday, prompting a large-scale rescue operation involving teams from the SDRF and NDRF. Dausa officials have confirmed that efforts are underway using cameras and multiple methods to ensure a swift rescue, as the child has been trapped for over 5 hours at a depth of 35 feet. Oxygen is being supplied to the girl and her condition is stable. Medical teams are on site and further updates are awaited. In breaking news, a 2-year-old girl has fallen into an open borewell in Rajasthan's Dausa district on Wednesday, prompting a large-scale rescue operation involving teams from the SDRF and the NDRF. Dausa officials have confirmed that efforts are underway using cameras and multiple methods to ensure a swift rescue. And now, as the child has been trapped for over 5 hours at a depth of 35 feet, oxygen is being supplied to the girl and her condition is stable. Medical teams are on site and further updates are awaited. High security arrangements are in place in Srinagar ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to address a rally on Thursday at the Sher-e-Kashmir Park. It will be the first big rally of BJP in Kashmir since the announcement of elections and the first after a successful phase 1 polling, which concluded yesterday. The venue of Prime Minister's speech has already been secured and arrangements are being made, said officials, adding that additional police and paramilitary forces will be deployed in the city and its adjoining areas. Now, following his address in Kashmir, he will head toward Riyasi for his second leg of campaigning. Viewers, we are joined live by my colleagues Gursimran from Jammu and Arawat from Srinagar. Gursimran, coming to you first. Now with Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to campaign as part of the J&K Assembly elections with the successful phase 1 polling that happened, that concluded yesterday. What is the timeline that we can expect, and is there any thing from the public that you've spoken to with regards to the area that's been secured by the security forces as well?
See, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting Jammu and Kashmir today, and this will be his second visit for the election campaign. Earlier it was in the Doda district, and now it is in the Srinagar and in the Katta area of the Riyasi district. If we speak of the timings, in the Srinagar, he will be addressing a public gathering at around 12 noon, and then it is at 2:30 in the Jammu's Katta. Coming to this, the significance of this visit, this is the visit of the Prime Minister to the holy town of Katta. Last time he visited Katta, it was his first visit to Jammu and Kashmir after becoming the Prime Minister of the India. Then the visit was given a band call by the separatist and the Hurriyat leaders, and now the Hurriyat stands nowhere. This is the change that the Jammu and Kashmir has seen in the last 10 years. Once again, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in the holy town of the Katta, where the holy temple of Mata Vaishno Devi ji is also situated, and from here he will be doing the Shankhnad for the second phase campaign of the BJP, because in the second phase there are 10 seats of the 3 districts of Jammu region that are going to poll. That includes the 3 seats of the Riyasi, that includes the seats from the Rajouri district and also from the Poonch district. The sensitivity of the area is that these all 3 districts have been hit by the terror attacks in the last couple of months, which shows that the terror groups are still active in the area. If you remember, the day Prime Minister Narendra Modi took oath as the Prime Minister of the country for the 3rd time, there was a terror attack on the pilgrims of Baba Shiv Khodi in the Riyasi district itself, where the Prime Minister will be addressing the rally today, and that's why heightened security arrangements have been put in place so as to ensure that there is a secure Prime Minister's rally, and also a sense of security being sent to all stakeholders, those who will be coming to cast their vote. Because if we speak of the large-scale participation of the people that we saw yesterday, if we speak of the Kishtwar district that has surpassed the 80% marks, 80% polling figures, if we speak of the Ramban and the Doda district, they too have crossed the 70% mark. If we speak of the South Kashmir has also crossed the 50% marks in majority, except Pulwama, that is at the 46%. So this shows that the people's faith in the democracy is increasing, and it is for the security forces to ensure that the people feel secure when they go out of their homes to cast the votes, and that is why heightened security arrangements are in place. And in Jammu, it is expected that close to 50,000 people will be attending the Prime Minister's rally. This is going to be very important because the BJP is putting its full force in the Jammu region, because in the Kashmir Valley, they know that they are not the major stakeholders, and that's why they are trying their level best to go somewhere close to, they claim 35, but they want to retain what they did in 2014, that they want to improve the tally of 25 seats that they got in 2014. And for the same, that is why a strategy is being made, because today is the Prime Minister, tomorrow it is expected that it will be Nitin Gadkari and the JP Nadda in Jammu, day after tomorrow is expected the Union Home Minister, and there are some of the reports that the Prime Minister may be coming for the second phase of the polls once again to Jammu and Kashmir. Yes.
And now, viewers, I'd like to bring in Arawat, who's joining us live from Srinagar. Arawat, could you give us some insights on the security arrangements? This obviously is coming, and after, even Amit Shah was campaigning last week, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi is coming in. So what are the security arrangements looking like, and in terms of the crowd management as well?
Yeah, absolutely. If we'll talk about the security arrangement, as we have seen from the last couple of days, that the security have been heightened in the Srinagar and the outskirt areas. From the yesterday night, we have seen that the intensified security checks are being placed in the Srinagar city and other outskirts area. to check how the security access are being. Also, the senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Rashtra Rifles, and the CRPF are being monitored continuously. In fact, the air surveillance and the water surveillance are also being done in the Srinagar Pass, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is coming today. We'll talk about the coming elections, that the second phase and the third phase is going. BJP has just fielded 19 candidates from the Kashmir and left many seats for the like-minded and the independent parties. And we have also seen that all the security arrangements are in place, and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will speak to the speech there, and he will spoke with the gathering, which is told by the BJP officials that the figures are the 25,000 to 30,000 people will be in the Prime Minister's campaign rally in the Srinagar, and also all the security arrangements are being done, and everything is being monitored by the air surveillance, as well as the water bodies are being monitored, and the venue of the PM speech has already been secured, and the arrangements are being made. Yesterday, officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police have told that all the security arrangements are in place in the Srinagar city and around the venue, and the snipers and the sharpshooters also in place at the various locations around the venue spot. Yes.
Thank you, Gursimran and Arawat, for those inputs coming in as the Prime Minister is all set to visit J&K as part of the campaigning phase. And while elections are underway in the valley, the BJP has set a strategic plan in motion for the upcoming state assembly elections. With Prime Minister Narendra Modi scheduled to hold multiple rallies across Haryana, Union Ministers Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh and JP Nadda will campaign for the BJP in Haryana. JP Nadda is set to release the party's Sankalp Patra in Rohtak today.
As the campaign heats up for the single-phased Haryana Assembly elections on October 5th, the spotlight is on another son from the Chautala clan. Arjun Chautala, the younger son of senior INLD leader Abhay Chautala, has jumped into the fray from the Rania Assembly segment, carrying the hopes of his party on his young shoulders. A rookie at 31, Arjun filed his nomination from Rania on Tuesday, accompanied by his grandfather and INLD patriarch Om Prakash Chautala and his wife Jasmine. However, young Arjun stays at a daunting task of lifting the INLD out of a rut and help rediscover its lost political clout after the sibling feud between Abhay and Ajay Chautala and the eventual split in the party. This is not Arjun's first brush with elections, as he fought the 2019 Lok Sabha elections on an INLD ticket from Kurukshetra Lok Sabha seat but lost. Though he ended up 5th in the final tally in 2019, securing just 60,679 votes, Arjun is bidding to take pole position this time. Speaking to the reporters after his grandson officially entered the fray from Rania, Om Prakash Chautala said that the people are fed up with the incumbent BJP government and they would vote for a change.
जहाँ पर भी गए हैं, युवाओं को साथ मिला है, बुजुर्गों का आशीर्वाद मिला है और पूरी तरह से मेरे को विश्वास है कि रानिया की जनता अपना बेटा समझकर मुझे आशीर्वाद देने का काम करेगी और हम जीत करके निकलेंगे.
With the newest Chautala entering the Haryana fray, the big question is, can he turn the tide for the INLD?
We're joined live from Chandigarh. We have Lalit. Lalit, could you help us understand the timeline of the manifesto that's going to be released, and are there any salient features perhaps that are being spoken about with regards to the manifesto? What can you tell us?
Priyanka, well, if we talk about today's day, BJP would be unveiling its Sankalp Patra in the political capital of Haryana, that's Rohtak, and the BJP's national president Jagat Prakash Nadda would be doing so. Around 11 a.m. BJP would be releasing its manifesto. He would be accompanied by the manifesto head, Mr. O.P. Chautala. Other than that, the Chief Minister of Haryana, Mr. Naib Singh Saini, and the BJP unit, Mr. Manohar Lal Badoli would also be accompanying him. Priyanka, if we talk about the Sankalp Patra of BJP, its main focus right now, what we are learning from our sources is that it would be focusing on the farmers' issues, as farmers from the past 10 years are quite angry with the BJP and the way recently the CM of Haryana, Mr. Naib Singh Saini, have promised to give MSP on 24 crops. So there are many things which can be given for the farmers other than agriculture sector. One thing more that BJP can focus is on the unemployment, as unemployment is also a big issue, and it's been 10 years in Haryana that BJP is in government. So there is a lot of anti-incumbency. So certain promises can be made for the youth so that employment and jobs can be given. Yesterday, the way Congress released its guarantee cards, 7 guarantees have been given by Congress, in which they have tried to cater and focus on all sectors, whether it's the farmers or the women or the youth. So somehow what we are learning from our sources is that BJP would also try to cater somehow between the agriculture, the farmers and the youth. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Lalit. Thank you, Lalit, for those inputs. Now, with the Haryana elections also coming up, the BJP is all set to release its manifesto, and expectations are that the focus will be on the farmers' issues and unemployment.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The central government has approved the expansion of the Chandrayaan mission, thus approving the 4th mission of the same. The cabinet also gave its nod for other missions, including sending an orbiter to Venus. The next phase of the Gaganyaan missions, the development of an Indian space station and development of new generation of launch vehicles. The goal of the Chandrayaan 4 lunar mission is set to develop technology that will enable a successful landing on the moon and a safe return to Earth. The expected time in which this mission is to be finished is 36 months. In big step towards the simultaneous polls, the cabinet has cleared one nation, one election. 15 parties, including the Congress, have opposed the one nation, one election push, with Mallikarjun Kharge stating that the people will not accept it. Take a look at this detailed report.
The Modi 3.0 has fulfilled another promise. The much-awaited One Nation, One Poll is soon to become a reality. The centre unanimously approved the panel commission report led by former President Arnab Goswami, recommending the One Nation, One Poll policy. The Union Cabinet further elaborated on the simultaneous elections plan.
वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन में जो हाई लेवल कमेटी की रिकमेंडेशंस थी उसको एक्सेप्ट किया है। 99 में लॉ कमीशन ने अपनी 170th रिपोर्ट में रिकमेंड किया था कि वन इलेक्शन टू लोकसभा एंड ऑल लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबलीज इन 5 years होना चाहिए, जिससे कि देश में डेवलपमेंट चलता रहे। जो बहुत सारा खर्चा होता है इलेक्शंस के कारण वो ना हो, बहुत सारा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर और क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम जो बाधित हो जाता है, बहुत बड़ा एक डिसरप्शन रहता है, वो ना हो। और एक तरीके से जो आज का यूथ है और आज का जो भारत है, जिसकी एक एस्पिरेशन है कि डेवलपमेंट तेज़ी से हो, चाहे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का हो, चाहे एजुकेशन का हो, हेल्थ केयर का हो, चाहे एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ का हो, चाहे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का हो, उन सब को एक स्मूथ तरीके से डेवलपमेंट चलता रहे।
Soon after the union government's approval, the India Alliance was quick to react and express their opposition to the big move.
ये नहीं चलने वाला है डेमोक्रेसी में। ये डेमोक्रेसी को टिकाना है तो जब जब चाहिए तब इलेक्शन करना पड़ेगा।
लॉ कमीशन को भी हम ये लिख कर दिए थे और ये जो कोविड कमेटी बनाई गई थी उसके सामने भी मैं खुद गया था, जिसमें हमने इस वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की मुखालिफत की। और हमारा मानना यह है कि दिस इज अ सॉल्यूशन इन सर्च ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम।
But the Indy bloc seems to be divided over One Nation, One Poll. Congress's biggest ally, Samajwadi Party, has endorsed One Nation, One Poll. SP leader Ravidas Malhotra has said that SP endorses simultaneous polls, but Centre must first chair an all-party meeting.
वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को लागू करने से पहले सभी विपक्षी पार्टियों को और सभी प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री या पूर्व मुख्यमंत्रियों की एक बैठक आहूत होनी चाहिए। विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं की सहमति से इस पर आगे कार्रवाइयां होनी चाहिए।
The SP chief himself has not opposed the bill, but has raised concerns, questioning BJP's true intentions. The Congress has gone all guns blazing against Centre over one nation, one poll, without any consensus among its allies. The bigger question remains, is it necessary for India to politicize every reformist initiative by Centre?
As the probe in the rape and murder case of Abhaya at the RG Medical College and Hospital picks pace, the Kolkata police has suspended the arrested Tala police station officer in charge, Abhijit Mondal. Meanwhile, the junior doctors went to Nobanno for a second round of meeting with the Bengal government over their unresolved demands. Here's a report. Take a look.
We want justice! We demand justice for
As the focus in the RG rape and murder probe shifts to the suspicious movement at Tala police station, the officer in charge of Tala police station, Abhijit Mondal, has been suspended. The CBI Special Crime Branch arrested Mondal on September 14th. Junior doctors sought another meeting with the Bengal government. Late Wednesday, they left for Nobanna to meet the Chief Secretary to seek a resolution to some of their demands.
हम अपने डिमांड्स में लिखे थे कि हम अपने साथ हमारे नर्स, हमारे हेल्थ केयर जो लोग भी है और साथ में जो पेशेंट्स है सबके लिए हम लोग ने लिखा था कि ताकि एक प्रॉपर रेफरल सेंटर खुले, एक प्रॉपर बेड लिस्ट निकले ताकि पेशेंट को इधर से उधर घूमना ना पड़े। लेकिन इसके बाद भी उन्होंने इस सब फोकस नहीं किया। जो चीज़ हमें सबसे ज़्यादा डर था, जो हमारे डिमांड 5 में थ्रेट कल्चर, उसके बारे में आज उन्होंने कुछ लिखने से मना किया है। उन्होंने बोला हमें डायरेक्टिव दीजिए, हमें मेल कीजिए, हम डायरेक्टिव देंगे। अगर मेल करके नहीं था तो हम लोग मेल करके आते, मीटिंग करने का कोई ये नहीं था।
Following the meeting with the protesting doctors on Tuesday, the West Bengal government had accepted some of their demands, including the removal of the police chief of Kolkata and 2 senior health officials. But the BJP said that the removal of Vineet Goyal as Kolkata Police Commissioner was an eyewash and called for his interrogation.
सीपी कोलकाता को अपसरित करने का राष्ट्रीय एक्सपेल, लेकिन आप उनको एसटीएफ में प्राइस पोस्टिंग दिए हैं, उनका कोई शास्ति नहीं दिए हैं। इसी से पता चलता है कि मुख्यमंत्री जो मेन अक्यूज, मेन षड्यंत्रकारी, कॉन्स्पिरेटर, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री उनके साथ है। संदीप घोष और हमारे टाला थाना का ओसी को सामने बिठाकर इंटरोगेशन करना चाहिए।
Meanwhile, the BJP continued its protest at Nag Bazar in Kolkata. Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar and BJP MLA Agnimitra Paul attended these protests. Now the big question is, will Mamata Banerjee accept her government's mishandling of the probe and resign?
It's time for us to slip into a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. After the back-to-back pager explosions, walkie-talkie explosions come back to haunt Beirut, Lebanon. Reports say 14 killed, 300 injured. Getting you more on this shortly. Stay tuned.
कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है और इसलिए देश में व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा। मैं लाल किले से तिरंगे की साक्षी में देश के राजनीतिक दलों से आग्रह करता हूं, देश के संविधान को समझने वाले लोगों से आग्रह करता हूं कि भारत की प्रगति के लिए, भारत के संसाधनों का सर्वाधिक उपयोग जन सामान्य के लिए हो, उसके लिए वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के सपने को साकार करने के लिए हमें आगे आना चाहिए। कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है और इसलिए देश में व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा। मैं लाल किले से तिरंगे की साक्षी में देश के राजनीतिक दलों से आग्रह करता हूं, देश के संविधान को समझने वाले लोगों से आग्रह करता हूं कि भारत की प्रगति के लिए, भारत के संसाधनों का सर्वाधिक उपयोग जन सामान्य के लिए हो, उसके लिए वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के सपने को साकार करने के लिए हमें आगे आना चाहिए। कि देश ने बार बार
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching live this morning on Republic, where we bring you the latest. Now, in a major announcement, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said the centre has unlocked the biometrics of over 9 lakh people in the state. The biometrics were mistakenly frozen during the updation of the National Register of Citizens, or the NRC, in 2019. Now, with the lock on their biometrics lifted, the affected Assamese citizens can now heave a sigh of relief. Take a look at this detailed report.
In a big relief for over 9 lakh bona fide Assamese citizens, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma announced the defreezing of their biometrics, affirming their citizenship. The biometrics of Assamese citizens were mistakenly frozen while updating the National Register of Citizens (NRC) in 2019. In a post on his X handle, the Assam Chief Minister shared a QR code adding that citizens can get all necessary clarifications and information by scanning the code. The Registrar General of India (RGI) had earlier asked the Unique Identification Authority of India (UIDAI) asking them to issue the fresh Aadhaar cards to over 9 lakh Assamese citizens whose biometrics had been frozen. The Assam Chief Minister also thanked Union Home Minister Amit Shah earlier for keeping his request to unfreeze the locked biometrics of affected citizens. The Chief Minister earlier said that over 9 lakh people submitted their biometrics for Aadhaar cards at Aadhaar centers, which also served as NRC centers. What followed was confusion, leading to the mistaken freezing of the biometrics. With the center owning up to its error and unfreezing the biometrics, there is no bar on the affected people from availing the benefits of the public welfare schemes of the center and the state.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है और इसलिए देश में व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा। मैं लाल किले से तिरंगे की साक्षी में देश के राजनीतिक दलों से आग्रह करता हूं, देश के संविधान को समझने वाले लोगों से आग्रह करता हूं कि भारत की प्रगति के लिए, भारत के संसाधनों का सर्वाधिक उपयोग जन सामान्य के लिए हो, उसके लिए वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के सपने को साकार करने के लिए हमें आगे आना चाहिए। कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है और इसलिए देश में व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
After Centre's big approval of the COVID-led panel committee report, Indy remains divided over nation's biggest electoral reform, one nation, one election. BJP star campaigner Amit Shah is in Haryana. Shah is all set to unveil party's manifesto ahead of the Haryana Assembly polls. After record voter turnout in the first phase of polls, Prime Minister Modi to arrive in Srinagar to kickstart campaigning ahead of the phase 2 of the heated electoral battle. India confirmed second Mpox case affected individuals currently undergoing treatment in Malappuram. And a back-to-back pager explosions, walkie-talkie explosions come back to haunt Beirut, Lebanon. Reports say 9 killed, 300 injured. We're getting some big breaking updates coming in right now on Republic TV, where we're learning electric devices owned by Hezbollah operatives are mysteriously exploding across Lebanon and the region, with reports of pagers, walkie-talkies, fingerprint devices, radios and solar power systems blowing up. On Wednesday, explosions were reported in phones, solar energy systems and fingerprint readers, with Lebanon's official news agency confirming blasts in homes across Beirut and southern Lebanon. This comes as an explosive device was found in parking lot of one Lebanon's biggest hospitals. We're getting some big breaking updates coming in on Republic TV, where according to the latest coming in, viewers, remember that tensions have escalated in the region after electric devices owned by Hezbollah operatives are mysteriously exploding across Lebanon and the region. Now we are getting some more details that pagers, walkie-talkies, fingerprint devices, radios, solar power systems blowing up. On Wednesday, explosions were reported in phones, solar energy systems and fingerprint readers, with Lebanon's official news agency confirming blast in homes across Beirut and southern Lebanon. Fourteen people were killed and more than 3,000 injured after pagers used by hundreds of members of Hezbollah exploded almost simultaneously in Lebanon and Syria on Tuesday. Hezbollah blamed Israel for the deadly explosions, which targeted an extraordinary breadth of people and showed signs of being a long-planned operation.
With no end in sight to the Israel-Hamas war, an all-out Israel-Hezbollah war could be in the offing. Pager explosions that rocked Lebanon and Syria is the latest trigger point between Hezbollah and the Israeli forces. At least 9 dead and more than 3,000 injured across Lebanon and Syria. This after hundreds of wireless communication devices used by Hezbollah leaders exploded. It is said that Israeli hack caused the lithium batteries to overheat.
Now, pagers are low-tech devices. Hezbollah has been using pagers to evade Israeli surveillance, like we told you, in the backdrop of the Israel-Hamas war. And given that Hezbollah has been supporting the Hamas terror group, Mossad, which is the Israel intel chief, apparently planted these explosives in the pagers that were being used by the Hezbollah leaders 5 months ago. So that's essentially the charge that's been made by the Hezbollah group, that these explosives were planted in the pagers that were being used by their leaders, and that is when they were hacked and detonated by the Israeli forces.
US says it was not involved in or tipped off about Hezbollah pager detonations.
I don't have any details to provide on the reports of the pager blast. I can tell you, to my knowledge, there's no U.S. involvement in this at all. Again, it's something that we're monitoring.
With Hezbollah pledging revenge against Israel after explosive pager bomb attack, what is the endgame of the war in the Middle East?
Let's go scroll through our guest joining us live on Republic TV, Rabindra Sachdev, international affairs expert, joining us live. If you could take us through, Mr. Sachdev, what you really think is happening. Second wave of explosions have been reported now in Lebanon, and now even other countries, including the UN, they're extremely worried about the escalating situation.
Thank you so much. A pleasure to be with you. Couple of things, on the one hand, it seems that Israel, as you're very well saying, has ratcheted up its game, and this could very well be a precursor to a larger attack invasion. Because you see, what Israel has done with the pagers, firstly, right, is in a way disable the control, command and communication of Hezbollah. That itself is a huge thing, right? They've disrupted the ability of Hezbollah hierarchy to convey messages, to coordinate and manage among themselves. Now, the point is, and there's a story out there which also says that Israel did that because it came to know that Hezbollah had come to know that the pagers were carrying, explosive materials in them. So Israel went ahead with this, you could say this operation, because apparently the information had been compromised. So that's one take at it. But even if that was, Hezbollah was becoming aware that these pagers were dangerous to handle or use, the next day, the walkie-talkies, and as you're now saying, maybe solar panels. So in a way, this could very well be a precursor to a larger invasion by Israel, because right now they've disabled Hezbollah's communication and control. They could stop at this. This is a huge setback, psychological, to Hezbollah. It is fear in the minds of Hezbollah that how to communicate, when to communicate. They're totally, they're running, one would say that they're running, disoriented right now, Hezbollah. So this ideally would be, perhaps from a, military standpoint, this would be an ideal situation for Israel to ratchet up and launch an attack. In parallel, what Netanyahu has also said, and the defense minister has said yesterday of Israel, we are entering a new phase of war. And what Netanyahu is saying is that we want our people who have been displaced from the northern communities bordering Lebanon to be able to go back to their homes. So this definitely does indicate that Israel is kind of notching up, increasing its attention to Hezbollah. Part of it also may be that, to some extent, Israel thinks that in Gaza, it has achieved reasonably their objectives, so they can afford to divert some of their military and energy to the northern border with Hezbollah. And as to the long game plan, yes, definitely, yes, Hezbollah is on the target, because Israel has come down, I think, has concluded that this is the time to get, rid of and to eliminate all those actors who threaten the state of Israel. So Hamas is one, Hezbollah out there, and the next step in this ladder would be Iran.
Right. Also, Mr. Sachdev, if you could take our viewers through, what Israel would be looking to do right now, given the fact that a lot of blame has come on Israel. Israel has not come ahead and really accepted anything as such, but definitely what we are seeing right now, that Israel has not given an official statement. Do you think that Israel would come out with an official statement, or are they trying to hide and do these attacks simultaneously while not coming out in the open? Is it some kind of a tactic by Israel?
Well, no, absolutely so. But it seems to be a tactic which is standard tactic by the Israelis. They never claim anything outside the state of Israel, right? whatever operation the Israeli intelligence or the Israeli army or the IDF undertake, Israel does not comment on it or does not take credit for that. It lets it flow, but it becomes obvious over a period of time that Israel and Israeli agents are involved in it. So if you look back, not only during this Gaza war and the killings of, Hania in Iran, the killing of the Iranian president itself, which is also possibly the work of Israeli agents and several others. And then going back years, Israel does not take credit. It kind of lets the matter marinate and then emerge that, yes, it becomes then known generally or assumed by everyone that Israel did it. Israel does not deny it. So Israel maintains a silence on these activities. So similarly, probably Israel will maintain, but who knows, maybe because right now this is psychological war also hugely with Hezbollah. So Israel could come forward and claim that this is what we've done. And I mean, when they launch an invasion with Hezbollah, Israel could claim the credit, but all signals point to Israel and Israeli hand in it. How could 3,000 devices explode simultaneously, and that too being carried on the...
All right, thank you for joining us there, Rabindra Sachdev, international affairs expert on this story. Now, the situation is escalating, viewers. After second wave of Lebanon, device explosion has killed 20 people. And these are walkie-talkie blasts, pager explosions, second wave of explosions being reported in Lebanon. We see the UN is extremely concerned. Emergency UNSC meeting will be taking place on the Lebanon explosions. We will be tracking the story very closely here, Republic TV. Now we move ahead to the other stories we're tracking. Amid the continuing Israeli onslaught on Hamas in response to the terrible terror attacks on October 7th, last year, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken held a joint press briefing with Egyptian Foreign Minister. And this is to give a fresh push to a peace plan for Gaza. Blinken thanked Egypt for being a willing stakeholder in the ongoing efforts to end the hostilities in Gaza and ensure the safe release of remaining Jewish hostages. Take a look at this report for more.
Even as Israel's offensive against Hamas in Gaza shows no signs of slowing down, the United States is not giving up on the peace yet. Addressing a joint press briefing with Egyptian Foreign Minister Badr Abdulati, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken said a peace deal was not still off the table. Blinken also came out in praise of Egypt for being an able stakeholder in the ongoing efforts to end the hostilities in Gaza and ensure the safe release of all remaining Jewish hostages from the Hamas's captivity. However, the biggest challenge to the peace deal is to bring Israel on the board. After the recovery of the mortal remains of 6 Jewish hostages inside a Hamas tunnel earlier, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to press on with the offensive, putting the peace deal in jeopardy. The killing of Hamas's political chief Ismail Haniyeh and military commander Mohammad Deif also impeded efforts to bring the two sides to the talks table. Responding to the killing of the Jewish hostages, including a US citizen, President Joe Biden had also vowed vengeance on Hamas. Even as United States give peace another chance in Gaza, are Israel and the Hamas ready to play ball?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
John Kirby, NSC Strategic Communications Coordinator, stated that China will be a key focus at the upcoming Quad meeting, with particular concerns over its aggressive military actions and unfair trade practices. He emphasized that these challenges are well recognized among Quad leaders, ensuring that they will be central to discussions at the summit.
High on the agenda, John. I mean, there's not an opportunity when you get together with these particular leaders, the Indo-Pacific Quad, where in fact, it would be irresponsible if they didn't talk about the challenges that still exist in the region caused by aggressive PRC military action, for instance, unfair trade practices, tensions over the Taiwan Strait. I have no doubt that all those issues will come up.
And the tensions continue in the Middle East. The Arab Islamic Ministerial Committee chaired a key meet in Amman with an agenda to stop the war between Israel and Hamas. For more, here's the full report.
The Middle East continues to remain tense due to the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas, along with the tensions between Israel and Lebanese terror outfit Hezbollah. The Arab Islamic Ministerial Committee began its meeting in Amman on Wednesday as part of their efforts to stop the war between Israeli forces and Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The meeting aims to end the humanitarian crisis and ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid to the Strip. Jordanian Foreign Minister Ayman al-Safadi said Israel is pushing Middle East towards abyss. He further said that Israel is tampering with the stability of West Bank and holy sites in Jerusalem.
فثمة عدد من الخطوات التي سنعمل على تنفيذها معا مشتركين بصوت واحد بموقف واحد يعكس الإجماع العربي الإسلامي على ما هي الخطوات التي نريد أن نقوم بها. رسالتنا للعالم مرة أخرى أنهم يسمحون لحكومة إسرائيلية متطرفة بخرق القانون الدولي، خرق القانون الدولي الإنساني، خرق حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني، استباحة مقدساته، وبالتالي دفع المنطقة كلها نحو
Jordanian Foreign Minister also expressed concern over the pager explosions in Lebanon.
ثني صاحب الجلالة أن أتصل برئيس الوزراء اللبناني لأن أؤكد له بأننا مستعدون لتقديم أي مساعدة للقطاع الطبي اللبناني لمعالجة المصابين، وقلنا أننا نقف إلى جانب أمن لبنان وسيادته واستقراره وسلامة مواطنيه، وندين أي عمل يهدد أمن لبنان وسيادته واستقلاله وسلامة مواطنيه.
The Arab Islamic Ministerial Committee was formed to chalk out a plan to stop the war in the Gaza Strip. The panel is headed by the Saudi Foreign Minister, which also includes Palestine, Jordan, Qatar, Bahrain, Egypt, Turkey, along with the Secretary General of the Arab League and the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
The Houston pipeline fire continued to burn for third straight day as authorities raced to evacuate residents to safe places. 4 people have sustained injuries due to the explosion and authorities are assessing the extent of damage caused.
A pipeline fire in Houston continues to burn for third day, forcing hundreds of residents to evacuate their homes. The fire erupted after a vehicle crashed through a fence and struck an above-ground valve, triggering a massive explosion. Officials have ruled out any possibility of a terrorist attack, but did not give a timeline when it will be fully extinguished. Hundreds of residents have been evacuated, and nearby schools have turned into shelter homes.
Sometime around 10, we heard like an explosion. And we thought nothing of it. We thought it was like one of the 18-wheelers, parking or dropping a load. And then we went outside to find a car that we was going to work on. And then you just see the big flame and all the black smoke going up in the air. It's kind of scary, all the poor people losing their house. Everything's on fire, the Walmart, the streets are closed. So I kind of feel scared for them. Hopefully they're, okay.
Investigators are still trying to learn more about the driver of the SUV, whose vehicle was incinerated in the explosion. 4 people sustained injuries in this explosion, and authorities are examining the full extent of the damages. Air quality is also being monitored, and the community has been put on high alert. Following the explosion, experts are stressing the need for stricter safety regulations regarding pipeline placement near residential areas. While the community grapples with the aftermath of this incident, local authorities are working diligently to ensure the safety of residents.
As Europe continues to grapple with flash floods in central and eastern region, Pope Francis prayed for the flood victims and peace in the war-torn nation. Take a look at this report for more.
Czech Republic and parts of Central and Eastern Europe continue to bear the brunt of floods. Several nations had been hit by heavy rains, including Austria, Poland, and Romania. On Wednesday, Pope Francis prayed for the victims of flooding in Vatican City. Speaking during his weekly audience in St. Peter's Square, he said that people must face the tragic hardships caused by the floods.
Si sono battute sull'Europa centro-orientale forti piogge torrenziali, provocando vittime disperse e ingenti danni. In particolare Austria, Romania, Repubblica Ceca e Polonia devono far fronte ai tragici disagi provocati dalle inondazioni.
During his address, Pope Francis also spoke on the issue of ongoing conflicts in Ukraine, Gaza, and other parts of the world, and prayed for peace and said that a war is a defeat.
Poi, cari fratelli e sorelle, preghiamo per la pace. Non dimentichiamo che la guerra è una sconfitta. Non dimentichiamo la Palestina, Israele. Non dimentichiamo la martoriata Ucraina, il Myanmar.
The flooding has swamped parts of Austria, the Czech Republic, Poland, as well as Romania, and is expected to affect Slovakia and Hungary later in the week. So far, at least 16 people have died due to flooding. Out of which 7 people in Romania, 5 in Poland, 3 in Czech Republic, and 1 in Austria.
In the run-up to the second phase of the assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing 2 rallies in Jammu and Kashmir, first in the Srinagar and then in the holy town of the Katra. This will be the second visit of the Prime Minister after becoming the Prime Minister of the country since 2014. First time in 2014, the Band call was given by the Hurriyat during the Prime Minister's visit, and now after 10 years, the change is that the Hurriyat is irrelevant in Jammu and Kashmir. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Presidential elections are around the corner in the United States, and the US Federal Reserve has slashed interest rates by 50 basis points, focusing on bolstering the job market. For more on the story, here's our detailed report.
The US Federal Reserve has slashed interest rates by 50 basis points. Amid cooling inflation and a weakening labor market, marking the first rate cut in 4 years. The rate cuts come at a time when the United States is gearing up for the presidential elections in November. The latest rate cut reflects its new focus on bolstering the job market, which has shown clear signs of slowing. The Federal Reserve's move also has the potential to scramble the economic landscape. The central bank's action lowered its key rate to roughly 4.8%, down from a 2-decade high of 5.3%, where it had stood for 14 months as it struggled to curb the worst inflation streak in 4 decades. Inflation has tumbled from a peak of 9.1% in mid-2022 to a 3-year low of 2.5% in August.
Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to an estimated 2.2% as of August. We're committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% goal. Today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to reduce the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a 0.5 percentage point. This decision reflects our growing confidence that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance,
the unemployment rate is seen ending this year at 4.4%, higher than the current 4.2%. The economic growth is seen at 2.1% through 2024 and 2% in the next financial year. The US Federal Reserve held its policy rate in 5.25 to 5.5% range since July 2023 as inflation fell from a 40-year high.
The big story we're tracking today is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Srinagar, where the security has been heightened and the public is looking forward to the visit as part of the crucial J&K Assembly elections. We will be bringing you more details on it, so keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
India's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching live this morning with Priyanka Das. The big stories we're tracking are from Jammu and Kashmir, and as well as the central government approving the One Nation, One Election, with the opposition parties still weighing their options on it.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
After Centre's big approval of the Kovind-led panel committee report, Indy Alliance remains divided over nation's biggest electoral reform, One Nation, One Election. BJP star campaigner Amit Shah is in Haryana. Shah is all set to unveil the party's manifesto ahead of the Haryana Assembly polls. After a record voter turnout in the first phase of the polls, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive in Srinagar to kickstart campaigning ahead of the phase 2 of the heated electoral battle. India confirms second Mpox case. Affected individual currently undergoing treatment in Malappuram. After back-to-back pager explosions, walkie-talkie explosions come back to haunt Beirut, Lebanon. Reports say 9 killed, 300 injured.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Big breaking news coming in. The Samajwadi Party is split over the One Nation, One poll proposal. While Akhilesh Yadav questions the centre's push for the simultaneous elections, another senior SP leader supports the idea of holding elections together. The debate continues within the party on the feasibility and implications of this electoral reform. The Samajwadi Party seems to be split, with Akhilesh Yadav opposing the One Nation, One Election proposal, while a senior leader from the Samajwadi Party is on board with the idea of holding simultaneous elections across the country. In big step towards the simultaneous polls, the cabinet has cleared the One Nation, One Election. 15 parties, including the Congress, have opposed the One Nation, One Election push, with Mallikarjun Kharge stating that the people will not accept it. Take a look at this detailed report for more.
The Modi 3.0 has fulfilled another promise. The much-awaited One Nation, One poll is soon to become a reality. The centre unanimously approved the panel commission report led by former President Arnab Goswami, recommending the One Nation, One poll policy. The Union Cabinet further elaborated on the simultaneous elections plan.
वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन में जो हाई लेवल कमेटी की रिकमेंडेशंस थी उसको एक्सेप्ट किया है। 99 में लॉ कमीशन ने अपनी 170th रिपोर्ट में रिकमेंड किया था कि वन इलेक्शन टू लोकसभा एंड ऑल लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबलीज इन 5 years होना चाहिए, जिससे कि देश में डेवलपमेंट चलता रहे, जो बहुत सारा खर्चा होता है इलेक्शंस के कारण, वो ना हो, बहुत सारा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर और क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम जो बाधित हो जाता है, बहुत बड़ा एक डिसरप्शन रहता है, वो ना हो, और एक तरीके से जो आज का यूथ है और आज का जो भारत है जिसकी एक एस्पिरेशन है कि डेवलपमेंट तेज़ी से हो, चाहे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का हो, चाहे एजुकेशन का हो, हेल्थ केयर का हो, चाहे एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ का हो, चाहे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का हो, उन सब को एक स्मूथ तरीके से डेवलपमेंट चलता रहे.
Soon after the union government's approval, the India Alliance was quick to react and express their opposition to the big move.
ये नहीं चलने वाला है डेमोक्रेसी में. ये डेमोक्रेसी को टिकाना है तो जब जब चाहिए तब इलेक्शन करना पड़ेगा.
लॉ कमीशन को भी हम ये लिख कर दिए थे, और ये जो कोविड कमेटी बनाई गई थी उसके सामने भी मैं खुद गया था, जिसमें हमने इस वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की मुखालिफत की. और हमारा मानना यह है कि दिस इज अ सॉल्यूशन इन सर्च ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम.
But the Indy bloc seems to be divided over one nation, one poll. Congress's biggest ally, Samajwadi Party, has endorsed one nation, one poll. SP leader Ravidas Malhotra has said that SP endorses simultaneous polls, but Centre must first chair an all-party meeting.
वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को लागू करने से पहले सभी विपक्षी पार्टियों को और सभी प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री या पूर्व मुख्यमंत्रियों की एक बैठक आहूत होनी चाहिए. विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं की सहमति से इस पर आगे कार्रवाइयां होनी चाहिए.
The SP chief himself has not opposed the bill, but has raised concerns, questioning BJP's true intentions. The Congress has gone all guns blazing against Centre over one nation, one poll, without any consensus among its allies. The bigger question remains, is it necessary for Indy to politicize every reformist initiative by Centre?
High security arrangements are in place in Srinagar ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Srinagar later today. He's all set to address a rally at the Sher-e-Kashmir Park, and this will be the first big rally of BJP in Kashmir since the announcement of the elections, and the first after a successful Phase 1 polling, which concluded yesterday. The one-year Prime Minister's speech has been already secured and arrangements are being made, said the officials, adding that the additional police and paramilitary forces will be deployed in the city and its adjoining areas. Following his address in Kashmir, he will head toward Riyasi for his second leg of campaigning. We are joined by my colleagues live. We have Gursimran who's joining us from Jammu and Arawat from Srinagar. Coming into first, Gursimran, could you tell us in terms of the security arrangements that have been put in place? Could you shed some light on that first?
See, the security arrangements have been put in place. There have been heightened security arrangements owing to the security scenario that prevails in the Jammu region, especially in the last couple of years. We have seen back-to-back terror attacks taking place, and the Prime Minister, where he is visiting, is the same Riyasi district that was attacked by the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists on the day Prime Minister took oath as the Prime Minister of India for the third time. It was on the June 9th, and we saw 9 pilgrims of Baba Barfani Dev, those who were coming from the Riyasi. They were targeted and killed by the Pakistani terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba. So adequate arrangements of the security are in place. This is the second time that the Prime Minister will be visiting the holy town of the Katra. Last time he visited, it was his first visit after becoming the Prime Minister of the country in 2014, and that time there was a complete Bandh call that was given by the Hurriyat. But the time flies, much water has flown in the Chenab river, and those who were used to give the Bandh calls on the Prime Minister Minister visit, they are irrelevant in Jammu and Kashmir. That is the separatist and the Hurriyat in Jammu and Kashmir. That is the change that the Prime Minister and the BJP is actually banking upon, that the change they have brought in Jammu and Kashmir, the complete end of the Hurriyat and the separatism, the complete end of the Pakistani sponsored calls, and the major portion of the terrorism we wiped out from the Jammu and Kashmir. That is totally what the BJP is banking upon. 10 seats of the Jammu region are going to the polls in the second phase. First, it was in 8 seats of the Jammu that went to polls yesterday. On 25, 10 seats are going to polls. And these are some of the high-stake battles for the BJP as well, where their state president Ravinder Raina is contesting from the Nowshera constituency, and it is not a cakewalk for him. So that's why BJP is making their best possible effort so that their candidates can be the front runner for the polls. Yes.
Thank you, Gursimran. Now I'd like to bring in my colleague Arawat, who's joining us live from Srinagar. Arawat, could you help us understand now the BJP leaders who are likely to be part of this very important public rally today?
Yeah, actually, as we have seen, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is prepared to deliver a speech at the election rally in the Central Kashmir, Srinagar. As we have seen that all the security arrangements have been made and the water bodies and other air surveillance are being done. Also, the top leaders and the core body of the Jammu and Kashmir BJP unit will be part of this today's rally in Srinagar. The BJP leaders from the Jammu as well as from the Kashmir will be the part of this. As we have seen that the Anwar Khan of the BJP is handling this event today. He is affiliated with the BJP, and he has given all the access to do the arrangement for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's event today also. And we have seen that the huge gathering is expected at the Prime Minister's venue, where we have seen that Shahri Kashmir at around 12 noon today he will arrive there. And also that there's all the security arrangements leading to that. Various stadium security has been beefed up, as we have seen that senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir police and the CRPF are continuously monitoring the situation, as we have seen that all the entry and exit points are being monitored by the CCTV surveillances, and area is being covered by the water surveillance are being done. Also, the sharpshooters and other sniffer dogs are in place to make this event very successful. Yes.
Thank you, Arawat, for those very crucial inputs, as the Prime Minister is all set to publicly address the public in Srinagar today. Now, as the probe in the rape and murder case of Abhaya at the RG Medical College and Hospital picks pace, the Kolkata police has suspended the arrested Tala police station officer in charge, Abhijit Mondal. Meanwhile, the junior doctors went to Lebanon for a second round of meeting with the Bengal government over their unresolved demands. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
We want justice! We demand justice for
As the focus in the RG rape and murder probe shifts to the suspicious movement at Tala police station, the officer in charge of Tala police station, Abhijit Mondal, has been suspended. The CBI Special Crime Branch arrested Mondal on September 14th. Junior doctors sought another meeting with the Bengal government. Late Wednesday, they left for Nabanna to meet the Chief Secretary to seek a resolution to some of their demands.
हम अपने डिमांड्स में लिखे थे कि हम अपने साथ हमारे नर्स, हमारे हेल्थ केयर जो लोग भी है और साथ में जो पेशेंट्स है, सबके लिए हम लोग ने लिखा था कि ताकि एक प्रॉपर रेफरल सेंटर खुले, एक प्रॉपर बेड लिस्ट निकले, ताकि पेशेंट को इधर से उधर घूमना ना पड़े। लेकिन इसके बाद भी उन्होंने इस सब फोकस नहीं किया। जो चीज़ हमें सबसे ज़्यादा डर था, जो हमारे डिमांड 5 में थ्रेट कल्चर, उसके बारे में आज उन्होंने कुछ लिखने से मना किया है। उन्होंने बोला हमें डायरेक्टिव दीजिए, हमें मेल कीजिए, हम डायरेक्टिव देंगे। अगर मेल करके नहीं था तो हम लोग मेल करके आते, मीटिंग करने का कोई ये नहीं था।
Following the meeting with the protesting doctors on Tuesday, the West Bengal government had accepted some of their demands, including the removal of the police chief of Kolkata and 2 senior health officials. But the BJP said that the removal of Vineet Goyal as Kolkata Police Commissioner was an eyewash and called for his interrogation.
सीपी कोलकाता को अपसारित करने का, ड्रास्टिक एक्सपेल, लेकिन आप उनको एसटीएफ में प्राइस पोस्टिंग दिए हैं, उनका कोई शास्ति नहीं दिए हैं। इसी से पता चलता है कि मुख्यमंत्री जो मेन अक्यूज, मेन षड्यंत्रकारी, कॉन्स्पिरेटर, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री उनके साथ है। संदीप घोष और हमारे टाला थाना का ओसी को सामने बिठाकर इंटरोगेशन करना चाहिए.
Meanwhile, the BJP continued its protest at Nag Bazar in Kolkata. Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar and BJP MLA Agnimitra Paul attended these protests. Now the big question is, will Mamata Banerjee accept her government's mishandling of the probe and resign?
Big breaking news coming in. Kerala has reported its first case of the Mpox, with a 38-year-old patient being currently undergoing treatment in Malappuram. In response, the Kerala government has issued a cautionary notice for the foreign arrivals to prevent further spread of the virus. Kerala has recorded its first case of Mpox. A 38-year-old is being treated at the hospital in Malappuram, and the Kerala government has issued a cautionary regarding the foreign travel arrivals to curtail the spread of the virus in the state.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The central government has approved the expansion of the Chandrayaan mission, thus approving the fourth mission of the same. The cabinet also gave its nod for other missions, including sending an orbiter to Venus. The next phase of the Gaganyaan missions, the development of an Indian space station and development of new generation of launch vehicles. The goal of the Chandrayaan 4 lunar mission is to develop technology that will enable a successful landing on the moon and a safe return to Earth. The expected time in which this mission is to be finished is 36 minutes. And while elections are underway in the valley, the BJP has set a strategic plan in motion for the upcoming state assembly elections, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi scheduled to hold multiple rallies across Haryana. Now, Union Ministers Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh and JP Nadda will campaign for the BJP in Haryana. JP Nadda is set to release the party's Sankalp Patra in Rohtak today.
As the campaign heats up for the single-phased Haryana Assembly elections on October 5th, the spotlight is on another son from the Chautala clan. Arjun Chautala, the younger son of senior INLD leader Abhay Chautala, has jumped into the fray from the Rania Assembly segment, carrying the hopes of his party on his young shoulders. A rookie at 31, Arjun filed his nomination from Rania on Tuesday, accompanied by his grandfather and INLD patriarch Om Prakash Chautala and his wife Jasmine. However, young Arjun stays at a daunting task of lifting the INLD out of a rut and help rediscover its lost political clout after the sibling feud between Abhay and Ajay Chautala and the eventual split in the party. This is not Arjun's first brush with elections, as he fought the 2019 Lok Sabha elections on an INLD ticket from Kurukshetra Lok Sabha seat but lost. Though he ended up 5th in the final tally in 2019, securing just 60,679 votes, Arjun is bidding to take pole position this time. Speaking to the reporters after his grandson officially entered the fray from Rania, Om Prakash Chautala said that the people are fed up with the incumbent BJP government and they would vote for a change.
जहाँ पर भी गए हैं, युवाओं को साथ मिला है, बुजुर्गों का आशीर्वाद मिला है और पूरी तरह से मेरे को विश्वास है कि रानिया की जनता अपना बेटा समझकर मुझे आशीर्वाद देने का काम करेगी और हम जीत करके निकलेंगे.
With the newest Chautala entering the Haryana fray, the big question is, can he turn the tide for the INLD?
Viewers, we are joined live by my colleague Harsha. Harsha, could you help us understand now that the BJP is all set to release its manifesto for the Haryana elections? What are going to be the focus areas? Any information on that front?
So right now we know that the BJP will be releasing its poll manifesto, which is called Sankalp Patra in Haryana today. As we all know that the Haryana 90-seat assembly constituency will be going on for polls on 5th of October, and simultaneously the results will be declared on 8th of October. But today is a very important day. After releasing all the candidate list today, BJP will be releasing its Sankalp Patra, which will focus on the guarantees and what BJP is going to promise in Haryana. As we have already seen 5 years back when BJP released its poll manifesto, at that time there was lot on MSP for farmers, for pension, for the women. But this time, what is going to be the main focus for BJP? That will be very interesting to watch, because if we compare the manifesto this time, if we compare the Congress manifesto this time, the Congress manifesto is very different. This time Congress has promised the pension and also 6,000 amount for women every month. Not only that, to enact the MSP law, to conduct the caste survey, and also on the pension for the old age and for the army people as well. So if we watch, if we closely monitor the Congress poll manifesto, it promises a lot to the people of Haryana. And already we know that the Haryana is a junk where the Jat voters play a very important role, and we have seen the farmer agitation as well. So what is going to happen today when BJP will be releasing poll manifesto? What will be the promises that BJP is planning to fulfill if they come into power in Haryana once again? Because for BJP, retaining Haryana is very important. However, most of the sitting MLAs have been granted seat again this time, but many have been not given ticket because barring they were facing the brunt of the anti-incumbent. So we have to wait and watch exactly what will happen. The poll manifesto will be released at 11 o'clock.
Harsha, could you also tell us, like, are there any key names that are coming up following the manifesto discussions? Any key developments on that front for Haryana?
So right now we know that the Haryana poll manifesto will be released by National President JP Nadda and Amit Shah himself, because today there's a rally also which Home Minister will be addressing in Haryana. However, today Prime Minister Narendra Modi after Jammu and Kashmir will come to Haryana, but back-to-back rallies are there in Haryana. But the major faces which we will be looking at while release of the poll manifesto is National President JP Nadda and Amit Shah himself. And Home Minister will be speaking to the citizens of Haryana and will be addressing the rally, where he will be focusing on the key guarantees and also until now what BJP has promised and delivered in 100 days and also in the span of 5 years in Haryana. We have seen a lot of, a major battle of Haryana this time coming between Congress and BJP, although we know that this time JJP is not in alliance with BJP. Also with Chandrasekhar Azad's party coming in turf in the Haryana post-election seems to be very interesting. So the poll promises what the guarantees will be. Are they going to make some changes in the MSP law? Because we earlier also know that the MSP has been the high demand of the farmers, and after agitation, farmers have been demanding the full MSP law. However, government gave the MSP on several crops, but is there going to be very important promise for farmers, for the women? Because if we see Congress manifesto, they have promised a lot. So if BJP wants to match up, and if BJP
with regards to the Haryana, where the BJP is all set to release its manifesto today, we'll get back to you shortly. In a major announcement, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said that the centre has unlocked the biometrics of over 9 lakh people in the state. The biometrics were mistakenly frozen during the updation of the National Register of Citizens, or the NRC, in 2019. Now, with the lock of their biometrics being lifted, the affected Assami citizens can now heave a huge sigh of relief. Take a look at this detailed report for more.
In a big relief for over 9 lakh bona fide Assamese citizens, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma announced the defreezing of their biometrics, affirming their citizenship. The biometrics of Assamese citizens were mistakenly frozen while updating the National Register of Citizens (NRC) in 2019. In a post on his X handle, the Assam Chief Minister shared a QR code adding that citizens can get all necessary clarifications and information by scanning the code. The Registrar General of India (RGI) had earlier asked the Unique Identification Authority of India (UIDAI) asking them to issue the fresh Aadhaar cards to over 9 lakh Assamese citizens whose biometrics had been frozen. The Assam Chief Minister also thanked Union Home Minister Amit Shah earlier for keeping his request to unfreeze the logged biometrics of affected citizens. The Chief Minister earlier said that over 9 lakh people submitted their biometrics for Aadhaar cards at Aadhaar centers, which also served as NRC centers. What followed was confusion leading to the mistaken freezing of the biometrics. With the center owning up to its error and unfreezing the biometrics, there is no bar on the affected people from availing the benefits of the public welfare schemes of the center and the state.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A goods train in Uttar Pradesh's Mathura derailed yesterday night at around 8:45 p.m. This amid a concerning series of train accidents across the country. The incident occurred approximately 800 meters from the Vrindavan Road station. Efforts are currently underway to restore the tracks and clear the area.
A wider conflict in the Middle East seems to be on the horizon after pager blasts rocked Lebanon. These are walkie-talkie explosions that have claimed lives of at least 20 people. Stay tuned to Republic, as at 8:30 a.m. we'll get you all the latest related news breaks on the tensions between the Hezbollah and the Israeli forces.
कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम
A very good morning. It's 8:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. The big focus this hour is on the Lebanon blasts. Two back-to-back explosions that have taken place that has claimed lives of 32 people. We'll get you the latest on that escalation between the Hezbollah group and the Israeli forces. Let's begin first up with the headlines. After Centre's big approval of a Cohen-led panel committee report, India remains divided over nation's biggest electoral reform. India, BJP star campaigner Amit Shah is in Haryana set to unveil party's manifesto for the polls. After a record voter turnout in the first phase of polls, Prime Minister to arrive in Srinagar to campaign for phase 2 of polls in the valley. India confirms a second Mpox case. Affected individual currently undergoing treatment in Malappuram. After back-to-back pager explosions, walkie-talkie explosions, Rock Lebanon reports suggest more than 20 killed in these blasts. And we begin first up with the news break that's coming in from Lebanon after the pager blast rocked the country. These are walkie-talkie blasts that have been carried out in which 20 people have lost their lives. Altogether, two back-to-back explosions, and these are walkie-talkie and pager blasts that have rocked the country in the last 24 hours. So 20 people have lost their lives and more than 2,000 injured in walkie-talkie explosions. Altogether, 32 killed and more than 3,000 injured in two back-to-back attacks. Walkie-talkies and solar equipment's explosion in Lebanon. So the visuals on your screens that show the aftermath of the explosions that rocked Lebanon. These were equipments that were being used by the Hezbollah leaders. So absolute devastation, and this in fact marks a significant escalation between the Israeli forces and the Hezbollah group. Alright, so let's give you a better understanding of these solar panel explosions, walkie-talkie explosions and pager blasts that have rocked Lebanon in the last 24 hours. So Lebanon has been hit by second wave of exploding devices. Note that earlier pagers had exploded, pagers which are wireless communication devices. It said that the Israeli forces had planted explosives in these pagers which were being used by the Hezbollah leaders, which eventually exploded. And that being said, it's another equipment that is apparently being used by the Hezbollah group that has now exploded, leading to loss of so many lives. So after pagers, walkie-talkies acquired by Hezbollah exploded. It's also said that these walkie-talkies were apparently acquired by the Hezbollah leaders around the same time when they purchased pagers, walkie-talkies and solar equipment that exploded in Lebanon cities. So these are three equipments that have exploded in the last 24 hours. It's said that lithium-ion batteries overheated, as a result of which they exploded. And that, of course, after explosives were planted in these equipments which were purchased from Taiwan. So the walkie-talkies that exploded had lithium-ion batteries. Walkie-talkies were acquired by Hezbollah at the same time as the pagers. So yes, these were acquired 5 months ago by the Hezbollah leaders. In fact, note that more than 5,000 pagers that were being used by the Hezbollah leaders had exploded, after which these walkie-talkies also blasted. Walkie-talkies were acquired by Hezbollah the same time as the pagers. So like we told you, it was around the same time 5,000 pagers belonging to Hezbollah leaders exploded. So So other than pagers, these are walkie-talkies, at least 500 of them, and 100 solar panels also, the equipments that were being used at the Hezbollah bases, which exploded, leading to loss of at least 30 lives. The explosions reportedly took place at Hezbollah bases, as we told you, in several of the Lebanon cities. In fact, as we speak, the situation is still tense and the death toll could rise further. And that being said, the US has feigned ignorance about all this completely, saying that it has nothing to do and that it had no knowledge whatsoever about these pager and walkie-talkie blasts. All right, let's also go across to Patikrit Pain, who's joining us, geopolitical analyst. Appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. Your first thoughts on these back-to-back explosions, which also raise a lot of concerns, given that these were explosives that were planted at in those equipments which were being used by the Hezbollah group. It said that the Israeli forces, they hacked these devices, after which these devices were detonated.
Thank you. First and foremost, we are not still very sure about how they have done it. There is one school of thought which is saying that perhaps these devices were rigged somewhere. A certain amount of explosives have been planted for controlled explosions. But this actually opens up a new dimension when it comes to warfare. Just like cyber attacks in 2010 of Stuxnet by Israel, allegedly, then the drone attacks during Ukraine-Russia war, which opened a new dimension. This one where you can you have weaponized your communication devices to that extent where you have been able to insure 4,000, almost 500 to 600 critically injured, more than 30 odd people died. These are all, we must remember, not ordinary civilians of Lebanon. These are all operatives, commanders, specialists of Hezbollah, which is a designated terror organization. So I'm sure right now they are completely pulverized because they don't know what is the next device which may explode. And that shows the intensity of planning, the intensity of industrial scale, application of capability from Israeli side, which have gone into to ensure this kind of thing they can do. Yes, there is a strong possibility that escalations can happen. But right now for Hezbollah, because the communication network has been completely devastated, for them to coordinate a series of attacks or retaliation may not be that much easy. Rocket attacks, rocket retaliations are happening. When the pager explosions happened, one of the key casualty was the ambassador of Iran in Lebanon. His name is Mujtaba Amani. Why was he carrying a pager which is used by Hezbollah? That raises a very serious question. There are reports almost 20 odd IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran. They are actually among the casualties in Lebanon, which means the level of core coordination between Hezbollah and Iran, which have always been alleged. I think Iranians right now, or those who are working with Iranian government, in the security divisions, I think they are equally concerned as to what can explode tomorrow. Right. We don't know whether it was a rigged device with some kind of a small explosive being planted. Yes. It is said, but it can be something else also, and it opens a new dimension. And, for a country like India, which uses so much of mobile phones imported or assembled with components from outside, we have to think about our security in the future, because this can be
That's
weaponized.
Exactly the point I was coming to. It said that Mossad, the Intel, the Israel spy agency, planted these explosives in these devices which were being used by the Hezbollah leaders. What do you think is going to be the end game of this, given that Hezbollah has vowed revenge? It has said that it will retaliate, but even Israel, for that matter, says that it will not stop and that this is not going to end anytime soon.
Well, first and foremost, again, we don't know tomorrow, the refrigerators can start exploding, televisions can start exploding. There is no end game, perhaps. It is a continuous fight that's going on. Yesterday, when these things were done, simultaneously, what we have come to know, Israel did some major attacks, airstrikes inside Hezbollah and Hezbollah strongholds inside Lebanon. So those attacks will continue. I think a point may come where these kind of devices might be exploding in future in Iran as well. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Or part of Iraq or in Iraq, which is now extremely pro-Iran. So there invariably escalation is a possibility where Iran will try to retaliate, and retaliate not just with conventional weapons, but perhaps potentially something which will inflict severe damage on Israel. So escalations cannot be ruled out, but right now, given the kind of the kind of shock waves it has sent across the length and breadth of Hezbollah cadre, or the kind of fear psychosis I'm sure right now is inside Iran. Right now they will be a little cautious, but any kind of retaliation cannot be ruled out. Look, rocket attacks on Israel has been normalized. It happens almost on a daily basis. So that cannot be considered a normal retaliation. If a major retaliation happens, yes, it would escalate war. But look at the kind of planning I'm sure Israel may have done in the past for several years to do something like this, where your entire communication network has been weaponized, which means it would explode and it will completely devastate your top leadership, your top commanders, your top operatives. In such a scenario, we don't know how an organization can retaliate. But my last point, I don't have much sympathy about it. The simple reason is this: terror organizations must sometimes feel terrorized, because as an Indian in a country like India, which faced so much terror attacks, so much of terror, fear of terror is there in our mind every time we go out. In the past it was more, now perhaps it is a little less. Terror organizations and their masterminds also must feel how it feels to feel terrorized.
Right. Patikrit, we'll have to leave the conversation here, but we will keep coming back to you. Let's also once again tell our viewers that more than 32 lives have been lost in these explosions that have rocked several of the cities in Lebanon. That being said, several innocent lives have been lost in this fresh escalation between the Hezbollah and the Israeli forces. In fact, note that the US has been trying to mediate peace between Israel and Hamas, the conflict that rages on since October 7th of last year. While it's not just US, even several countries of the Middle East that have been trying to broker peace between Israel and the Hamas terror group. The fresh escalation between Hezbollah and the Israeli forces is a fallout of the tensions between the Israeli forces and the Hamas group.
Even as Israel's offensive against Hamas in Gaza shows no signs of slowing down, the United States is not giving up on the peace yet. Addressing a joint press briefing with Egyptian Foreign Minister Badr Abdulati, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken said a peace deal was not still off the table. Blinken also came out in praise of Egypt for being an able stakeholder in the ongoing efforts to end the hostilities in Gaza and ensure the safe release of all remaining Jewish hostages from the Hamas's captivity. However, the biggest challenge to the peace deal is to bring Israel on the board. After the recovery of the mortal remains of 6 Jewish hostages inside a Hamas tunnel earlier, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to press on with the offensive, putting the peace deal in jeopardy. The killing of Hamas's political chief Ismail Haniyeh and military commander Mohammad Deif also impeded efforts to bring the two sides to the talks table. Responding to the killing of the Jewish hostages, including a US citizen, President Joe Biden had also vowed vengeance on Hamas. Even as United States give peace another chance in Gaza, are Israel and the Hamas ready to play ball?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And these are visuals on your screens from Indonesia. It's CCTV footage that shows dramatic moment when a 5.0 magnitude earthquake shook Indonesia's district. This is Bandung region, and people are seen scrambling for safety as the quake rocked the region. So 5 magnitude earthquake that rocked West Java, and its reports suggest that at least a dozen people have been injured as a result of this earthquake. Israel and Hamas is yet to broker a deal, and those hostages are still held captive by the Hamas terror group. The Middle East countries are holding back-to-back meets in an effort to push both Israel and Hamas to come to an agreement. In fact, a key ministerial meet that was held in Amman to discuss the ceasefire deal between Hamas and Israel government.
The Middle East continues to remain tense due to the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas, along with the tensions between Israel and Lebanese terror outfit Hezbollah. The Arab Islamic Ministerial Committee began its meeting in Amman on Wednesday as part of their efforts to stop the war between Israeli forces and Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The meeting aims to end the humanitarian crisis and ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid to the Strip. Jordanian Foreign Minister Ayman al-Safadi said Israel is pushing Middle East towards abyss. He further said that Israel is tampering with the stability of West Bank and holy sites in Jerusalem.
فثمة عدد من الخطوات التي سنعمل على تنفيذها معا مشتركين بصوت واحد بموقف واحد يعكس الإجماع العربي الإسلامي على ما هي الخطوات التي نريد أن نقوم بها. رسالتنا للعالم مرة أخرى أنهم يسمحون لحكومة إسرائيلية متطرفة بخرق القانون الدولي، خرق القانون الدولي الإنساني، خرق حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني، استباحة مقدساته، وبالتالي دفع المنطقة كلها نحو
Jordanian Foreign Minister also expressed concern over the pager explosions in Lebanon.
صاحب الجلالة أن أتصل برئيس الوزراء اللبناني لأن أؤكد له بأننا مستعدون لتقديم أي مساعدة للقطاع الطبي اللبناني لمعالجة المصابين، وقلنا أننا نقف إلى جانب أمن لبنان وسيادته واستقراره وسلامة مواطنيه، وندين أي عمل يهدد أمن لبنان وسيادته واستقلاله وسلامة مواطنيه.
The Arab Islamic Ministerial Committee was formed to chalk out a plan to stop the war in the Gaza Strip. The panel is headed by the Saudi Foreign Minister, which also includes Palestine, Jordan, Qatar, Bahrain, Egypt, Turkey, along with the Secretary General of the Arab League and the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
And let's now switch focus to more international news that we are tracking. This is the floods that have rocked Central Europe from Czech Republic to Romania. Several cities in these countries have been devastated as a result of widespread floods. Take a look at this report.
Czech Republic and parts of Central and Eastern Europe continue to bear the brunt of floods. Several nations had been hit by heavy rains, including Austria, Poland and Romania. On Wednesday, Pope Francis prayed for the victims of flooding in Vatican City. Speaking during his weekly audience in St. Peter's Square, he said that people must face the tragic hardships caused by the floods.
Si sono battute sull'Europa centro-orientale forti piogge torrenziali, provocando vittime dispersi e ingenti danni. In particolare Austria, Romania, Repubblica Ceca e Polonia devono far fronte ai tragici disagi provocati dalle inondazioni.
During his address, Pope Francis also spoke on the issue of ongoing conflicts in Ukraine, Gaza and other parts of the world, and prayed for peace and said that a war is a defeat.
Poi, cari fratelli e sorelle, preghiamo per la pace. Non dimentichiamo che la guerra è una sconfitta. Non dimentichiamo la Palestina, Israele. Non dimentichiamo la martoriata Ucraina, il Myanmar.
The flooding has swamped parts of Austria, the Czech Republic, Poland as well as Romania, and is expected to affect Slovakia and Hungary later in the week. So far, at least 16 people have died due to flooding. Out of which 7 people in Romania, 5 in Poland, 3 in Czech Republic and 1 in Austria.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And with the Quad Summit all set to take place in the US next week, John Kirby has said that the talks will be centered around the growing aggression of China. So Chinese aggression in the Indo-Pacific region will be the topic of discussion, center of discussion in this Quad Summit. Listen in to that statement that's coming from John Kirby.
High on the agenda, John. I mean, there's not an opportunity when you get together with these particular leaders, the Indo-Pacific Quad, where you, in fact, it would be irresponsible if they didn't talk about the challenges that still exist in the region caused by aggressive PRC military action, for instance, unfair trade practices, tensions over the Taiwan Strait. I have no doubt that all those issues will come up.
In run-up to the second phase of the assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing two rallies in Jammu and Kashmir, first in the Srinagar and then in the holy town of the Katra. This will be the second visit of the Prime Minister after becoming the Prime Minister of the country since 2014. First time in 2014, the Band call was given by the Hurriyat during the Prime Minister's visit, and now after 10 years, the change is that the Hurriyat is irrelevant in Jammu and Kashmir. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And a quick check of the top headlines after Centre's big approval of the Cohen-led panel report. India remains divided over nation's biggest electoral reform. BJP star campaigner Amit Shah is in Haryana. Amit Shah all set to unveil party's manifesto ahead of polls on 5th of October. After a record voter turnout in phase 1 of polls, Prime Minister Modi to arrive in Srinagar to kickstart campaign rally. India confirms a second Mpox case, affected individual currently undergoing treatment in Malappuram. After back-to-back pager explosions, walkie-talkie explosions rock Lebanon. Reports suggest that more than 9 killed in these blasts. for now, we head into a very short break. When we come back, we'll get you the reactions coming in on One Nation, One Poll promise by the centre. Opposition divided over the biggest electoral reform by the centre.
In India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So in India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough. Brazil's very tough. In India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So in India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough. Brazil's very tough. In India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So in India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very...
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Heavy rains and subsequent flash floods have wrought havoc across 56 townships in central Myanmar. The United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs has estimated that up to more than 6 lakh people have been affected by this disaster. Myanmar's state media has reported 226 deaths and 77 people still missing due to severe floods.
Much more coming up at 9 a.m. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu accuses the previous YSRCP government of desecrating the sacred Tirumala temple. Stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. We are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has made some allegations against the previous YSRCP government. We'll tell you exactly what this is, but as usual, the headlines. Let's get started.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
PM to lead BJP charge in Srinagar, set to address 2 rallies ahead of Phase 2 polls on October 1st. Centre set to make one nation, one poll a reality soon, but India remains divided over nation's biggest electoral reform. Andhra CM Chandrababu Naidu alleges YSR government used animal fat in Tirupati Laddu. 61% voter turnout recorded in Phase 1 of polls. Kishtwar records highest turnout at 61%. A fresh wave of explosions, 20 killed after walkie-talkie blast rock Lebanon post the pager blasts.
What I can tell you is we were not involved in yesterday's incidents or today's in any way, and I don't have anything more to share.
US claims not involved in any way in Lebanon walkie-talkie and pager explosions.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Viewers, we go to the first story coming in right now. TDP leader in Andhra Pradesh, CM Chandrababu Naidu, has accused the previous YSRCP government of desecrating the sacred Tirumala temple by compromising the sanctity of the Tirumala Laddu Prasadam. Speaking at an NDA coalition meeting, in fact, Naidu has alleged that during the Jagan Mohan Reddy's tenure, the revered laddus were prepared using animal fat instead of pure ghee. He criticized the YSRCP for using substandard ingredients and claimed that since his party came to power, they have restored the quality of the prasad, ensuring that only pure materials are used. Getting in a reaction from CM Chandrababu Naidu on this. Let's listen in.
మల లడ్డు కూడా నాసి రకం. నాకైతే ఆశ్చర్యం వేస్తుంది. ఎన్ని కంప్లైంట్ చేసినా కడాన వెంకటేశ్వర స్వామి పవిత్రతను దెబ్బతీశారు. ఎన్నోసార్లు చెప్పాం. అక్కడ ఎంత దుర్మార్గంగా ప్రయత్నం చేశారంటే అంత దుర్మార్గంగా ప్రవర్తించారు. కడాన అన్న దానంలో క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ లేకుండా చేశారు. దేవుని దగ్గర పెట్టే ప్రసాదం అపవిత్రం చేసే విధంగా ఓసారి బాధేస్తుంది. నాసి రకమైన ఇంగ్రీడియంట్సే కాకుండా ఎనిమల్ ఫ్యాట్ కూడా వాడారని, ఏది గీకు బదులు. ఈరోజు స్వచ్ఛమైన గీ తెమన్నాం, ప్రక్షాళన చేయమన్నాం. నాణ్యత పెరిగింది, ఇంకా కూడా నాణ్యత పెంచుతాం. అల్టిమేట్గా వెంకటేశ్వర స్వామి మన రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండడం మనందరి అదృష్టం. ప్రపంచం అంతా మన దగ్గరికి వచ్చే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. అలాంటప్పుడు వెంకటేశ్వర స్వామి పవిత్రతను కాపాడుకోవాల్సిన బాధ్యత మనందరిపైన ఉంది. ఇది కూడా చేస్తామని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us right now live, Aneri joining us live. Aneri, if you could take our viewers through what really is happening. Political storm has been raised by this comment by Chandrababu Naidu. Many allegations have been made. Has YSRCP reacted to these allegations, Aneri?
Well, yes, Shivangi, what we have been seeing is that after the statement coming in from Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu, where he has levelled a big allegation that during YSRCP regime, that during Jagan's regime, there were animal fat which was used in the Tirupati Laddu. Well, Tirupati's Laddu is one of the purest of the one which is given to the people who come there for darshan. But now, reacting to the allegations made by the Chief Minister, we have been seeing that the former chairman, the ex-chairman of the TTD, that's the Tirupati temple, Y.V. Subba Reddy has reacted, and he has said that this is nothing but a political move by Chandrababu Naidu, whereas he is trying to damage the sanctity and violate the sanctity of Tirumala temple. There is nothing such. He has completely denied this allegation of animal fat being used in the Tirupati Laddu. So definitely a big political statement and also a face-off between the TDP and YSRCP, which we have been seeing over the Tirupati Laddu. Well, remember, when Chandrababu Naidu had become the Chief Minister, he first visited Tirupati temple, and then he had also said that in all of these years, in the last 5 years of Jagan's rule, the Tirumala temple has been completely seen a lot of violations, and also at the same time, sanctity of the temple was violated, was damaged during Jagan's rule, and there was no cleanliness. But first thing what Chandrababu Naidu did was the cleanliness of the temple, and now coming is this statement from Chandrababu Naidu, where we see that he has said that during Jagan's rule, there was animal fat which was used in Tirupati Prasadam instead of ghee, is what Chandrababu Naidu says. However, the YSRCP denies this allegation.
Hold on, Aneri. We're getting some more breaking news coming in where ex-TDD person has said very clearly, Y.V. Subba Reddy has refuted Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu's allegations, accusing him of undermining the sanctity of Tirumala and the faith of millions of Hindus. Reddy has condemned Naidu's comments about Tirumala Prasad and said that they are malicious and politically motivated, challenging Naidu to take an oath with his family to reaffirm the Prasad's purity, as he is prepared to do so. So, ex-TTD leader has said Naidu has gone ahead and stooped low. I just want to go back to my colleague who's joining us right now. Aneri, now Naidu's comments have come in the context of recent actions by the TTD to enhance quality of the Laddu Prasad. And right now we are seeing that an ex-TTD member has said this is nothing more than politics. It's a political war of words happening. What are we learning of?
Well, that's right, Shivangi. I was also mentioning about the same. The ex-TTD chairperson, that's Y.V. Subba Reddy, has come out with a statement where he says that they have stooped to a next level. That is Chandrababu Naidu. After this statement coming in where Chandrababu Naidu has alleged that animal fat was used in the Tirupati Laddu instead of ghee. Now the YSRCP leader, who is also a Rajya Sabha member and ex-TTD chairperson, he has come out saying that there is nothing such. He has denied this allegation, and also he says that this is nothing but a political statement. They have stooped to a new low, is what the YSRCP has to say.
Right. Okay, thank you so much, Anil, for getting us those details. I'll be coming back to you as we get more updates on this latest controversy, which has led to a political storm. We move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories that we are tracking. And we go, viewers, to West Bengal. We're getting to know that agitating junior doctors in West Bengal, viewers, have expressed a dissatisfaction with the outcome of their second round of talks with the state government, declaring that their case work will continue, that they will. Viewers, they're saying very clearly that their cease work will continue despite verbal assurances from Chief Secretary Manoj Pant during the meeting at the State Secretariat, Nabonna, The doctors were not provided with written documentation or the minutes of that meeting. The medics protesting over the RG-Kar rape murder incident stated that while many issues were discussed, they were unhappy with the lack of concrete outcomes. The talks, which lasted over 2 hours, remain inconclusive. So viewers, that's what we're learning of right now, where junior doctors in West Bengal have expressed dissatisfaction with the second round of talks with the state government, declaring that their cease work will continue, that they will continue their protest. The deadlock is not stopping. They will continue their protest. They will continue asking for justice and making sure that their demands are met. Remember, after much pressure from the junior doctors, viewers, we saw that Mamata Banerjee had removed the Kolkata CP and installed a new one. So that's what we're learning of right now on Republic TV, and these are the top updates coming in on Republic. Okay, we're getting to know that Tanaya is joining us from our Republic Bangla Kolkata newsroom. Tanaya, I'm coming across to you right now. If you could take our viewers through what we can expect next now. Now, we know that junior doctors have put a lot of pressure on the Mamata Banerjee government. The Mamata Banerjee government had to listen to them after so much of protesting, but the doctors still want some of their demands to be met. They will continue their agitation. That's what they're saying. Take us through what are the other demands that they want to be met by the state government.
शिवांगी, पहले मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि अभी तक सीज वर्क में हैं जूनियर डॉक्टर्स जो प्रोटेस्टर्स है। एजिटेशन अभी भी चल रहा है और पिछले दिन कल को दिखाई दिया कि जो चीफ सेक्रेटरी है मनोज पंत, उनके साथ बातचीत हुआ, लेकिन जो प्रोटेस्टर्स है उनका साफ बात है कि मिनट्स के बारे में जो कहा गया था उसमें जो साइन होना चाहिए था वो साइन नहीं है। इसका मतलब यही है कि वो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग के बारे में बहुत बार जो डिमांड किए थे, तो वो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग क्यों नहीं हुआ। उसके बाद जो मुख्यमंत्री और सीएम ममता बनर्जी जो भी कहे थे कि ठीक है आपके साथ बात हो, उसके बाद जो मिनट से दिया जाएगा उसमें सिग्नेचर होगा बोथ साइड का, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी देखा गया कि मिनट्स में कोई भी सिग्नेचर नहीं है और ये बात को सामने लाया गया। और उसके बाद चीफ जो सेक्रेटरी है मनोज पंत, उनके साथ पिछले दिन नवान्न में बैठक भी हुआ, लेकिन वो बैठक अभी भी पॉजिटिव कोई वाइब नहीं दे रहा है, कोई पॉजिटिव कोई साइन अभी तक नहीं आ रहा है, जिसके लिए जो सीज वर्क में अभी तक जूनियर प्रोटेस्टर्स जो डॉक्टर्स है वो अभी सीज वर्क नहीं उठा रहे हैं। और उसके बावजूद और एक बात तो उनकी तरफ से कहा गया कि आज मनोज पंत ने एक बात कहा उन लोगों से कि आपका जो भी डिमांड है तो वो मेल के थ्रू उनके पास भेजना चाहिए, और इसी मेल आज प्रोटेस्टर्स जो भी जूनियर डॉक्टर्स है उनके तरफ से भेजा जाएगा और उसके बाद सिग्नेचर आता है या नहीं आता है, सीएम के सिग्नेचर वहाँ पे रहता है या नहीं रहता है, तो ये बात खुलासा होगा आज ही होगा मेल जाने के बाद। शिवांगी।
All right, thank you Tanaya for getting us the details. A fight for justice continues. Junior doctors still want many of the demands to be met and they will not stop. That's what they are saying, and they will continue the agitation and keep putting pressure on the Mamata government. We take a look at some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started. BJP star campaigner Amit Shah and JP Nadda are set to visit Haryana today, where they will unveil the party's manifesto ahead of the upcoming state assembly polls. The BJP is gearing up to secure another victory in the state, with its top leaders leading the charge. India has confirmed second Mpox case with a patient currently undergoing treatment in Malappuram. Health officials are monitoring the situation closely as the country responds to this emerging public health concern. Union Cabinet has approved India's fourth lunar mission, Chandrayaan-4. Former ISRO Director Tapan Mishra stated that the Government of India has approved 3 space programs, including Chandrayaan-4. Following the success of Chandrayaan-3, we aim to land a new lander, collect lunar soil and stones, return them to an orbiter and safely return to Earth. This mission is a critical step forward, sending an Indian cosmonaut to the moon.
The government of India has approved today actually 3 programs.
One, I will talk about the Chandrayaan 4. You see, we are very happy that the Chandrayaan 3 we landed there. But probably you missed one example, that is the orbiter which took the Chandrayaan 3 lander, it was brought back. Even we have also fired the Chandrayaan 3 rocket after 14 days, and it could jump 1 meter and it could be brought back.
A heartbreaking incident. A 2-year-old girl fell into a 20-foot borewell while playing in a police station area of Dausa district. Rescue operations are underway with local authorities working urgently to save the child. Let's move ahead right now to the top story we have been tracking when it comes to the global news. And remember, viewers, back-to-back explosions in Lebanon. Second wave of protests have killed 20 people. Second wave of explosions now have killed 20 people, viewers. We're getting to know that the Chief of General Staff has emphasized the ongoing readiness and capabilities of the military in their operations, declaring that they are determined to ensure the return of residents, highlighting the strategic approach. He stated that each operation stage is designed to escalate pressure on Hezbollah, with many capabilities still in reserve and future stages already planned. Okay, so that's what we're learning of right on Republic TV, viewers, where we are learning back-to-back details. Walkie-talkie blasts have left 20 dead. IDF has come out with a statement right now, viewers, saying that they are ready. The military is ready and they are determined to ensure the return of residents. They want to put pressure on Hezbollah. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions coming in.
אנחנו מאוד נחושים לייצר את התנאים הביטחוניים שמחזירים את התושבים לבתים, ליישובים, ברמת ביטחון גבוהה, ואנחנו מוכנים לעשות באמת כל מה שנדרש כדי להביא את הדברים האלה. אנחנו כמעט שנה, לאורך כל המלחמה, נלחמים בעזה שתי מטרות מרכזיות, יש עוד. פירוק החמאס, השבת החטופים. הרבה הישגים, ויש לנו עוד הרבה ללכת קדימה. יש לנו הרבה יכולות שעוד לא הפעלנו. עוד לא הפעלנו, ראינו פה חלק מהדברים, זה נראה לי במוכנות טובה, ואנחנו מכינים את התוכניות האלה קדימה. הכלל הוא, כל פעם שאנחנו עובדים בשלב מסוים, שני השלבים הבאים,
All right, let's go to my colleague joining us, Samiksha, joining us live from our newsroom. Samiksha, a very good morning to you. What we see right now is that after those back-to-back blasts in Lebanon, we saw a second wave of blasts. IDF has said that they are ready for any kind of incident which might happen in the future. Now, this is a very, very important statement given the fact that Israel has been quite about this entire issue, has not directly spoken about the allegations which have been put on them by Hezbollah.
That's right, Shivangi. And let's once again quickly put this in context. The war between Israel and Hamas has been raging on since 7th of October last year, when the Hamas terror group had attacked the Israeli cities, which led to loss of as many as 1,200 lives. In fact, since then, the Hezbollah group has been aiding the Hamas terror group in its fight against the Israeli forces. So yes, this is a major escalation, back-to-back blasts happening in Lebanon as well as in Syria, which has already claimed 32 lives. Quickly running you through these two back-to-back blasts, first being the pager blasts. We're given to understand that explosives were planted in these pagers, which are wireless communication devices which are being used by the Hezbollah leaders to evade surveillance by the Israeli forces. So these explosives were apparently planted in not just the pagers that were used by the Hezbollah leaders, but even the walkie-talkies and other devices which are being used by the Hezbollah camp to conduct that surveillance on them. It's even said that these walkie-talkies as well as pagers were purchased by the Hezbollah leaders just 5 months ago. So yes, this is a major escalation, but a lot of concerns being flagged as to how the Israeli forces managed to not just hack those devices which were being used by the Hezbollah leaders, but also managed to detonate them from Israel. Shivangi.
All right, thank you so much for joining us right now. Samiksha, with all those details, I'll be coming back to you as we keep getting more updates after multiple pager blasts, Walkie, Talkie blasts in Lebanon. Even the UNGA is extremely concerned. They have said that they will keep a close eye on the situation and both the parties have to practice maximum restraint. Taking a very short break, viewers, but do not go anywhere. We will continue to be live and breaking.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to visit Srinagar today and hold a public rally from the Sher-e-Kashmir Stadium where crowds of up to 30,000 people are expected. This is part of the J&K Assembly elections. We will be bringing you more details, so keep watching Republic TV.
कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है और इसलिए देश में व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा। मैं लाल किले से तिरंगे की साक्षी में देश के राजनीतिक दलों से आग्रह करता हूं, देश के संविधान को समझने वाले लोगों से आग्रह करता हूं कि भारत की प्रगति के लिए, भारत के संसाधनों का सर्वाधिक उपयोग जन सामान्य के लिए हो, उसके लिए वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के सपने को साकार करने के लिए हमें आगे आना चाहिए। कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है और इसलिए देश में व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा। मैं लाल किले से तिरंगे की साक्षी में देश के राजनीतिक दलों से आग्रह करता हूं, देश के संविधान को समझने वाले लोगों से आग्रह करता हूं कि भारत की प्रगति के लिए, भारत के संसाधनों का सर्वाधिक उपयोग जन सामान्य के लिए हो, उसके लिए
Viewers, we'll keep our focus on the big international story that we're tracking right now. And we're learning that the US has once again spoken on the explosions in Lebanon, the second wave of explosions. Remember, first time US distanced itself from these explosions. Now the White House has refrained from providing detailed comments once again after a second day of electronic device explosions in Lebanon, which resulted in several injuries and fatalities. White House National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby has stated that they were not involved in the recent incidents. This comes to the backdrop of multiple electric devices owned by Hezbollah operatives mysteriously exploding across Lebanon and the region, with reports of pagers, walkie-talkies, fingerprint devices, radios, and solar-powered systems blowing up. Let's first listen in to that reaction coming in from the US.
What I can tell you is we were not involved in yesterday's incidents or today's in any way, and I don't have anything more to share. What I can tell you is we were not involved in yesterday's incidents or today's in any way, and I don't have anything more to share. What I can tell you is we were not involved in yesterday's incidents or today's in any way, and I don't have anything more to share.
And viewers, these are the top sports updates. India returns to Test cricket after nearly 6 months, beginning their sprint towards another World Test Championship final as they face Bangladesh in Chennai on Thursday, September 19. Rohit Sharma's men are set to play 10 tests over the next 4 months, starting with this 2-test series against a confident touring side from Bangladesh. Iconic Italian striker Salvatore Schillaci has passed away yesterday due to colon cancer. The iconic Italian striker was a top scorer at the 1990 World Cup and scored 6 goals during the tournament. He earned the Golden Boot and Golden Ball for his performance. Tributes poured in from figures like Italian Premier Giorgia Meloni and clubs such as Juventus and Inter Milan. RB Leipzig has kicked off their Champions League campaign with a tough trip to Atletico Madrid on Thursday. Marco Rose's side are unbeaten in the Bundesliga so far this season with a win over German champions. In fact, RB Leipzig is all looking forward to progress beyond the group stage of the Champions League for the 5th time the last 6 seasons, although they will face the likes of Juventus, Liverpool and Inter Milan. Roma fired coach Daniel De Rossi on Wednesday in a move that was surprising despite the team going winless in their opening 4 Italian league matches. Roma officials said that the club's decision is made in the best interest of the team to get back on the desired path as soon as possible at a time when the season is still in its early stages. Mikel Arteta wants his Arsenal side to kick on from last season when the Champions League campaign begins today against Europa League's title holders Atlanta. Arsenal are still seeking a first title in European club football's premier competition. Arteta says that his team is motivated and very enthusiastic for the Champions League opener.
Really happy, motivated, very enthusiastic. First game, a really tough place to come. They built something amazing here, and it was a beautiful story what they achieved last season. But for us as well, it's a new season, and we really want to kick on the right way.
BJP all set to release Haryana poll manifesto today in Haryana, Rohtak at around 11 o'clock. BJP National President JP Nadda and Amit Shah will be addressing rally and also will be focusing on the key issue and key promises in the poll manifesto. Also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be also addressing people in Jammu Kashmir and Haryana. You're watching Republic TV. The rolling coverage will go on entire day, slipping into a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है और इसलिए देश में व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा। मैं लाल किले से तिरंगे की साक्षी में देश के राजनीतिक दलों से आग्रह करता हूं, देश के संविधान को समझने वाले लोगों से आग्रह करता हूं कि भारत की प्रगति के लिए, भारत के संसाधनों का सर्वाधिक उपयोग जन सामान्य के लिए हो, उसके लिए 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन के सपने को साकार करने के लिए हमें आगे आना चाहिए। कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है और इसलिए देश में व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सभी
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV, where we bring you the latest news from around the country and the world. The big story today is Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to visit Srinagar and hold a public rally from the Sher-e-Kashmir Stadium, where crowds of up to 30,000 are expected. We'll be bringing you more details, but first, let's take a quick look at the top headlines. Prime Minister to lead BJP charge in Srinagar, set to address 2 rallies ahead of Phase 2 of the polls on October 1st. Centre set to make One Nation, One Poll a reality soon, but Indy alliance remains divided over nation's biggest electoral reform. Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu alleges the YSR government used animal fat in Tirupati Laddu. %61% voter turnout recorded in Phase 1 of polls. Kishtwar records highest turnout at 61%. "20 killed after walkie-talkie blast rock Lebanon after the pager blast."
Today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to reduce the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a half percentage point.
First interest rate cut in US in 4 years. Key interest rate slashed by 50 basis points. High security arrangements are in place in Srinagar ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to address a rally today at the Sher-e-Kashmir Park. It will be the first big rally of BJP in Kashmir since the announcement of elections and the first after a successful Phase 1 polling, which concluded yesterday. The venue of PM's speech has already been secured and arrangements are being made, said officials, adding that the additional police and paramilitary forces will be deployed in the city and its adjoining areas. Following his address in Kashmir, he will head towards Riyasi for his second leg of campaigning. Viewers, we are joined live by my colleagues Gursimran and Aravat. Gursimran, could you tell us what information you have in terms of the security that's been heightened ahead of Prime Minister Modi's rally today?
See, the security has been beefed up at both the rally venues, be it the Srinagar Valley or in the Katra town of the Riyasi district. Reason being the recent threats that are being posed on the electoral process, because the proxies of the Pakistan do not want a peaceful poll process in Jammu and Kashmir, and we have seen multiple terror attempts being foiled right ahead of the polls that have taken place. The security beef up that you see, the Sarjeevan is showing you that on that route from the Jammu to Katra, there has been a massive deployment of the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police and the paramilitary forces. This has been done to ensure that any threat can be foiled timely by the security forces. First, the rally of the Prime Minister will be at around noon in the Srinagar Valley in the Kashmir and in Srinagar. It will be a 45 minutes long rally of the Prime Minister wherein he will be speaking. Then he will be heading to Jammu. At Jammu, he is expected to speak at 2 for 45 minutes, and then he will be heading back to the national capital. This back-to-back rallies of the Prime Minister is focused on the 10 seats in the Jammu that are going to the polls, and also 16 seats in the Kashmir Valley that are going to the polls on the Phase 2nd, that is to be held on 25th of September. This is a high-stake battle for the BJP because in this second phase only, the BJP State President Ravinder Raina is also in the fray for the Nowshera constituency, wherein the National Conference has fielded Surinder Chaudhary, one of its stalwarts from the ground, and that's why we are witnessing that all the senior leaders of the BJP, they are coming back, coming time and again to Jammu and Kashmir. Not only the Prime Minister, but also the Union Home Minister will be coming to Jammu. It is day after tomorrow when back-to-back rallies of the Union Home Minister will be held in the Pir Panjal region, wherein he is addressing 4 rallies a day.
Gursimran, thank you. Please stay online. I'll just get back to you shortly. I'd like to bring in Aravat, who's joining us live from Srinagar. Aravat, could you tell us now, in terms of the security, since you're in Srinagar, how has that also been beefed up? And in terms of the crowd management, what are we expecting?
Yeah, absolutely. As we have seen yesterday, that the traffic advisories have been made for the smooth conduct of this. As we have seen that the local from the North Kashmir, from the Central Kashmir, and other parts of the Kashmir are join the rally today in Srinagar. Also, we have seen from the yesterday that the security arrangements are being made from the various locations. As we have seen from the parachuters and the special paratroopers are deployed at the various locations in the sensitive areas in the Srinagar. Also, air surveillance at the water body is being surveilled continuously by the joint security forces from the yesterday. As we have seen that all the security arrangements are being finalized. As we have seen that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in Srinagar at 12 noon this afternoon, and he will speak to in the rally around. There is possibility that the 25,000 to 30,000 gathering is expected, as told by the BJP leaders, and the core body of the BJP is handling all the things here in the Srinagar. As we have seen, the entire area has been under the security layers, multi-layer security grid have been established, and all the routes which connects to Shahri Khas Stadium, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive after some time, and that high security area and the senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir police and other security agencies are monitoring the situation very closely. In fact, I want to mention it here that the water bodies and air surveillance are also being done at the multiple locations in the Srinagar as well as the outskirts of the Srinagar. Yes.
Thank you, Gursimran and Aravat, for those inputs, as the Prime Minister is all set to publicly hold the rally today as part of the star campaigning for the J&K Assembly elections. Now we have a new breaking news coming in. BJP President Jagat Prakash Nadda has responded to the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's letter to Prime Minister Modi expressing concerns over remarks made against Rahul Gandhi by accusing Congress leaders, including its top brass, of abusing the Prime Minister over 110 times. Nadda's letter highlights ongoing tensions between the two parties. Viewers, we are joined live by my colleague Madhurima from the newsroom, who's bringing in more details. Madhurima, over to you.
Well, this is a very strong worded letter that has been written by the Bharatiya Janata Party's national president JP Nadda, attacking Mallikarjun Kharge after the latter had written a letter to the Prime Minister of country Narendra Modi, asserting that the Congress party is apprehensive about the statement that has come from many leaders from across the folds of the NDA. However, Jagat Prakash Nadda, the national president of the BJP, wrote this strong worded letter where he went on to say that before casting aspersions, Mr. Kharge should take a look in the mirror and see that how many times over the decades the Congress leaders, the UPA leaders, including the Congress's top rung, has abused the Prime Minister in various ways. That is over 110 times in the past decades. Jagat Prakash Nadda also highlighted the fact that how the Congress leaders have not even spared the Prime Minister's parents. So before casting aspersions on the Bharatiya Janata Party or expressing apprehensions about the statements made against Rahul Gandhi, they should look into the mirror deep and then cast aspersions. We'll have to wait and watch to see how the Congress party reacts to this strong worded letter by JP Nadda. But yes, as of now, the breaking at this hour is that this is a strong retort by the BJP to the letter written by Mr. Kharge to Prime Minister. Back to you.
Madhurima, could you also help us understand, are there any reactions coming in post this very strongly worded letter?
Well, the reactions are yet to come because this letter was shot by the BJP National President JP Nadda just a while back. But yes, we are expecting that taking in mind that this is election time, and the way Jagat Prakash Nadda has referred Rahul Gandhi as a failed product, the Congress is bound to react. But as of now, the Congress is yet to react to this very strong worded letter by JP Nadda, where he highlights and shows the mirror to the Congress party, saying that before casting aspersions on the BJP or the Prime Minister, they should see that how many times have the Congress leaders, including the top rung of the Congress party, has abused the Prime Minister in so many ways, and the Prime Minister has endured that with respect.
Thank you, Madhurima, for all those insights from the strongly worded letter. As Haryana gears up for the single-phased assembly elections on October 5th, a new face from the Chautala clan is ready to take the poll plunge again. Now, Arjun Chautala, the younger son of senior Indian National Lok Dal leader Abhay Chautala, has filed his nomination from the Rania Assembly segment on Tuesday, carrying the hopes of his family as well as his party, which is eyeing wholesome gains in the October 5th polls to recover lost political ground in the state after the bitter sibling spat and split in the INLD. The seat is currently represented by Abhay Chautala's uncle Ranjit Singh, who won as an independent in the last assembly elections. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
As the campaign heats up for the single-phased Haryana Assembly elections on October 5th, the spotlight is on another son from the Chautala clan. Arjun Chautala, the younger son of senior INLD leader Abhay Chautala, has jumped into the fray from the Rania Assembly segment, carrying the hopes of his party on his young shoulders. A rookie at 31, Arjun filed his nomination from Rania on Tuesday, accompanied by his grandfather and INLD patriarch Om Prakash Chautala and his wife Jasmine. However, young Arjun stays at a daunting task of lifting the INLD out of a rut and help rediscover its lost political clout after the sibling feud between Abhay and Ajay Chautala and the eventual split in the party. This is not Arjun's first brush with elections, as he fought the 2019 Lok Sabha elections on an INLD ticket from Kurukshetra Lok Sabha seat but lost. Though he ended up 5th in the final tally in 2019, securing just 60,679 votes, Arjun is bidding to take pole position this time. Speaking to the reporters after his grandson officially entered the fray from Rania, Om Prakash Chautala said that the people are fed up with the incumbent BJP government and they would vote for a change.
जहाँ पर भी गए हैं, युवाओं को साथ मिला है, बुजुर्गों का आशीर्वाद मिला है और पूरी तरह से मेरे को विश्वास है कि रानिया की जनता अपना बेटा समझकर मुझे आशीर्वाद देने का काम करेगी और हम जीत करके निकलेंगे.
With the newest Chautala entering the Haryana fray, the big question is, can he turn the tide for the INLD?
And now it's time for a quick roundup of stories from Bharat. BJP star campaigners Amit Shah and JP Nadda are set to visit Haryana today, where they will unveil the party's manifesto ahead of the upcoming state assembly polls. The BJP is gearing up to secure another victory in the state, with its top leaders leading the charge. India has confirmed its second Mpox case, with a patient currently undergoing treatment in Malappuram. Health officials are monitoring the situation closely as the country responds to this emerging public health concern. The Union Cabinet has approved India's fourth lunar mission, Chandrayaan-4. Former ISRO Director Tapan Misra stated that the government of India has approved 3 space programs, including Chandrayaan-4. Following the success of Chandrayaan-3, we aim to land a new lander, collect lunar soil and stones, return them to an orbiter, and safely return to Earth. This mission is a critical step towards sending an Indian cosmonaut to the moon.
The government of India has approved today actually 3 programs. One, I will talk about the Chandrayaan-4. You see, we are very happy that the Chandrayaan-3 we landed there. But probably you missed one example, that is the orbiter which took the Chandrayaan-3 lander, it was brought back. Even we have also fired the Chandrayaan-3 rocket after 14 days, and it could jump 1 meter and it could be brought by the...
In a heartbreaking incident, a 2-year-old girl fell into a 20-foot borewell while playing in the Bandikoi police station area of Dausa district. Rescue operations are underway with local authorities working urgently to save the child. The government has endorsed a high-level panel's recommendations to implement its One Nation, One Election plan, which proposes holding simultaneous polls for the Lok Sabha, state assemblies and local bodies in a phased approach. Information and Broadcasting Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw announced that an implementation group will be formed to advance the proposal, which follows a consensus-building exercise. The government believes that the widespread public support and backing from several political parties may influence those opposed to the idea to reconsider their stance.
एक्सटेंसिव फीडबैक से आया था कि देयर इज़ अ वाइड स्प्रेड सपोर्ट फॉर साइमल्टेनियस इलेक्शंस इन द कंट्री. देयर इज़ अ वाइड स्प्रेड सपोर्ट फॉर साइमल्टेनियस इलेक्शंस इन द कंट्री. इसीलिए एनडीए सरकार की कैबिनेट ने आज सर्वसम्मति से इन रिकमेंडेशंस को एक्सेप्ट किया और इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन 2 फेजेस में होगा, जैसा कि कमेटी के रिकमेंडेशंस में है. फर्स्ट फेज में लोकसभा और असेंबलीज के इलेक्शंस को साइमल्टेनियस कराने का प्रयास होगा और उसके सेकंड फेज में लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन से जो है ग्राम पंचायत, जिला पंचायत, ब्लॉक में पंचायत समिति और जितने भी अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज़ हैं, चाहे म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज़ हो, चाहे म्यूनिसिपल कमिटीज़ हो, चाहे म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन हो, उन सब के लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शंस को विद इन 100 डेज ऑफ जनरल इलेक्शंस में करवाना, जिससे कि एक बार में सारे इलेक्शन का प्रोसेस कंप्लीट हो और फिर 5 साल तक सब के सब मेहनत करके देश के निर्माण में लगे. अब इस पे जो कमेटी के रिकमेंडेशंस हैं उनको पूरे देश भर में डिस्कशन किया जाएगा वेरियस फोरम्स में. वेदर इट इज़ आप सबका भी स्वागत है, आप सब भी इसके डिस्कशन में हिस्सेदार बने और सभी नौजवानों को, सभी जो इंडस्ट्री बॉडीज़ हैं, सभी जो दूसरे जितने भी फेडरेशंस, ग्रुप्स, हर एक तरह के जो सोशल ग्रुप्स हैं, उन सब का हम आह्वान करते हैं कि आप सभी इस पॉइंट को डिटेल में डिस्कस कीजिए, साइंटिफिक वे में डिस्कस कीजिए.
Viewers, we are joined live by my colleague Riyanka, who's joining us from New Delhi. Riyanka, could you help us understand if there's a tentative timeline for the implementation of the One Nation, One Election as of now? Is there a tentative timeline that you have any information on?
That's right. The cabinet has gone ahead and in fact approved the One Nation, One Poll plan once there was recommendations given by the committee, which was led by former President of India, Mr. Arnab Goswami. And since then, we know that there has been strong commitment from the side of the Modi government, especially the third term, that they will be implementing the One Nation, One Poll plan within this term itself. Remember, at this point in time, we also heard Ashwini Vaishnaw, the INB minister, announcing the fact that there is widespread support coming in from the part of the public as well as the political arena. But there are around 15 opposition parties that have opposed the implementation of a One Nation, One Poll plan. As per the INB ministry, this committee, the plan rather, it will be implemented in 2 phases. Firstly, simultaneous elections for the Lok Sabha and the Assembly, as well as second phase for around the local body elections that will be conducted within 100 days of the first phase, that is the conduction of Lok Sabha and Assembly elections.
Thank you, Riyanka, for those crucial inputs. And while the political face-off continues, let's listen in to some of the reactions coming in on the matter.
हमेशा होने वाले चुनाव देश की प्रगति में बाधक थे। इस देश में और कुछ हो ना हो, 24 घंटे चुनाव की तैयारी चलती रहती है। लोकसभा के चुनाव खत्म हुए तो विधानसभा के चुनाव शुरू हो गए। अभी महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव हैं, आज जम्मू कश्मीर में वोट डले, हरियाणा के चुनाव हैं, झारखंड में चुनाव हैं। उसके 6 महीने के बाद फिर दूसरे चुनाव का बिगुल बच जाएगा, तो दूसरे राज्यों की चुनाव की तैयारी करेंगे। ये चुनाव देश की प्रगति में बाधक थे। ये चुनाव जनता के दूरगामी जाने वाले बड़े फैसलों में बाधक थे। मैं तो एक नागरिक के नाते बहुत प्रसन्न हूं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिल से बधाई देता हूं।
A goods train in Uttar Pradesh's Mathura derailed yesterday night at around 8:45 p.m. This amid a concerning series of the train accidents across the country. The incident occurred approximately 800 meters from the Vrindavan Road station. Efforts are currently underway to restore the tracks and clear the area. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
Amid the string of derailments in the country, a goods train derailed in UP's Mathura. The accident occurred approximately 800 meters from the Vrindavan Road station. The incident took place around 8:45 p.m. last night. The train was en route the Suratgarh thermal power plant in Rajasthan.
ये लगभग पौने 9 बजे करीब में ये सूचना मिली थी कि एक जो मालगाड़ी ट्रेन है जो इधर जा रही थी, दिल्ली साइड में जा रही थी, उसका डिरेलमेंट हो गया है। तो उस पर सूचना पर तत्काल वहाँ जीआरपी के लोग, आरपीएफ, सिविल पुलिस पहुंची थी। इसमें पूरा जो डिब्बा है वो इंटेक्ट है और उसका गार्ड के जो डिब्बा है वो इंटेक्ट, बीच के जो डिब्बे हैं जिसमें कोयला लगा हुआ था वो डिरेलमेंट हुआ है।
This derailment has resulted in a blockade of the railway track leading towards Delhi, impacting around 15 trains. Restoration and clearance efforts are currently underway.
In run-up to the second phase of the assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing 2 rallies in Jammu and Kashmir, first in the Srinagar and then in the holy town of the Katra. This will be the second visit of the Prime Minister after becoming the Prime Minister of the country since 2014. First time in 2014, the Band call was given by the Hurriyat during the Prime Minister's visit, and now after 10 years, the change is that the Hurriyat is irrelevant in Jammu and Kashmir. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
poll manifesto today in Haryana, Rohtak at around 11 o'clock. BJP National President JP Nadda and Amit Shah will be addressing rally and also will be focusing on the key issue and key promises in the poll manifesto. Also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be also addressing people in Jammu Kashmir and Haryana. You're watching Republic TV. The rolling coverage will go on entire day, slipping into a short break.
Coming up at 10 a.m. viewers, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu accuses the previous YSRCP government of using substandard materials and ingredients to make prasads and laddus. All this and much more coming up. Do not go anywhere.
Director, the taste of success.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and breaking. We're getting some big breaking updates coming in. Pakistan's defense minister has made a huge statement, viewers. We'll get to you all the details. I am Shivangi Shukla, but as usual, the headlines. Let's get started.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
PM to lead BJP charge in Srinagar, set to address 2 rallies ahead of phase 2 of polls on October 1st. No end to Pakistan's provocation. Pakistan Defence Minister says Pakistan and NC Congress on the same page on Article 370. Nadda shoots off letter to Kharge, cites insult to PM Modi after Congress's letter to PM on threats to Rahul. Centre set to make one nation, one poll a reality soon, but India remains divided over nation's biggest electoral reform. Andhra CM Chandrababu Naidu alleges YSR government used animal fat in Tirupati Laddu. "20 kills after walkie-talkie blast rock Lebanon after pager blasts."
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
There's getting some big breaking updates coming in right now. This is a huge statement by Pakistan. Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif stated that Pakistan and the National Conference Congress Alliance are united in their effort to restore Article 370 and 35A in Jammu and Kashmir. This significant statement comes amid the ongoing assembly elections in the region. Big update coming in right now. Now we see that the Pakistan has made this provocative statement on Article 370, viewers. Remember that Article 370, the removal of Article 370 was something that the NC has been very keen on ahead of the assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir. I want to go straight across to my colleague joining us, our senior executive editor joining us right now. Abhishek, Pakistan meddling again in India's affairs and is rallying behind National Conference on Article 370, where the entire poll plank of NC was to bring back Article 370. Abhishek, very big statement being made in Pakistan.
Well, Pakistan meddling in internal affairs of India is not new. I think what is important and new is that Pakistan so easily can say that what is Pakistan's position aligns with what is Congress Party's position, which is the principal opposition party, the grand old party of India, and the National Conference also, of course, in Jammu and Kashmir. National Conference happens to be the grand old party of Kashmir. And for Pakistan to be so easily getting away with saying that the worldview of Pakistan is similar to the Congress Party's worldview, or the Congress Party's worldview when it comes to Kashmir is similar to Pakistan, is not just dangerous but preposterous to say the least. And there is a lot of explaining that the Congress Party would need to do. They have been smart enough not to mention Article 370 in their manifesto, but of course they are in alliance with the National Conference, and the National Conference's principal agenda this election in their manifesto is bringing back Article 370. So obviously by default, Congress Party, and they might not have mentioned it in their manifesto, but the Congress Party leaders, including the likes of Manish Tiwari, have been clear that Article 370, even P. Chidambaram, that Article 370 needs to be brought back. And so I think this is going to really have a very strong polarizing debate today as to does the Congress Party agree with the Pakistan Defense Minister Khwaja Asif that they are their worldview on Kashmir is aligned with Pakistan, and if that be the case, then is the Congress Party not siding with a narrative which compromises India's territorial integrity? Because Article 370 was the edifice on which the separatists thought that Kashmir is different from the rest of India was built, and that is why it had to be brought down and scrapped. And for Congress Party in any manner to be standing or taking a position with which Pakistan is so comfortable, I think there is a lot of explaining that both the Congress and the NC, and of course the larger Indy bloc has to do about whether they are by default ending up in a position where the tukde philosophy gets an endorsement from Pakistan, and are they happy to be standing with it?
Abhishek is getting a top analysis on this. Abhishek, I want to come back to you right now. I'll come back to you in just a moment. I'm getting a guest with us on the phone line, RP Singh of the BJP joining us. Let's go to our guest first. Thank you for joining us, RP Singh. If you could take our viewers through what your first reaction is, even though Congress had conveniently left Article 370 from its manifesto, it's very clear that they are lying with the NC. They support Article 370. They want Article 370 back. Now, Pakistan is endorsing Article 370.
Well, it's not the first time that Pakistan and the Congress are speaking the same language. Remember, after Article 370 was abrogated, Rahul Gandhi issued a statement which was quoted by Imran Khan in the UN Assembly. And he quoted Rahul Gandhi saying that there is a lot of bloodshed happening in Kashmir, although it's not a single dropout, but fell in Kashmir. But fact is that there's the same line which they've been doing. And now to answer, because their leaders at different times had issued statement saying that Article 370 abrogation was wrong, or when they come to power, they'll bring Article 370 35 way back, as whether it's Mr. Minister or Mr. Sriram. Now, Congress leadership need to answer this, that what is this bigger conspiracy which is happening? Why they are part of this conspiracy? Because recently when Rahul Gandhi was abroad, he met Ilhan Omar, and then Ilhan Omar has all connections with the people who are trying to propose the separatist state in the Kashmir as a separatist state. Now, what is the connection between Ilhan Omar and the Pakistani leader and the Congress stand and National Conference stand?
RP Singh of the BJP is joining us. RP Singh, very clearly Amit Shah has said this time and again that there is no place for Article 370, the Constitution of India. There will be only one flag, and that is our tricolour. This has been made very clear. But why do you think Pakistan is provoking, especially as we are in the middle of elections in Jammu and Kashmir? Phase 1 is over, 2 more phases to go. All right, we'll be connected to more of getting more reactions on the story. And what we are learning right now, viewers, is that Pakistan Defence Minister has made a huge comment. And what we see right now, viewers, is that it's a big statement coming in by Defence Minister Khwaja Asif of Pakistan, saying Pakistan and National Congress Alliance are united in their effort to restore Article 370. I want to go to, we're getting connected to Ajay Alok, who is a BJP spokesperson, joining us once again on the phone line. And if I can just ask this to you, because this is a very big statement being made by Pakistan, that is Pakistan once again trying to rock the boat here. Now we are very clear, Ajay Alok, that we have seen this, that Jammu and Kashmir has taken so many steps forward ever since the removal of Article 370. What does the statement even mean at this point of time? Go ahead.
Well, the statement is a clear indication that for the last 70 years, what has been happening in Kashmir is in consent with Pakistan, and that's why the Congress never bothered and National Conference never bothered to improve situation in Kashmir. They wanted to be disturbed all the time. They wanted it and they have done it. And that's why today, accidentally, this statement comes out from the Defence Minister, that National Conference and the Congress Party of India, which has ruled this country for 65 years, are on the same page with Pakistan as far as Article 370 goes. This is highly disturbing, and this is actually very detrimental to the health of this country.
Right. Ajay Alok, also I want to ask you that do you think this is one more way of Pakistan trying to disturb peace, now that we have seen that even the BJP and the government has made it very clear that there's no time, there is no place for Article 370. There will never be two prime ministers, there will never be two constitutions, and there never will be two flags in Kashmir. This is India, and under India, everybody is equal. Do you think that Pakistan is trying to disturb peace in the region? And what kind of attempt is this by Pakistan?
Well, Pakistan is overtly and covertly, both overtly and covertly supporting Congress and National Conference in the Valley. Now it's very clear that who is behind the terrorist attack in the Valley. It's Pakistan who is supporting Congress and the National Conference. But one thing is very clear, the Article 370 is history and it will remain history. It's not going to be repeated again. History never repeats itself. That's not possible. Article 370 is gone forever. And all those persons who are just nurturing this ambition that they will restore Article 370 and 35A, they are living in fool's paradise. It's not possible anymore.
All right. Thank you, Ajay Alo, for getting us your perspective on this. The BJP spokesperson joining us. We'll try to connect to some of the other political parties on this, but the BJP definitely saying that this is one more attempt of Pakistan to disturb peace, provoking one more provocation coming in from Pakistan. And remember, on the backdrop of the NC supporting Article 370, wanting it back, viewers, we are seeing that the Congress has, even though not put it in its manifesto in Jammu and Kashmir elections, but has definitely supported NC as an alliance partner. Okay, we're getting some more reactions coming in. I just want to go to those reactions and we will then tell you more.
नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जो लेड बाय उमर अब्दुल्ला है, लेकिन फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब जो उनके वालिद हैं उनका भी काफ़ी असर है, और कांग्रेस ये पहले भी एक दूसरे के इत्तेहादी थे, और शेख अब्दुल्ला साहब जो फारूक अब्दुल्ला के वालिद हैं उन्होंने और नेहरू ने तय किया था 370 और 35 से। अब ये दोनों पार्टियां जो है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस आज इलेक्शन में ये कह रही हैं जी कि अगर हम जीत गए तो हम 370 और 35A को उसकी सस्पेंशन को ख़त्म कर देंगे। आपको लगता है कि ये पॉसिबल है?
मेरा ख्याल है पॉसिबल है। देखें, बड़ी पोटेंट इस वक्त प्रेजेंस है वहाँ पे कांग्रेस की भी और नेशनल कांग्रेस की भी, दोनों की। और इस इशू के ऊपर जो है मेरा ख्याल है कि जितनी मोटिवेट हुई है वादी की पॉपुलेशन, स्पेशली वादी से बाहर भी, लेकिन जो वादी में जो हुई है, तो मेरा ख्याल है कि उनको बहुत चांस है कि ये जो कोलिशन है ये हुकूमत में आए। और जैसे कि उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा है, बल्कि ये एक इलेक्शन इशू बनाया हुआ उन्होंने कि स्टेटस जो है रिस्टोर होना चाहिए। तो स्टेटस अगर रिस्टोर हुआ तो काफ़ी हद तक जो एक हमारा भी बड़ा एहतजाज रहा है पिछले 4-5 साल में, गो के उन्होंने यही कहा था कि जुम्मे के दिन धूप में खड़े हो जाओ, और सरीना के बाद एक मीटर लगा दिया था, इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं किया था इमरान खान ने। तो लेकिन अगर रिस्टोर हो जाता है स्टेटस जो है, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि एक जो ग्रीवेंस है कश्मीरियों को, मकबूजा कश्मीर के जो रहने वाले जो हैं, वो किसी हद तक एक जो उनको एक इंजरी है, एक ज़ख्म जो आया हुआ है उनका मोदी की तरफ से, उसमें कुछ ना कुछ मुंदमिल ज़रूर होगा।
अच्छा, जो कांग्रेस के तर्जुमान हैं उन्होंने इस इशू पे क्या बात की, ज़रा सुने।
कश्मीर का दिल जख्मों से भरा हुआ, उन जख्मों पर मलहम लगाने का वक्त आ गया है। सबसे पहली प्राथमिकता हमारी ये है कि जम्मू कश्मीर को फिर से स्टेट का दर्जा मिले। जम्मू कश्मीर एक ऐसी रियासत जिसका हक छीन लिया गया, एक स्टेट था उससे स्टेटहुड छीन ली गई, उसको यूनियन टेरिटरी बना दिया, वो हक उसका फिर से मिलना जरूरी है और ये हक हम दिलवाएंगे।
ये कांग्रेस कह रही है जी कि ये हक हम दिलवाएंगे, तो क्या हम ये कह सकते हैं कि आज पाकिस्तान की जो रियासत है और इंडियन कांग्रेस जो है वो एक पेज
और नेशनल कांग्रेस
एक पेज पे आ गए
इस इशू पे? बिल्कुल हमारा भी ये डिमांड है, जब से ये मोदी साहब ने ये वार किया हुआ है, एक कारी ज़रब लगाई हुई है कश्मीर के स्टेटस के ऊपर, अगर ये रिस्टोर हो जाता है, इस इलेक्शन में ये लोग जीत जाते हैं, ये रिस्टोर कर देते हैं, तो कश्मीर के लोगों का आपको पता है उसके बाद कितना एहतजाज हुआ था और कितनी जो है उसके ऊपर कश्मीरियों के जो है वो किलिंग्स हुई, कश्मीरियों को जिस तरह ब्रूटली जो है वो
ये मैं
किया गया।
आप दोबारा, मैं उस इशू की तरफ नहीं जा रहा, लेकिन आपने जो 5 अगस्त 2019 का जो वाक़या है जिस दिन 370 को सस्पेंड किया गया, इससे सिर्फ एक महीना पहले जनरल आसिम मुनीर को DGISI के ओहदे से हटा के फैज़ हमीद को TGI बनाया गया था।
All right, so viewers, you heard that. That is the remark. Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has highlighted a shared position between the government, the Shehbaz Sharif Pakistan government and the Congress NC alliance regarding restoration of Article 370. And you heard there where he has made a remark during an appearance on a Pakistani news channel. Now, Asif emphasized the alignment of interest, stating Pakistan and National Conference Congress Alliance are on the same page in Jammu and Kashmir to restore Article 370 and 35A. Pulla Rao, political analyst, joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here. What is your reaction to this? Now, what we see is that Pakistan is saying that the Congress NC alliance and Pakistan, all of them are on the same page. They all believe. This is what the Pakistan Defence Minister is saying, that Article 370 should make a return.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead, Mr. Rao.
More than long, it is clear.
All right, we'll connect to you, Mr. Rao. Political analyst, in just a short while. But this is a very big statement being made right now, viewers. What happened was that the Pakistan Defence Minister has said that the alignment of interests are there between Pakistan and the NC Congress Alliance on Article 370 and 35A. This is coming in as Jammu and Kashmir is in the middle of election season. One phase is over, viewers. That's a big comment coming in. It reflects the ongoing regional tensions and the political dynamics surrounding the status of Jammu and Kashmir. I think we have one more reaction coming in right now, viewers. We will be going to that in just a short while. But this is a very big comment coming in, viewers. Is Pakistan trying to provoke India again? That is the question that we are asking. Now, remember, Home Minister Amit Shah has said already that the NC Congress alliance is unholy. It's an unholy alliance. And they both are supporting getting back Article 370 in the region, even though the state, in fact, Jammu and Kashmir has made so much of progress. The people of Jammu and Kashmir are breathing free thanks to the abrogation of Article 370. That's what PM Modi has said. This kind of comment has come in. I want to go to Kavinder Gupta of the BJP joining us. Thank you for joining us, Kavinder Gupta. What would you like to say? Why is Pakistan making this brazen statement in the middle of elections in Jammu and Kashmir, as Jammu and Kashmir witnesses historic polls after the removal of Article 370? Pakistan meddles in India's affairs.
देखिए, ये जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस जो राजनीतिक पार्टियां हैं, पहले से ही जो पाकिस्तान की वकालत करती हैं, पाकिस्तान के साथ एलओ से व्यापार शुरू करेंगे, पाकिस्तान के साथ बात करेंगे, और इसके साथ ही 370-35 से जो पाकिस्तान चाहता है उसी को ये यहाँ पर लागू करना चाहती है। तो इससे साफ जाहिर होता है कि ये एक्सपोज हो गए हैं, क्योंकि इन्होंने 1947 करके अभी तक जो पाकिस्तान के एजेंडे को ही कहीं ना कहीं लागू करने की कोशिश की है। और आज पाकिस्तान के मिनिस्टर के ये कहने के बाद ये साफ जाहिर हो गया है कि पाकिस्तान जो चाहता है वही कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस वहां पर लागू करने जा रहे हैं।
Kavinder Gupta, former Jammu and Kashmir Deputy CM, here with us on Republic TV. I also want to ask you one more question before we let you go. Do you think that why do you think the Congress has left the bringing back Article 370 from their manifesto. They do know that this is a contentious issue. Then why are they in alliance with the National Conference? That is also a question coming up. All right, we will now be moving ahead right now. We're getting some more reactions coming in. We are getting Akashdeep Muni, political analyst, joining us. Thank you for joining us, Akashdeep Muni here. Akashdeep Muni leans towards the Aam Aadmi Party. I would like to ask you this, and the Indie agenda isn't getting a Pakistan boost. Now, given the fact that Congress is in alliance with the NC, but they have not spoken about Article 370 in their manifesto, do you think that Congress already knows that this is something the people are not going to like, but right now Pakistan is supporting the agenda of this alliance in between the elections? What is your reaction?
See, it is not about Pakistan or India. The government, while revoking Article 370, said that we are unable to implement Right to Education Act and Constitutional Amendment 73rd and 74th because of Article 317. We want to revoke it. And Aam Aadmi Party per se welcomed the move of revoking, but Aam Aadmi Party did not welcome turning Jammu and Kashmir from a state to a union territory and revocation of its statehood. Now what happens is that removal of Article 370 brings number of provisions for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. But then when you revoke the statehood, the power of the state goes to the center. And like in Delhi, the Lieutenant Governor rules through the center. Similarly, in Jammu and Kashmir also, they want to be ruled, the center wants to rule Jammu and Kashmir through the Lieutenant Governor and the Governor there. I request the Honorable Government and Honorable Prime Minister that kindly restore the statehood so that Jammu and Kashmir can develop as other parts of the country as they are developing, and not turn it to a union territory but turn it to a state. Revocation of Article 370 is okay.
All right, Akashdeep Muni joining us, a political analyst here. Thank you for joining us here. So this is a very big statement coming in where Pakistan has clearly out in the open said that we are on the same page, that Congress, NC and Pakistan, all three of them, I repeat, all three of them are on the same page when it comes to Article 370, clearly saying, viewers, that Article 370 should make a return back. Even though we've seen in the past few years now, there has been so much progress in Jammu and Kashmir post the Article 370 revocation. All right, let's go ahead to our second segment right now. We're tracking Bharat in 5 minutes. On the space exploration front, the Indian government has approved the country's 4th lunar mission, Chandrayaan-4. This mission is particularly significant as it aims to return samples from the moon. According to R.C. Kapoor, an astronomer and professor, this mission will be completed using 2 rockets with the first launch planned for 2027.
चंद्रयान 4 जो है वो ल्यूनर सैंपल रिटर्न मिशन है, तो इसमें 2 रॉकेट्स के ज़रिए ये जो है मिशन संपन्न किया जाएगा और इसकी लॉन्चिंग जो है वो 2027 की है। ऐसा हाल ही में नेशनल स्पेस साइंस सिंपोजियम में डॉक्टर सोमनाथ ने बताया था कि 2027 में चंद्रयान 4 मिशन को संपन्न किया जाएगा।
The foundation work for 8 stations in Gujarat for the new bullet train project has been completed. This project, which connects Ahmedabad and Mumbai, is a priority for Prime Minister Modi. The first trial run is set to begin in 2026 between Surat and Bilimora. Now, the high-speed rail corridor is 508 kilometers long, with most of it being built as an elevated track. A controversy has erupted following allegations made by the Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu regarding the ingredients used in the famed Tirupati Laddu. Naidu claimed that the substandard ingredients, including animal fat, were used during the previous YSR Congress party government rather than the traditional ghee. This prasadam, offered at the revered Sri Venkateshwara temple in Tirupati, is considered sacred. In response, senior YSRCP leader Y.V. Subba Reddy dismissed Naidu's claims as malicious, asserting that they are a tactic for political gain. Goods train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Mathura last night at around 8:45 p.m. The incident happened about 800 meters from the Vrindavan road station. Efforts are currently underway to clear the tracks and restore service, as this derailment has disrupted their schedules across the region.
ये लगभग पौने नौ बजे करीब में ये सूचना मिली थी कि एक जो मालगाड़ी ट्रेन है जो इधर जा रही थी, दिल्ली साइड में जा रही थी, उसका डिरेलमेंट हो गया है। तो उस पर सूचना पर तत्काल वहाँ जीआरपी के लोग, आरपीएफ, सिविल पुलिस की पहुँची थी। इसमें पूरा जो डिब्बा है वो इंटेक्ट है और उसका गार्ड के जो डिब्बा है वो इंटेक्ट, बीच के जो डिब्बे हैं जिसमें कोयला लगा हुआ था वो डिरेलमेंट हुआ है।
A 2.5-year-old girl fell into a borewell while playing in the police station area in Rajasthan. Now, the incident occurred on Wednesday evening in Jodhpuria village. In response, local authorities mobilized quickly, deploying 3 JCB machines to dig around the borewell for the rescue operation. Police Sub-Inspector Bharat Lal stated that the depth of the borewell is approximately 20 feet. Chief Minister Dhami has taken decisive action in response to complaints regarding overpricing at local liquor shops. The district magistrate has conducted surprise raids, posing as a customer to assess the situation firsthand. During these inspections, several irregularities were discovered. For instance, one liquor shop located on Rajpur Road was fined 50,000 rupees for overpricing. Additionally, other shops in the area received fines of 75,000 rupees for similar violations.
In the run-up to the second phase of the assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing 2 rallies in Jammu and Kashmir, first in the Srinagar and then in the holy town of the Katra. This will be the second visit of the Prime Minister after becoming the Prime Minister of the country since 2014. First time in 2014, the Band call was given by the Hurriyat during the Prime Minister's visit, and now after 10 years, the change is that the Hurriyat is irrelevant in Jammu and Kashmir. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Most top headlines. PM to lead BJP charge in Srinagar, set to address 2 big rallies ahead of the phase 2 of the polls on October 1st. No end to Pakistan provocation. The Pakistan Defence Minister says Pakistan and NC Congress are on the same page on Article 370. No end to Doctor versus Mamta deadlock after last night meet at Mamta's residence in conclusion. Centre set to make one nation, one poll a reality soon, but India remains divided over nation's biggest electoral reform. Andhra CM Chandrababu Naidu alleges YSR government used animal fat in Tirupati Laddu. "20 killed after walkie-talkie blast rocked Lebanon after pager blasts."
The committee decided to reduce the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a half percentage point.
First interest rate cut in the US in 4 years. Key interest rate slashes by 50 basis points. Very good morning. We are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla, you're watching Republic TV. Getting some big updates coming in the ongoing Tirupati Laddu controversy. The All India Hindu Mahasabha has weighed in with Swami Chakrapani calling for action against Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy. In fact, this is against Jagan Mohan Reddy, not the Andhra Pradesh CM. Chakrapani demanded an inquiry stating that action must be taken if the allegations are true. The controversy continues to stir significant debate. Big update coming in Republic TV viewers. And this is in the backdrop of the controversy which has now made headlines. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has made a startling claim, has said that animal fat was used to make Tirupati laddus under the previous government run by the YSR Congress. The YS Jagan Mohan Reddy led party has rubbished the allegations and termed it malicious. We're getting these reactions coming in also now, like we told you. I just want to go ahead and play out that statement.
आंध्र प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री श्री चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी ने जिस तरीके से पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जगन मोहन रेड्डी पर आरोप लगाया है कि तिरुपति बालाजी तिरुमाला के प्रसाद में जानवरों की चर्बी मिलाई जाती थी, लड्डुओं में जानवरों की चर्बी मिलाई जाती थी, यह निश्चित रूप से बहुत जांच का विषय है, बहुत ही संगीन अपराध है। जगन मोहन रेड्डी ने उन जिहादियों की थूक जिहाद के ही तर्ज पर लड्डुओं में जानवरों की चर्बी, प्रसाद में जानवर की चर्बी मिला के खिला रहे थे। तो हमें लगता है जैसे थूक जिहादियों को जेल होती है, उसी प्रकार से जगन मोहन रेड्डी को भी जेल होनी चाहिए। जगन मोहन रेड्डी को भी तत्काल कार्रवाई करके गिरफ्तार की जाने की आवश्यकता है।
आंध्र प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री चंद्रबाबू नायडू के द्वारा लगाया गया आरोप कि तिरुपति बालाजी मंदिर और तिरुमला देवस्थानम के प्रसाद में जानवरों की चर्बी युक्त घी का प्रयोग किया जा रहा था, इससे गंदा काम जगन मोहन रेड्डी के द्वारा और कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता। अखिल भारतीय संत समिति का यह शुरू से मानना रहा है, हमारे मंदिर हमारे श्रद्धा के केंद्र हैं। अगर सरकार, कोई भी सरकार हो, वो रेल एयर तक कहती है कि प्राइवेट चलाए, तो मंदिर जो हमारे श्रद्धा के केंद्र हैं वो समाज के द्वारा ही संचालित होने चाहिए। और मंदिरों में गैर हिंदू का प्रवेश और संचालन में गैर हिंदुओं की भूमिका कतई नहीं होनी चाहिए। परंतु सेकुलरिज्म की आड़ में हिंदू समाज के जो मंदिर दूषित किए जा सकते हैं उसे कतई स्वीकार नहीं किया जा सकता। और हम चंद्रबाबू नायडू को इस बात के लिए धन्यवाद देते हैं कि उन्होंने इतने बड़े षड्यंत्र का पर्दाफाश किया।
All right, we're getting some reactions, and we have to go to our colleague right now, Aneri, joining us live. Aneri, I'm coming across to you right now. If you could take our viewers through, what the All India Hindu Mahasabha has said. This has created such a controversy with the charges coming in, counter charges coming in, YSRCP denying all these charges. If you could take our viewers through the latest in this story.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. What we have been seeing is that a lot of fast-paced developments which have been taking place after the allegation, a big allegation leveled by Chandrababu Naidu that
during Jagan Mohan Reddy's government, animal fat was used in the Tirupati Laddu, which is one of the sacred holy place in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and in that prasad, that is the Laddu prasad, which is being distributed to the people, in that animal fat was used instead of ghee, is what Chandrababu Naidu has said. However, the YSRCP has denied this allegation. The ex-TTD chairperson YV Subba Reddy has gone on to social media. He says that this is nothing but stooping to a new law. Making such political comments is not right. He has denied this. And also at the same time, what we have been seeing is that now a lot of people from other parties have also come out. We also see many Swamis coming out and giving out a statement saying that what the allegations which have been leveled by Chandrababu Naidu, if that it has to be probed in, and if truth comes out, then guilty should be punished, is what people from other parties have been also saying. So definitely a lot of political storm over this particular statement of Chandrababu Naidu, where we see that on one side he has leveled this allegation of animal fat being used in Tirupati Laddu during Jagan Mohan Reddy's government, and on the other side YV Subba Reddy, who happens to be the Rajya Sabha member from YSRCP and ex-TTD chairperson, he has denied this allegation, saying that this is nothing but a political motivated statement, is what he has to say.
All right, thank you, Aneri. We will be coming back to you as we get more updates. This is a big controversy which has erupted. I just want to play out what the Andhra CM has to say and the big allegations which have been made.
తిరుమల లడ్డు కూడా నాసి రకం. నాకైతే ఆశ్చర్యం వేస్తుంది. ఎన్ని కంప్లైంట్ చేసినా కడాన వెంకటేశ్వర స్వామి పవిత్రతను దెబ్బతీశారు. ఎన్నోసార్లు చెప్పాం. అక్కడ ఎంత దుర్మార్గంగా ప్రయత్నం చేశారంటే అంత దుర్మార్గంగా ప్రవర్తించారు. కడాన అన్న దానంలో క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ లేకుండా చేశారు. దేవుని దగ్గర పెట్టే ప్రసాదం అపవిత్రం చేసే విధంగా ఓసారి బాధేస్తుంది. నాసి రకమైన ఇంగ్రీడియంట్సే కాకుండా ఎనిమల్ ఫ్యాట్ కూడా వాడారని, ఏది గీకు బదులు. ఈరోజు స్వచ్ఛమైన గీ తెమన్నాం, ప్రక్షాళన చేయమన్నాం. నాణ్యత పెరిగింది, ఇంకా కూడా నాణ్యత పెంచుతాం. అల్టిమేట్గా వెంకటేశ్వర స్వామి మన రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండడం మనందరి అదృష్టం. ప్రపంచం అంతా మన దగ్గరికి వచ్చే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. అలాంటప్పుడు వెంకటేశ్వర స్వామి పవిత్రతను కాపాడుకోవాల్సిన బాధ్యత మనందరిపైన ఉంది. ఇది కూడా చేస్తామని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా.
All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories. We're tracking a goods train in Uttar Pradesh's Mathura derailed yesterday night at around 8:45 p.m. This amid a concerning series of train accidents across the country. The incident occurred approximately 800 meters from the Vrindavan road station. Efforts are currently underway to restore the tracks and clear the area. Here's a report. Take a look.
Amid the string of derailments in the country, a goods train derailed in UP's Mathura. The accident occurred approximately 800 meters from the Vrindavan road station. The incident took place around 8:45 p.m. last night. The train was en route the Suratgarh thermal power plant in Rajasthan.
ये लगभग पौने 9 बजे करीब में ये सूचना मिली थी कि एक जो मालगाड़ी ट्रेन है जो इधर जा रही थी, दिल्ली साइड में जा रही थी, उसका डिरेलमेंट हो गया है। तो उस पर सूचना पर तत्काल वहाँ जीआरपी के लोग, आरपीएफ और सिविल पुलिस पहुंची थी। इसमें पूरा जो डिब्बा है वो इंटेक्ट है और उसका गार्ड के जो डिब्बा है वो इंटेक्ट, बीच के जो डिब्बे हैं जिसमें कोयला लगा हुआ था वो डिरेलमेंट हुआ है।
This derailment has resulted in a blockade of the railway track leading towards Delhi, impacting around 15 trains. Restoration and clearance efforts are currently underway.
All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. It's in our next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. On the space exploration front, the Indian government has approved the country's 4th lunar mission, Chandrayaan-4. This mission is particularly significant as it aims to return samples from the moon. According to R.C. Kapoor, an astronomer and professor, the mission will be completed using 2 rockets, with the first launch planned for 2027.
चंद्रयान 4 जो है वो ल्यूनर सैंपल रिटर्न मिशन है। तो इसमें 2 रॉकेट्स के ज़रिए ये जो है मिशन संपन्न किया जाएगा और इसकी लॉन्चिंग जो है वो 2027 की है। ऐसा हाल ही में नेशनल स्पेस साइंस सिम्पोजियम में डॉक्टर सोमनाथ ने बताया था कि 2027 में चंद्रयान 4 मिशन को संपन्न किया जाएगा।
The foundation work for 8 stations in Gujarat for the new bullet train project has been completed. This project, which connects Ahmedabad and Mumbai, is a priority for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The first trial run is set to begin in 2026 between Surat and Vilimora. The high-speed rail corridor is 508 kilometers long, with most of it being built as elevated track. The joyous atmosphere of Ganesh immersion procession in Akola turned chaotic on the evening yesterday when anti-social elements disrupted the festivities. At approximately 4 p.m, groups in the Nandipet and Akhnokot areas began pelting stones, including and injuring a couple of people and police officers and local residents. Good train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Mathura last night at around 8:45 p.m. The incident happened about 800 meters from Vrindavan road station. Efforts are currently underway to clear the tracks and restore service as this derailment has disrupted train schedules across the region.
ये लगभग पौने 9 बजे करीब में ये सूचना मिली थी कि एक जो मालगाड़ी ट्रेन है जो इधर जा रही थी, दिल्ली साइड में जा रही थी, उसका डिरेलमेंट हो गया है। तो उस पर सूचना पर तत्काल वहाँ जीआरपी के लोग, आरपीएफ और सिविल पुलिस पहुंची थी। इसमें पूरा जो डिब्बा है वो इंटेक्ट है और उसका गार्ड के जो डिब्बा है वो इंटेक्ट, बीच के जो डिब्बे हैं जिसमें कोयला लगा हुआ था वो डिरेलमेंट हुआ है।
A 2.5-year-old girl fell into a bore well while playing in the police station area in Rajasthan. The incident occurred on Wednesday evening in Jodhpuria village. In response, local authorities mobilized quickly, deploying 3 JCB machines to dig around the bowel for the rescue operation. Police Sub-Inspector Bharat Lal stated that the depth of the bowel is approximately 20 feet. Chief Minister Dhami has taken decisive action in response to complaints regarding overpricing at local liquor shops. The district magistrate Savin Bansal conducted surprise raids, posing as a customer to assess the situation firsthand. During these inspections, several irregularities were discovered. For instance, one liquor shop located on Rajpur Road was fined 50,000 rupees for overpricing. Additionally, other shops in the area received fines of 75,000 rupees for similar violations. A clash between 2 groups within the SC community have escalated over a land dispute, leading to the destruction of 21 huts. The conflict arose over the title of government land between Paswan and Manji communities, both belonging to scheduled caste category. Local police and district administrations has intervened to control the situation. SP has now gone ahead and reported that 1 main suspect has been arrested and 10 additional individuals have been detained for questioning.
टाइटल का डिस्प्यूट चल रहा था दोनों पक्षों में। यहाँ पे जो एक पक्ष जो बसा हुआ हुआ था, वो यहाँ पे उनका कब्जा था, दूसरा पक्ष उसको क्लेम कर रहा था काफ़ी समय से, और उनके द्वारा ही ये जो है हरकत की गई है। इसमें आगे हम लोगों को और गिरफ्तारी सुनिश्चित है।
Now we move ahead to the other story that we're tracking right now. We're seeing that high security arrangements are in place in Srinagar ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to address a big rally. This will happen later on in the day. It will be the first big rally of BJP in Kashmir since the announcement of elections, and the first after a successful phase 1 polling, which, by the way, concluded yesterday. Now, the venue of PM's speech has already been secured and arrangements are being made. Officials have said, adding that additional police and paramilitary forces will be deployed in the city and its adjoining areas. Following his address in Kashmir, he will head towards other areas for his second leg of campaigning. All right, let's go straight across to my colleagues who's joining us right now on Republic. We have Gursimran and Arawat joining us both. Gursimran is in Jammu, Arawat is in Srinagar. I want to go to Arawat first. Arawat, PM Modi's rally in Srinagar today. Take us through what we can expect. How many people are likely to turn up? How are the security arrangements looking like? Go ahead, Arawat.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have seen from yesterday, the security has been beefed up from the last couple of days, and the Jammu and Kashmir police officials, including the CRPF and other security agencies, are on alert. And we have seen from yesterday that air surveillance and the water bodies are being prescribed by these security forces. As we have seen from yesterday that the security measures are in place. We have also seen that the sniper specialist and other security sharpshooters are in place near to the venue spot. We have seen that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, this is the third visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Jammu and Kashmir in this year, and second visit to Kashmir. And I want to mention it here that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive Srinagar at around 12 noon this afternoon, and we have seen that there is possibility, as told by the BJP leaders from the Kashmir unit, that there is possibility from 25,000 to 30,000 gathering is expected at Srinagar Shahri Kashmir Stadium, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will do campaign for the elections for the second and the third phase. As we have seen from the last couple of days that the security measures are in place for the smooth conduct of this event today. We have seen yesterday that the good number of voters have seen in the southern Kashmir and other parts of the Kashmir Valley, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi will reach Srinagar, then after he is going to visit Katra, and we have seen that all the security measures have been in place. We have seen from yesterday that on ground IGP Kashmir and other top level Jammu and Kashmir police officials and other security persons are doing the rallies in the various and doing the foot march for the smooth, and also an advisory have been issued by the traffic for the alternative routes that we have seen from the yesterday night from the traffic department. Back to you, Shwangi.
All right, Avat, I want to go to my other colleague joining us from Jammu, Gursimran. Gursimran, a very good morning to you. And we see that PM Modi is a star campaigner for the BJP. 2 more phases of elections left in Jammu and Kashmir. Take us through why PM Modi's rallies are significant today.
See, Prime Minister Modi's rally today is important because the BJP, which is eyeing on the major chunk of the seats in the Jammu region, Prime Minister will be holding a rally in the Katra. This will be the second rally of the Prime Minister in the Katra. First, he did soon after taking the oath as the Prime Minister of the country in 2014. At that time, the situation was entirely different. At that time, during the Prime Minister's rally, it was a band call that was given by the Hurriyat and the separatists. But the last 10 years, the change is that the Hurriyat and the separatists exist nowhere in Jammu and Kashmir. The securities have been beefed up across the Jammu region as well as the Kashmir, and the deployment of the forces has been done to ensure that the incident is terror-free, and also there is a peaceful sense of security among the people. We'll be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero after this short break on Republic TV.
In India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So in India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. they're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough. Brazil's very tough. When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough. Brazil's very tough. When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week. And Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough. Brazil's very tough. When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming.
Welcome back, viewers. The big international story are the blast in Lebanon. Second wave of blast in Lebanon, viewers. After that, the Israel Chief of General Staff has emphasized the ongoing readiness and capabilities of military in their operations, declaring that they are determined to ensure the return of residents. Highlighting the strategic approach, he stated that each operational stage is designed to escalate pressure on Hezbollah, with many capabilities still in reserve and future stages already planned. That is right. Now, those are the visuals coming in, viewers. First, pager blast. Second, walkie-talkie blast in Lebanon. I just want to go ahead and play out the reactions.
אנחנו מאוד נחושים לייצר את התנאים הביטחוניים שמחזירים את התושבים לבתים, ליישובים, ברמת ביטחון גבוהה, ואנחנו מוכנים לעשות באמת כל מה שנדרש כדי להביא את הדברים האלה. אנחנו כמעט שנה, לאורך כל המלחמה, נלחמים בעזה שתי מטרות מרכזיות, יש עוד. פירוק החמאס, השבת החטופים. הרבה הישגים, ויש לנו עוד הרבה ללכת קדימה. יש לנו הרבה יכולות שעוד לא הפעלנו. עוד לא הפעלנו, ראינו פה חלק מהדברים, זה נראה לי במוכנות טובה, ואנחנו מכינים את התוכניות האלה קדימה. הכלל הוא, כל פעם שאנחנו עובדים בשלב מסוים, שני השלבים הבאים.
All right, viewers, and the White House has refrained from providing comments after a second day of electronic device explosions in Lebanon. Now, remember, in the first time, the U.S. had distanced itself from the pager explosions. Now, remember, the White House National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby has stated that they were not involved in the recent incidents. This comes in the backdrop of multiple electric devices owned by Hezbollah operatives mysteriously exploding across Lebanon and the region, with reports of pagers, walkie-talkies, fingerprint devices, radios, solar power systems blowing up. Let's listen in to that reaction coming in from the U.S.
What I can tell you is we were not involved in yesterday's incidents or today's in any way, and I don't have anything more to share. What I can tell you is we were not involved in yesterday's incidents or today's in any way, and I don't have anything more.
In the run-up to the second phase of the assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing two rallies in Jammu and Kashmir, first in the Srinagar and then in the holy town of the Katra. This will be the second visit of the Prime Minister after becoming the Prime Minister of the country since 2014. First time in 2014, the Band call was given by the Hurriyat during the Prime Minister's visit, and now after 10 years, the change is that the Hurriyat is irrelevant in Jammu and Kashmir. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough. Brazil's very tough. When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough. Brazil's very tough. When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough.
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif says that it is on the same page as the Congress Party for the restoration of Article 370. Remember, the Congress Party has very smartly omitted the mention of Article 370 in its manifesto for the Assembly elections. The National Conference openly bats for the restoration for the special status of Kashmir. And now this has stoked a massive controversy. The statement coming in from Pakistan. We will be tracking more details and the reactions on that. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Director, the taste of success.
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you this Thursday morning. Well, Pakistan once again has shown how it wants to meddle in the internal affairs of India. It has shown solidarity, unity with Congress and National Conference's agenda on Kashmir. We'll get you the details on that. First up, the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Brazen provocation by Pakistan on Article 370 backs the National Congress and the Congress on Article 370 restoration premise.
35 से 370 हटाने की जो बात नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस करती है, तो उसमें पाकिस्तान ने उनका समर्थन किया है। ये सेम पेज पर है। ये साफ जाहिर होता है कहीं ना कहीं इनकी मिली भगत है। जो पाकिस्तान चाहता है उसी का एजेंडा ये यहाँ पर लागू करना चाहते हैं।
After Pakistan rallies behind the National Conference on Article 370 promise, BJP questions if Congress backs Pakistan's stand. Big controversy erupts after Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu alleges YSR government used animal fat in Tirupati Laddu Prasad. All-out politics over India's biggest electoral promise. Congress terms one nation, one poll an antithesis of decentralization. And at least 30 killed in a walkie-talkie and pager blasts across Lebanon and Syria.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
We start with our top story of the day, viewers. Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has now openly cheerleading. It's openly cheerleading for the Congress and National Conference manifesto. Remember how the National Conference has been demanding the restoration of Kashmir's statehood, the restoration of Article 370, and now Khwaja Asif, in an interview on Pakistani channel GOTV, has openly said that it backs the Congress Party and the National Conference on Article 370. We are getting reactions from the BJP on Pakistan Defence Minister's big statement. Let's take a listen in.
डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ख्वाजा आसिफ हमीद ने जिस प्रकार से कहा है, और इससे कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस दोनों एक्सपोज हुई। 35 से 370 हटाने की जो बात नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस करती है, तो उसमें पाकिस्तान ने उनका समर्थन किया है। ये सेम पेज पर है। ये साफ जाहिर होता है कहीं ना कहीं इनकी मिली भगत है। जो पाकिस्तान चाहता है उसी का एजेंडा ये यहाँ पर लागू करना चाहते हैं। जैसे इन्होंने पिछले दिनों कहा था पाकिस्तान के साथ बात की जाएगी, पाकिस्तान के साथ व्यापार शुरू किया जाएगा, LOC ट्रेड किया जाएगा, और भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा जो यहाँ आतंकवादी है उनके जो यहाँ पर उनकी जो एजेंडा लागू करने के प्रयास करते हैं, यहाँ पर पत्थरबाजी करवाते हैं, उन सभी को भी छोड़ा जाएगा। इससे साफ जाहिर होता है पाकिस्तान और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस की मिली भगत है। लोग इस चीज़ को समझें और लोग इसका जवाब भी देने वाले हैं आने वाले इस इलेक्शन में। पाकिस्तान के डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ख्वाजा आसिफ हमीद ने जिस प्रकार से कहा है, और इससे कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस दोनों एक्सपोज हुई। 35 से 370 हटाने की जो बात नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस करती है, तो उसमें पाकिस्तान ने उनका समर्थन किया है। ये सेम पेज पर है। ये साफ जाहिर होता है कहीं ना कहीं इनकी मिली भगत है। जो पाकिस्तान चाहता है उसी का एजेंडा ये यहाँ पर लागू करना चाहते हैं। जैसे इन्होंने पिछले दिनों कहा था पाकिस्तान के साथ बात की जाएगी, पाकिस्तान के साथ व्यापार शुरू किया जाएगा, LOC ट्रेड किया जाएगा, और भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा जो यहाँ आतंकवादी है उनके जो यहाँ पर उनकी जो एजेंडा लागू करने के प्रयास करते हैं, यहाँ पर पत्थरबाजी करवाते हैं, उन सभी को भी छोड़ा जाएगा। इससे साफ जाहिर होता है पाकिस्तान और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस की मिली भगत है। लोग इस चीज़ को समझें और लोग इसका जवाब भी देने वाले हैं आने वाले इस इलेक्शन में।
Pakistan's defense minister on a TV channel in Pakistan claims that Pakistan and National Conference Congress are on the same page when it comes to restoration of Article 370 and 35A. This is not the first time that the Congress, National Conference are singing the tunes of Pakistan. Be it on surgical strike, be it on Pulwama, be it on Balakot, be it on 2611, giving clean chit to Pakistan or echoing their point of view has been the standard operating procedure. In fact, Rahul Gandhi was the first one to utter statements in sync with Pakistan's statements on Article 370 and was therefore quoted in their dossier which was submitted to the United Nations as well. But the fact of the matter is also this, that why for the sake of elections would Congress Party and National Conference now allow foreign powers and inimical powers to intervene into India's matter, to become puppets of their agenda? 3, time and again, in Desh Modi Virod, you end up doing such Desh Virod that you stand with the enemy of the state, enemy of the country, just because you want to oppose one party or one political outfit or one personality. And this has become a long-standing tradition.
All right, so that was the BJP training its guns on the Congress party, that how the Congress and the National Conference have been singing the tune of Pakistan, and likewise Pakistan doing the same now. How Pakistan has openly said, viewers, this time that it stands with Congress and the National Conference. RP Singh of the BJP is reacting. Take a listen in, viewers.
ख्वाजा आसिफ जो डिफेंस मिनिस्टर हैं पाकिस्तान के, उनका जो बयान आया है उसका जवाब कांग्रेस को, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को देना पड़ेगा। ख्वाजा आसिफ कह रहे हैं कि वह इस पक्ष में है और वह कांग्रेस के और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के समर्थन में है कि धारा 335 से वापस आने की। अब इसका जवाब तो राहुल गांधी, खड़गे साहब, उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब को देना है कि क्या आप पाकिस्तान से समर्थन मांग रहे हैं? क्या क्रॉस दी बॉर्डर एक एजेंडा है आपके साथ जो मिला हुआ है? तो ये उसी प्रकार है, जब 370-35 से हटी थी तो राहुल गांधी ने कहा यहाँ कत्लो गैरत हो गई, और सच है कि एक बूंदी खून की गिरी थी, और उनके उस बयान को इमरान खान ने UN में जाकर कोट किया था। अब जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा, कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को जवाब देना पड़ेगा कि उनका क्या स्टैंड है ख्वाजा आसिफ जो कि डिफेंस मिनिस्टर है पाकिस्तान के, उनके स्टेटमेंट पर।
So that, of course, is the BJP upping the ante, and the Pakistani Defence Minister hailing the National Conference's manifesto, saying what the Congress has, of course, it has maintained ambiguity very smartly. We've seen that they have not even mentioned Article 370 in its manifesto that was just released just a day before the polling in Jammu and Kashmir. Now we see clearly the Pakistan is mincing no words. It's very openly saying, and now it's on the Congress party to answer that does it accept the cheerleading of Pakistan on Kashmir, because we've seen the Congress party has never made it clear. It has talked about the statehood, but it has never spoken clearly about Article 370, and now a provocation from across the border on Article 370. And given the assembly elections in Kashmir, viewers, the Pakistan is now trying to use this opportunity to once again peddle its agenda. And now, of course, the National Conference and the Congress has to answer on the same. Viewers, as we are speaking right now, this was ख्वाजा Asif, who's the Defence Minister of the Defence Minister of Pakistan, and in a TV show, he made this statement that he stands. He's on the same page That's the word he used. He's on the same page with the Congress and the National Conference on Article 370. All right, senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining us on the phone line for more. Abhishek, this is not new that Pakistan has batted Islamabad, Rawalpindi have batted for Article 370, but the fact that now they are very openly saying this, that they are on the same page as Congress and the National Conference. We've seen Congress party and Pakistan time and again singing the same tunes. We've seen Fawad Chaudhry also batting for Congress party, very openly saying that they want Rahul Gandhi. Now it's the defense minister who's in power right now, or so-called power we can say, very clearly saying that they stand with the Congress party.
It's ironic, Rakshita, that this is happening at multiple levels, because Pakistan failed to get a Kashmir resolution passed at the United Nations. Pakistan, after the abrogation of Article 370, Pakistan failed to get a special session convened of the Organization of Islamic Countries, OIC, on Kashmir. They failed there also. And Pakistan has effectively failed in internationalizing Kashmir post-abrogation of Article 370. Essentially, Pakistan has stood isolated. Nobody cares two hoots about what is Pakistan's position on Kashmir. And with those ironies, for Pakistan to say, thankfully, at least we have some ideological alignment, some measure of support, some coming together of thoughts with the Congress Party of India and the National Conference of India. I think it's a matter of shame that on the issue of national interest, the Congress Party and the National Conference, both grand old parties in a way for the entire country and Kashmir respectively, should be finding themselves in a position where they have to, they have a warm embrace of Pakistan with the comment that has come from Khwaja Asif. And this has been happening for a while now. You rightly mentioned about Fawad Chaudhry, Imran Khan, and the positions that they took many times were in alignment with the positions that the Congress Party would be taking. It is for not just the Congress Party, but even for the Indie partners to speak as to do they agree with this kind of positioning where a position of Pakistan which clearly compromises India's territorial integrity, and they seem to be in alignment with that. And we are already seeing some reactions coming in, but it's been about, in fact, more than 12 hours since this comment was made in Pakistan yesterday evening, and it's been a couple of hours since it's become news here in India across all platforms, and the Congress Party, I believe, is yet to officially respond. And same for the National Conference. Remember, this is the freest and the fairest of elections happening in Jammu and Kashmir since 1987, which was essentially seen as a blot. The manner in which it was conducted and rigged, and it's a matter of record. There is no shame in admitting that yes, those things happened, but 2024 vis-a-vis 1987, if you posit two elections, the manner in which the campaign has panned out, the kind of participation that we have seen in Jammu and Kashmir this election makes it clear that the strongest possible democracy is taking shape in Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory, and in that situation, and the reason why this has happened is because of abrogation of Article 370 and the kind of changes that have taken place, the kind of changes that have been brought in, and the kind of reforms that have been implemented, the kind of participatory democracy that has taken shape at the grassroots. Because earlier, because of Article 370 and 35 were being obstructions, that kind of grassroots democracy, including the panchayats, were not happening. And now, because that level of democracy has taken roots, it's getting reflected at the union territory level. Maybe at some stage it would again be a state. It's a promise made by the BJP and the central government. For Congress Party to be harping on that very separatist genie insofar as Jammu and Kashmir politics is concerned, and to get a injection and a booster dose from the Pakistani side is unfortunate, to say the least. And hopefully the Congress Party would come out and make a statement and clear their position on this today.
The fact that, Abhishek, there is winds of change that have already started to be witnessed since a long time now, and after the abrogation of Article 370, we can clearly see it's Naya Kashmir that everybody is looking at right now, given how we saw that voter turnout yesterday. That's something that Pakistan clearly cannot stomach, and it continues to make such provocative statements. And all right, I am told that Aditya Gupta, who is a PDP spokesperson, is joining us on the phone line for more. Mr. Gupta, how do you react to this Pakistani defense minister cheerleading the Congress and the National Conference's manifesto over Article 370?
It's quite strange. A defense minister whose own country doesn't take him seriously. We are intending to take him seriously. This election is all about people of Jammu and Kashmir. The elections are happening after 10 years. This election is about the difficulties the people have faced in last 6 years in specific, post abrogation of 370 and under the Lieutenant Governor's rule. This election is about how the people's right have to be the faith in the democracy has to be restored back. The important factors such as the large-scale erosion of the resources going out of the state has been the issues. The issue of unemployment is there. In place of discussing these issues, I don't think there's anything that I think that we should react to the Pakistan defense minister saying anything. See, it's just like we as a country, we should understand that Pakistan will never change its stance. They will keep on poking us. But this is the time when we are celebrating this democracy in Jammu and Kashmir after 10 years. We should focus more on the agendas which are around the people, rather than giving any heed to the statements made by Pakistani defense minister, which are absolutely absurd.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Aditya Gupta. And also, I'd like to thank Abhishek Kapoor joining us on that story. Viewers, we will continue to get you the latest reactions on that, as this statement coming in from the Pakistan Defence Minister has indeed stoked a row in the country, given the fact that how the assembly elections are right now underway in the valley after 10 years.
पाकिस्तान के डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ख्वाजा आसिफ हमीद ने जिस प्रकार से कहा है, और इससे कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस दोनों एक्सपोज हुई। 35 से 370 हटाने की जो बात नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस करती है, तो उसमें पाकिस्तान ने उनका समर्थन किया है। ये सेम पेज पर है। ये साफ जाहिर होता है कहीं ना कहीं इनकी मिली भगत है। जो पाकिस्तान चाहता है उसी का एजेंडा ये यहाँ पर लागू करना चाहते हैं। जैसे इन्होंने पिछले दिनों कहा था पाकिस्तान के साथ बात की जाएगी, पाकिस्तान के साथ व्यापार शुरू किया जाएगा, LOC ट्रेड किया जाएगा, और भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा जो यहाँ आतंकवादी है उनके जो यहाँ पर उनकी जो एजेंडा लागू करने के प्रयास करते हैं, यहाँ पर पत्थरबाजी करवाते हैं, उन सभी को भी छोड़ा जाएगा। इससे साफ जाहिर होता है पाकिस्तान और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस की मिली भगत है। लोग इस चीज़ को समझें और लोग इसका जवाब भी देने वाले हैं आने वाले इस इलेक्शन में।
And yesterday, viewers, it was a big step towards simultaneous polls in the country. On one nation, one election has been cleared by the NDA cabinet. And now the Congress party has opposed, along with the other party, at least 15 parties have opposed the one proposal for one nation, one election. In fact, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has said that the people of the country are not going to accept the simultaneous polls in the country. Let's take a look at this report.
The Modi 3.0 has fulfilled another promise. The much-awaited One Nation, One Poll is soon to become a reality. The centre unanimously approved the panel commission report led by former President Arnab Goswami, recommending the One Nation, One Poll policy. The Union Cabinet further elaborated on the simultaneous elections plan.
वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन में जो हाई लेवल कमेटी की रिकमेंडेशंस थी उसको एक्सेप्ट किया है। 99 में लॉ कमीशन ने अपनी 170th रिपोर्ट में रिकमेंड किया था कि वन इलेक्शन टू लोकसभा एंड ऑल लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबलीज इन 5 years होना चाहिए, जिससे कि देश में डेवलपमेंट चलता रहे। जो बहुत सारा खर्चा होता है इलेक्शंस के कारण, वो ना हो, बहुत सारा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर और क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम जो बाधित हो जाता है, बहुत बड़ा एक डिसरप्शन रहता है, वो ना हो। और एक तरीके से जो आज का यूथ है और आज का जो भारत है, जिसकी एक एस्पिरेशन है कि डेवलपमेंट तेज़ी से हो, चाहे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का हो, चाहे एजुकेशन का हो, हेल्थ केयर का हो, चाहे एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ का हो, चाहे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का हो, उन सब को एक स्मूथ तरीके से डेवलपमेंट चलता रहे।
Soon after the union government's approval, the India Alliance was quick to react and express their opposition to the big move.
ये नहीं चलने वाला है डेमोक्रेसी में। ये डेमोक्रेसी को टिकाना है तो जब जब चाहिए तब इलेक्शन करना पड़ेगा।
लॉ कमीशन को भी हम ये लिख कर दिए थे और ये जो कोविड कमेटी बनाई गई थी उसके सामने भी मैं खुद गया था, जिसमें हमने इस वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की मुखालिफत की। और हमारा मानना यह है कि दिस इज अ सॉल्यूशन इन सर्च ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम।
But the Indie bloc seems to be divided over one nation, one poll. Congress's biggest ally, Samajwadi Party, has endorsed one nation, one poll. SP leader Ravidas Malhotra has said that SP endorses simultaneous polls, but Centre must first chair an all-party meeting.
वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को लागू करने से पहले सभी विपक्षी पार्टियों को और सभी प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री या पूर्व मुख्यमंत्रियों की एक बैठक आहूत होनी चाहिए। विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं की सहमति से इस पर आगे कार्रवाइयां होनी चाहिए।
The SP chief himself has not opposed the bill, but has raised concerns, questioning BJP's true intentions. The Congress has gone all guns blazing against Centre over one nation, one poll, without any consensus among its allies. The bigger question remains, is it necessary for India to politicize every reformist initiative by Centre?
And on to the biggest story from the United States today, from the world of business, in fact, viewers, that is about the US Fed rate cuts. The US Federal Reserve has cut interest rates by 50 basis points, and this was the first cut in 4 years and a larger than expected one. And on the back of this decision, the Sensex and the Nifty have hit fresh record highs today. My colleague Priyanka Das from the Republic Business Desk is bringing you more details on that. Sensex and Nifty have hit a record high, viewers, and in fact Priyanka, I'm told, has joined us live from the newsroom. Now this is a bumper cut from the United States. Tell us the impact on the Indian markets today, Priyanka.
Yes, indeed, the Sensex and Nifty have hit fresh records today on the back of the US Federal Reserve cutting larger than expected interest rate cuts of 25 basis points. Instead of that, there's gone for a larger 50 basis points, which was not expected except for the last couple of days where traders were betting on it. Now the Sensex rose as much as 735 points to hit a record high of 83,684, while the Nifty 50 index has gone for an all-time high of 25,587. Now the Federal Reserve's interest rate cut is likely to ease the monetary policy and also encourage borrowing amid the unemployment concerns that are rampant in the US. This is also being projected that the Fed might go for another round of cuts later this year to address issues of the high inflation as well as unemployment that has plagued the economy. Now regarding this, what has happened is the Indian rupee also has risen to its strongest level in over 6 weeks against the US dollar at about 83.66. Meanwhile, what this means is that the rate of easing will shift the foreign inflows into emerging markets such as India, and that's a great move for the outlook of the IT companies in India like the Infosys and TCS, which stand to benefit from it. So we can expect some optimistic outlook from the IT companies from the country. This is again, on the back of the high high uncertainty that was rampant in the markets as the traders were split between the expectation of the 25 basis points to 50 basis points, and with this larger rate cut, which was not really expected for the most part, the markets have have reacted quite mutely at this point. But I think in the long term there will be a reaction sooner or later, and that's something to look out for on the global level. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Priyanka, for joining us with that update coming in from the world of business. Viewers, we will be keeping a track. And for more, of course, you can log on to www.republicbiz.com for more details on that. But let's take a quick look at some more stories from the world of business now. The US dollar rebounded strongly after the Federal Reserve's significant rate cut off by 50 basis points. Following the Fed's aggressive move to tackle inflation, the dollar saw a surge in value as markets reacted to the central bank's decision. Facebook's parent company, Meta Platforms, has successfully defended itself in a lawsuit concerning Apple's privacy policies and disclosures by former executive Sheryl Sandberg. The court ruling marks a significant legal victory for Meta as it continues navigating challenges around data privacy and corporate disclosures. X is once again available to many users in Brazil following a recent update. The service, which had been inaccessible to some, has now been restored, allowing Brazilian users to resume their activities on the platform.
BJP all set to release Haryana poll manifesto today in Haryana, Rohtak at around 11 o'clock. BJP National President JP Nadda and Amit Shah will be addressing rally and also will be focusing on the key issue and key promises in the poll manifesto. Also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be also addressing people in Jammu Kashmir and Haryana. You're watching Republic TV. The rolling coverage will go on entire day, slipping into a short break.
Brazen provocation by Pakistan on Article 370 backs the National Conference and Congress on Article 370 restoration promise.
35 से 370 हटाने की जो बात नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस करती है, तो उसमें पाकिस्तान ने उनका समर्थन किया है। ये सेम पेज पर है। ये साफ जाहिर होता है कहीं ना कहीं इनकी मिली भगत है। जो पाकिस्तान चाहता है उसी का एजेंडा ये यहाँ पर लागू करना चाहते हैं।
After Pakistan rallies behind the National Conference on Article 370, BJP questions if Congress backs Pakistan's support. Big controversy erupts after Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu alleges YSR government used animal fat in Tirupati laddus. All-out politics over India's biggest electoral promise. Congress terms one nation, one poll an antithesis of decentralization. And at least 30 killed in walkie-talkie and pager blasts in Lebanon and Syria. And now we start with reactions of Yogi Adityanath now coming in. Remember, there have been links of the Samajwadi Party that have emerged in the Kannauj and Ayodhya rape case. And now the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, has launched a scathing attack on Samajwadi Party once again. And it has accused the party of jeopardizing women's safety. Now, Yogi Adityanath has said that SP connection to criminals is out now. Well, this is not something that is not new that Yogi has said. In fact, he has said that Samajwadi Party is a gang that commits crime against women, that it's a gang of brutes. That's what the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh has said. I believe we have the reaction of Yogi Adityanath. Let's take a listen.
आपने देखा होगा पिछले कुछ दिनों में जितने भी दरिंदे पकड़े जा रहे हैं, बेटी की सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाले, इनके संबंध समाजवादी पार्टी से ही सबके संबंध हैं। यानी समाजवादी पार्टी इन दरिंदों का आज एक गैंग बन चुका है और यहां इन दरिंदों को चाहे वह अयोध्या में समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता के द्वारा एक गरीब निषाद बेटी के साथ किया गया व्यवहार रहा हो, या इनका नवाब ब्रांड कन्नौज का नवाब ब्रांड हो, ये सभी आज समाजवादी पार्टी की पहचान बन चुकी है। लेकिन मैं आपको आश्वस्त करने के लिए आया हूं, ये डबल इंजन की सरकार समाजवादी पार्टी के इस मॉडल को पूरी तरह ध्वस्त करने का काम करेगी। बेटी की सुरक्षा हो या व्यापारी का सम्मान या फिर आम किसान या जनता जनार्दन की सेवा के लिए किए जा रहे प्रयासों में इनके द्वारा जो बैरियर लगा करके अव्यवस्था पैदा करने का कुत्सित प्रयास हो रहा है, इसको एक झटके में उखाड़ने का काम करेगी और ये डबल इंजन की सरकार आज उसी मजबूती के साथ काम कर रही है।
And my colleague Ajay Dubey joining us live from Lucknow right now. Ajay, of course, Yogi Adityanath once again training his guns on Samajwadi Party over the links of its leaders to the rape cases in the state. Now, he has equated Samajwadi Party to a gang of brutes, gangs of criminals.
Definitely, Chief Minister is targeting Samajwadi Party, and it's not the first time he's targeting Samajwadi Party. See, a few days back, it was continuous cases coming out from Samajwadi Party leaders related to the crime, related to the women. Earlier, it was in Ayodhya, where the head of Samajwadi Party in Bhadrasa town, he was involved in the case, and then later on in Kannauj, where a person who used to be the closest ally of Akhilesh Yadav in Kannauj, Nawab, he got involved in a case, and so Chief Minister was targeting targeting through the examples, and continuously before the by-poll election, continuously Chief Minister is targeting Samajwadi Party for the involvement with hooligans, with the involvement of goons. So this is the continuous target, and as we have seen, Chief Minister is targeting Samajwadi Party, and in the answer, Akhilesh Yadav is also having his own philosophy. He's targeting government, he's targeting and challenging various parts of government. Also, a few days back, he started targeting on STF, the working style of STF. So definitely Chief Minister targeted Samajwadi Party. Give an example, the incident took place few days back in Uttar Pradesh where crimes related to women leaders of Samajwadi Party were involved.
Right. Thank you so much, Ajay, for joining us with the updates coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Viewers, we will keep a track of the political face of that is unfolding right now. But now we are going to shift our focus to the other big story of the day that we are tracking. This is Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif, who has openly made a provocative statement and has shown that how Pakistan continues to attempt to meddle in India's internal affairs. Now, it has said that Khwaja Asif, in fact, has said that Pakistan is on the same page with the Congress and the National Conference on Article 370. And that's the statement he made on a TV show in Pakistan. And he has made the statement amidst the polls in Jammu and Kashmir, saying that that Pakistan is on the same page with the National Conference and the Congress party. My colleague, all right, I'm told that we have a guest who's joining us right now, Arnab Goswami, who's a foreign affairs, strategic affairs expert, is joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you so much, sir. A very good morning to you. And today, of course, we're getting this statement from Pakistan's defense minister just a day after we saw winds of change. We saw how Kashmir has voted in the very first phase. How do you analyze this, the fact that a defense minister of Pakistan, a terror state, openly sides with the opposition, the principal opposition party of India?
See, firstly, we need to be clear. Khwaja Asif is a maverick. He is known for making statements like this. But this has been Pakistan's stated objective. They have always been saying that they want return back to 370, 35A, etc. Because Pakistan is deeply disturbed with the normalcy that has returned to Jammu and Kashmir. Because Pakistan's whole narrative on the international arena has been that the people of Jammu and Kashmir don't want to be with India. Now, with the revocation of 370 and 35A and the prosperity that's growing in Jammu and Kashmir and the normalcy that has returned to J&K, their whole propaganda has fallen flat. Now, unfortunately, in this particular elections, both Congress and NC have come up with an agenda which talks about revocation of return back to Article 370, which is probably the same what Pakistan wants. So that's where the statement has come that they are on the same page. This is, of course, a crude attempt by Pakistan to interfere in India's internal affairs.
And, we've time again, witnessed how Pakistan has attempted to do that, attempted to pass resolutions on Kashmir. Now, there have been all failed attempts, of Islamabad, of Rawalpindi. But how does this really pan out, especially given the fact that we've seen the elections are going smoothly in Kashmir right now? And the Congress and the National Conference. Congress, of course, has omitted the mention. It has not even made any comments on Article 370, while the National Conference openly has talked about restoration of Article 370. But how does this really pan out? Because this somewhere brings sort of a shame to the opposition that they're siding with a terror state like Pakistan, if at all there has been any sort of talks. This is on the Congress now to explain that why is Pakistan making such statements out in the open?
See, firstly, let's be very clear that Pakistan, right from 5th August 2019, has been actually deeply disturbed because they never thought such a thing could happen. And having happened, and there has been no reaction, people have been supportive of the proposition. So they have been very upset, and they are probably proclaiming that both Congress and NC are on the page. Congress, while it has aligned with NC, is not in a position to support this because Congress knows that throughout the country, there is a huge support for this revocation of Article 370. So Congress would not like to take a chance, but NC, being a local party, is trying to pander to the support base that it gets from the extremist elements and hoping to garner the support base which had traditionally gone to PDP or other political parties, or the separatists have been getting that. That is what they're trying to do, and that's why they have come up with a proposition that yes, 370 has to be brought back, full statehood. Of course, full statehood is something which everybody else has accepted. So those are the issues. And of course, as it happens, at this point of time, both Congress and Congress is in alliance with NC, and Pakistan is openly making statements in support of what NC is asking for.
All right. Yes. Thanks so much, Mr. Alok Bansal, for joining us on Republic TV with your thoughts and your views on this development, viewers. We are, in fact, getting multiple reactions from the BJP viewers. The BJP is, of course, training its guns on the Congress party, demanding an explanation from the Congress and, of course, the ally partner National Conference on Pakistan cheerleading for it. Take a listen in.
पाकिस्तान के डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ख्वाजा आसिफ हमीद ने जिस प्रकार से कहा है, और इससे कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस दोनों एक्सपोज हुई। 35 से 370 हटाने की जो बात नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस करती है, तो उसमें पाकिस्तान ने उनका समर्थन किया है। ये सेम पेज पर है। ये साफ जाहिर होता है कहीं ना कहीं इनकी मिली भगत है। जो पाकिस्तान चाहता है उसी का एजेंडा ये यहाँ पर लागू करना चाहते हैं। जैसे इन्होंने पिछले दिनों कहा था पाकिस्तान के साथ बात की जाएगी, पाकिस्तान के साथ व्यापार शुरू किया जाएगा, LOC ट्रेड किया जाएगा, और भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा जो यहाँ आतंकवादी है उनके जो यहाँ पर उनकी जो एजेंडा लागू करने के प्रयास करते हैं, यहाँ पर पत्थरबाजी करवाते हैं, उन सभी को भी छोड़ा जाएगा। इससे साफ जाहिर होता है पाकिस्तान और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस की मिली भगत है। लोग इस चीज़ को समझें और लोग इसका जवाब भी देने वाले हैं आने वाले इस इलेक्शन में।
ख्वाजा आसिफ जो डिफेंस मिनिस्टर हैं पाकिस्तान के, उनका जो बयान आया है उसका जवाब कांग्रेस को, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को देना पड़ेगा। ख्वाजा आसिफ कह रहे हैं कि वह इस पक्ष में हैं और वह कांग्रेस के और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के समर्थन में है कि धारा 335 से वापस आने की। अब इसका जवाब तो राहुल गांधी, खड़गे साहब, उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब को देना है कि क्या आप पाकिस्तान से समर्थन मांग रहे हैं? क्या क्रॉस दी बॉर्डर एक एजेंडा है आपके साथ जो मिला हुआ है? तो ये उसी प्रकार है जब 370-35 से हटी थी तो राहुल गांधी ने कहा कि यहाँ कत्लो गैरत हो गई, और सच है कि एक बूंद खून की गिरी थी, और उनके उस बयान को इमरान खान ने UN में जाकर कोट किया था। अब जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा, कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को जवाब देना पड़ेगा कि उनका क्या स्टैंड है ख्वाजा आसिफ जो कि डिफेंस मिनिस्टर है पाकिस्तान के, उनके स्टेटमेंट पर।
पाकिस्तान के रक्षा मंत्री ने एक टीवी इंटरव्यू में कहा कि पाकिस्तान का, कांग्रेस का और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का एक ही स्टैंड है 370 और 35A को लेकर। उन्होंने कहा कि कांग्रेस और अगर NCP की सरकार आती है तो जो पाकिस्तान की मांग है कि भारत के जम्मू कश्मीर के ऊपर 370 और 35A लगनी चाहिए, वो लग जाएगी। ये ऐसा क्यों है? जो पाकिस्तान का एजेंडा है, जो पन्नू का एजेंडा है देश तोड़ने का, वही राहुल गांधी का एजेंडा है। जो कांग्रेस का और चीन का एक ही एजेंडा है, जो चीन चाहता है वही कांग्रेस करती है। देश को तोड़ने का एजेंडा, उनका साथ देना जो देश को तोड़ना चाहते हैं, उनकी लाइन लेना जो देश को तोड़ना चाहते हैं। राहुल गांधी सत्ता हासिल करने के लिए देश के दुश्मनों के साथ हाथ मिलाते हैं, और देश के दुश्मन भी खुलेआम ये कहते हैं कि हम और राहुल गांधी एक हैं, हमारा और कांग्रेस का और राहुल गांधी का एक एजेंडा है। ये देश के दुश्मन आज पाकिस्तान कह रहा है कि गांधी परिवार का और कांग्रेस का एक एजेंडा है। कांग्रेस और गांधी परिवार सत्ता हासिल करने के लिए किस हद तक गिर सकती है, आज ये पूरा देश देख रहा है।
And of course, the BJP now, of course, training its guns on the Congress party, getting the much-needed ammunition right now to target the Congress party amidst the polls in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll keep a track of more reactions. But right now, let's switch our focus to some more stories making news from across the country. On the space exploration front, the Indian government has approved the country's 4th lunar mission, the Chandrayaan-4. This mission is particularly significant as it aims to return samples from the moon. Now, according to R.C. Kapoor, astronomer and professor, the mission will be completed using 2 rockets with the first launch planned for 2027.
चंद्रयान 4 जो है वो ल्यूनर सैंपल रिटर्न मिशन है। तो इसमें 2 रॉकेट्स के ज़रिए ये जो है मिशन संपन्न किया जाएगा और इसकी लॉन्चिंग जो है वो 2027 की है। ऐसा हाल ही में नेशनल स्पेस साइंस सिंपोजियम में डॉक्टर सोमनाथ ने बताया था कि 2027 में चंद्रयान 4 मिशन को संपन्न किया जाएगा।
The foundation work for 8 stations in Gujarat for the new bullet train project has been completed. This project, which connects Ahmedabad and Mumbai, is a priority for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The first trial run is set to begin in 2026 between Surat and Billimora. The high-speed rail corridor is 508 kilometers long, with most of it being built as an elevated track. The joyous atmosphere of the Ganesh immersion procession in Akola turned chaotic in the evening yesterday when antisocial elements disrupted the festivities. Approximately around 4 p.m, groups in the Nandipet and Angkor areas began pelting stones, injuring several people, police officers and local residents in Maharashtra. Goods train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Mathura now. Last night around 8:45 p.m, the incident happened at about 800 meters from the Vrindavan road station. Efforts are currently underway to clear the tracks and restore service as this derailment has disrupted train schedules across the region.
ये लगभग पौने 9 बजे करीब में ये सूचना मिली थी कि एक जो मालगाड़ी ट्रेन है जो इधर जा रही थी, दिल्ली साइड में जा रही थी, उसका डिरेलमेंट हो गया है। तो उस पर सूचना पर तत्काल वहाँ जीआरपी के लोग, आरपीएफ, सिविल पुलिस पहुँची थी। इसमें पूरा जो डिब्बा है वो इंटेक्ट है और उसका गार्ड के जो डिब्बा है वो इंटेक्ट, बीच के जो डिब्बे हैं जिसमें कोयला लगा हुआ था वो डिरेलमेंट हुआ है।
A 2.5-year-old girl fell into a borewell while playing in Bandikui police station area in Rajasthan. The incident occurred on Wednesday evening in Jodhpur village. In response, local authorities mobilized quickly, deploying 3 JCB machines to dig out the borewell for the rescue operation. Police sub-inspector says that the depth of the borewell is approximately 20 feet. This news coming in from Dausa in Rajasthan. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami of Uttarakhand has taken decisive action in response to complaints regarding overpricing at local liquor shops. The DM, Sabin Bansal, has conducted surprise raids, posing as a customer to assess the situation firsthand. Now, during these inspections, several irregularities were discovered. For instance, one liquor shop located on Rajpur Road was fined 50,000 rupees for overpricing. Other shops in the area received 75,000 rupee fines for similar violations. A clash between 2 groups within the SC community has escalated over a land dispute, leading to the destruction of 21 huts. The conflict arose over the title of government land between the Paswan and Manji communities, both belonging to the scheduled caste category. Local police and district administration have intervened to control the situation. SP Nawada Abhinav Diman has reported 1 main suspect has been arrested. 10 additional individuals have been detained for questioning.
टाइटल का डिस्प्यूट चल रहा था दोनों पक्षों में। यहाँ पे जो एक पक्ष जो बसा हुआ था वो यहाँ पे उनका कब्जा था, दूसरा पक्ष उसको क्लेम कर रहा था काफ़ी समय से और उनके द्वारा ये जो है हरकत की गई है। इसमें आगे हम लोगों को और गिरफ्तारी सुनिश्चित करेंगे।
And we have breaking news coming in right now. The US is now escalating Khalistan's backing ahead of Prime Minister's visit. Now, the United States has summoned NSA Ajit Doval. A US court has summoned NSA Ajit Doval and the former RAW chief Samant Goyal, the former R and AW chief. And this comes after a plea by US-backed Khalistani terrorist Gurupatwin Singh Pannu, further escalating the tensions over Khalistan backing by the United States. That's the big update we have right now, viewers. NSA, the National Security Advisor of India, Ajit Doval, has been summoned in the United States as the separatist leader, the Khalistani terrorist Gurupatwin Singh Pannu, had initiated a lawsuit against Indian government. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the broadcast for more. Abhishek, NSA Doval has been summoned, former RNAW chief has been summoned. Where is this going, this escalation, as Gurupatwin Singh Pannu initiates a lawsuit against Indian government?
Well, see, this is procedural because Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, who's a designated terrorist so far as India is concerned, but it happens to be US citizen, he has filed a petition in a US court. So obviously, as it happens, whenever there are respondents, a court typically, like in India, so everywhere else in the world issues notices, and that's what seems to have happened. Now, obviously, a process would be followed. Our mission would be interlocuting with the Department of Justice and sending across our reply. Since both NSA Dobal and the former Raw Chief, they hold diplomatic passports, there is a sovereign immunity which goes with that, so that would be communicated to the Department of Justice. But it's interesting that this is coming just days ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States, to which NSA Dobal obviously would be accompanying him or would be part of the delegation. And remember, the Prime Minister is actually going to meet President Joe Biden, both in a bilateral, because this is going to be a farewell visit, a farewell meeting between the two, as of course the Quad Summit that's taking place in Delaware, the hometown of President Biden. And then, of course, Prime Minister is going to spend a couple of days in New York for the diaspora event and the UN summit. So I think this is sort of, I can see some diplomatic escalation there. The US would obviously claim that this is procedural, and since I mentioned that there is a diplomatic passport and a connected sovereign immunity going with it, so nothing really happens. But then this again underscores the ease with which elements which are inimical to India's territorial integrity and sovereignty, elements which are designated terrorists in India, find safe harbor and even can take advantage of due process of law in the United States. So if US claims itself to be a strong partner of India, and it's ever strengthening strong relationship between two democracies shaping up.
Right.
Maybe some little better understanding of sensitivities on both sides would be in order, and would be taken up when Prime Minister Modi and President Biden meet in the US, both in Delaware and otherwise the UN diplomats, the DC diplomats in New York as well this time.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Of course, thanks so much for joining us on that story, viewers, that we are tracking right now. We will slip into a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to Republic TV. 30 people, remember, have been killed in Lebanon blast, viewers, as pagers and walkie-talkies have been exploding, not just in Lebanon but also in Syria. We'll get you the details. Stay tuned.
कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है, और इसलिए देश में व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा। मैं लाल किले से तिरंगे की साक्षी में देश के राजनीतिक दलों से आग्रह करता हूं, देश के संविधान को समझने वाले लोगों से आग्रह करता हूं कि भारत की प्रगति के लिए, भारत के संसाधनों का सर्वाधिक उपयोग जन सामान्य के लिए हो, उसके लिए 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन के सपने को साकार करने के लिए हमें आगे आना चाहिए। कि देश ने बार बार चुनाव इस देश की प्रगति में रुकावट बन रहे हैं, गतिरोध पैदा कर रहे हैं। आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है, और इसलिए देश में व्यापक चर्चा हुई है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा। मैं लाल किले से तिरंगे की साक्षी में देश के राजनीतिक दलों से आग्रह करता हूं, देश के संविधान को
In the run-up to the second phase of the assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing two rallies in Jammu and Kashmir, first in the Srinagar and then in the holy town of the Katra. This will be the second visit of the Prime Minister after becoming the Prime Minister of the country since 2014. First time in 2014, the Band call was given by the Hurriyat during the Prime Minister visit, and now after 10 years, the change is that the Hurriyat is irrelevant in Jammu and Kashmir. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough. Brazil's very tough. When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough. Brazil's very tough. When India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. Or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India's very tough. Brazil's very tough. When India, which is a very big abuse.
A wider conflict in the Middle East seems to be on the horizon after pager blasts were carried out in Lebanon. These are fresh blasts, walkie-talkie blasts that have happened in Lebanon, altogether claiming 32 lives. That's one of the big stories that we're tracking, heading into a very short break for now.
Director, The Taste of Success.
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Live and Breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. One of the big stories that you're tracking is that open provocation that's coming from Pakistan, meddling in India's affairs once again, saying that it stands with NC on its Article 370 restoration promise. So we'll get you that statement by Pakistan Defence Minister. Let's begin first up with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Padho kuch bano.
Brazen provocation by Pakistan on Article 370 backs National Conference and Congress on Article 370.
हटाने की जो बात नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस करती है तो उसमें पाकिस्तान ने उनका समर्थन किया है। ये सेम पेज पर है। ये साफ जाहिर होता है कहीं ना कहीं इनकी मिली भगत है। जो पाकिस्तान चाहता है उसी का एजेंडा ये यहाँ पर लागू करना चाहते हैं।
After Pakistan rallies behind NC on Article 370 promise, BJP questions if Congress supports Pakistan backing. Big controversy erupts after Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu alleges YSR Congress used animal fat in Tirupati laddus.
The one nation, one election proposal is a thesis in centralism and is the antithesis of decentralization.
All-out politics over India's biggest electoral promise, Congress terms one nation, one poll an antithesis of decentralization.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Padho kuch bano.
All right, let's cut to these visuals. In fact, this is a briefing by the BJP. It's election manifesto, the Sankalp Patra being presented by the Saffron Party for the Haryana polls.
का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं और अब
आज के इस संकल्प पत्र के लोकार्पण पर मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे हम सबके प्रिय और वरिष्ठ नेता मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी, हमारे इस संकल्प पत्र के रचयिता और अध्यक्ष और पूर्व अध्यक्ष पार्टी के हमारे ओम प्रकाश धनखड़ जी, भारत सरकार में मंत्री राव इंद्रजीत सिंह जी, भारत सरकार में मंत्री श्री कृष्णपाल जी, हमारे संसदीय बोर्ड की सदस्या बहन सुधा यादव जी, कुलदीप बिश्नोई जी, हमारे संयोजक चुनाव संचालन समिति के, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता और मेरे बड़े भाई रामविलास शर्मा जी, रामचंद्र जांगड़ा जी, हमारे राज्यसभा के सदस्य सुभाष बराला जी, बहन रेखा शर्मा जी, सम्मानित मंच और यहाँ उपस्थित हरियाणा के सभी वरिष्ठ पत्रकार बंधु, सज्जन वृंद, मुझे ये सौभाग्य मिला है कि मैं आज हरियाणा की धार्मिक भूमि, पवित्र भूमि, संतों की भूमि, सामाजिक सुधारकों की भूमि, स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों की भूमि, वीर भूमि और खेल स्पर्धा में अपना स्थान रखने वाली ऐसी पुण्य भूमि हरियाणा को मैं नमन करके अपनी बात को प्रारंभ करता हूं। आज मुझे मैनिफेस्टो रिलीज करने का सौभाग्य मिला है और पत्रकारों के साथ वार्ता करने का भी मौका मिला है। मैं अपनी ओर से सबसे पहले तो पत्रकार बंधुओं को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं और उनका भी अभिनंदन और स्वागत करता हूं। हमें मैनिफेस्टो के बारे में अगर समझना हो तो मैं हमेशा एक बात कहता हूं, जिसका जिक्र ओम प्रकाश धनखड़ जी ने भी किया, जिसका जिक्र हमारे अध्यक्ष जी ने भी किया और जिसका जिक्र हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी किया, कि हम मैनिफेस्टो को कैसे देखते हैं। साधारणतः कांग्रेस ने जो रिवायत चलाई, उसने मैनिफेस्टो या संकल्प पत्र को लोगों की नजरों में एक डाइल्यूटेड डॉक्यूमेंट बना दिया। उस डॉक्यूमेंट का रेलेवेंस कांग्रेस ने और कांग्रेस की संस्कृति ने लंबे समय में उसकी इस रेलेवेंस को समाप्त कर दिया। उनके लिए यह डॉक्यूमेंट महज एक औपचारिकता है। उनके लिए यह डॉक्यूमेंट महज एक रिवायत को पूरा करना है और उनके लिए यह डॉक्यूमेंट लोगों के साथ छलावा करना है। अब मैं अगर इसकी चर्चा करूं तो मैं सबसे पहले तो यह बताना चाहूंगा कि आप हरियाणा की एक को ही याद कर लीजिए। 10 साल पहले हरियाणा की छवि क्या थी? 10 साल पहले हरियाणा की छवि पर्ची और खर्ची पर नौकरी लगने वाली स्थिति थी। मैं ठीक बोल रहा हूं कि गलत बोल रहा हूं? पर्ची पर नौकरी लगती थी कि नहीं? नौकरियों के चलते लोगों को सजाएं हुई कि नहीं हुई? जो सत्ता में बैठे थे वो तकलीफ में आए कि नहीं आए? उसी तरीके से अगर आप देखिए तो हरियाणा जमीनों के घोटाले के लिए जाना जाता था। तो अगर हम उन पार्टियों की चर्चा करें तो उनका मैनिफेस्टो, रियल मैनिफेस्टो तो यह था, जमीन का घोटाला, औने पौने दाम में जमीन को लेना और उससे मुनाफा कमाना, किसानों की जमीन को हड़पना और उसके लैंड यूज को बदलना। ये सारी, आप बताइए 10 साल पहले भ्रष्टाचार की छवि थी कि नहीं सरकारों की? हरियाणा की हर सरकार भ्रष्टाचारी कहलाती थी कि नहीं कहलाती? इसलिए आज जब हम संकल्प पत्र की बात करते हैं, जिसका मैं अभी विस्तृत विवरण रखूंगा ताकि आपके ध्यान में आए कि हमारे लिए मैनिफेस्टो या संकल्प पत्र यह कितना महत्वपूर्ण है। और इसीलिए मैं ये कहूंगा कि सबसे पहले तो जो हम लोगों ने कहा है, नॉन स्टॉप हरियाणा। अब हम तो जो बैठे हैं मंच पर भी और नीचे भी हमारे साथी, हम तो हरियाणा की सेवा नॉन स्टॉप कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसको नॉन स्टॉप रखने में बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेवारी आपको निभानी है और आपको संकल्प को पूरा करना है। मैं तो आपके सामने रिपोर्ट कार्ड रख दूंगा, मैं आपके सामने जानकारियों के साथ विषयों को रखना चाहूंगा। अभी अभी मैं इसलिए कहता हूं क्योंकि हाउ डू यू असेस द सीरियसनेस ऑफ द संकल्प पत्र? यह सीरियस डॉक्यूमेंट कैसे बनता है? यह सीरियस डॉक्यूमेंट इस बात से बनता है कि जो कहा था वो किया है, जो नहीं कहा था वो भी करके दिया है, और जो कहेंगे वो पूरा करके देंगे, ये इस बात की गारंटी है। और इसीलिए मैं इस रिपोर्ट कार्ड की बात करता हूं और आपको साफ दिखलेगा कि हरियाणा बदला है और फर्क साफ है, क्लैरिटी के साथ है। और जब मैं इसकी चर्चा करता हूं तो पत्रकार बंधुओं से मैं निवेदन करता हूं कि वो मेरे आंकड़े नोट कर लें। हरियाणा का 2014 में पर कैपिटा इनकम 1,37,000 थी। आज हरियाणा की पर कैपिटा इनकम 3 लाख रुपए है। इसका मतलब दुगना हो गया पर कैपिटा इनकम। अगर मैं बात करूं एक्सपोर्ट की तो हरियाणा का एक्सपोर्ट 68,000 करोड़ रुपए था और आज हरियाणा का एक्सपोर्ट 2.50 लाख है। यानी हरियाणा का एक्सपोर्ट 3 टाइम यानी 3 गुना बढ़ गया। यह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना है। मैं स्वास्थ्य मंत्री भी हूं, आजकल मेरे पास जिम्मेवारी है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, मनोहर लाल जी जानते हैं, इन्होंने संकल्प ले रखा था हर जिले में मेडिकल कॉलेज खोलेंगे, हर जिले में मेडिकल कॉलेज खोलेंगे। 7 मेडिकल कॉलेज होते थे, आज 15 मेडिकल कॉलेज हैं और यह भी दुगना हो गया है, दुगने से ज्यादा हो गया। यह भी आपको ध्यान में रखना है। हमारे मेडिकल कॉलेज की सीट्स 700 होती थी, आज मेडिकल कॉलेज की सीट्स 2,185 हैं। और जब मैं 2,185 बोलता हूं तो यह भी आप ध्यान रखिए कि यह तिगुना हो गया, ट्रिपल हो गया। यह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। जो बिजली 24 घंटे गांव में आने की बात थी, 2014 में पत्रकार बंधु नोट कर लें, हरियाणा में 538 गांव में 24 घंटे बिजली थी और आज 68,000 गांव में बिजली 24 घंटे है। इस बात को भी 58,000 गांव में बिजली है। इस बात 5800 गांव में बिजली है। इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। उसी तरीके से क्रॉप कंपनसेशन, अब बहुत सी बातें यहां किसान की चर्चा बहुत होती है और हमारे घड़ियाली आंसू बहाने वाले नेता कांग्रेस के कोई कम नहीं है। हींग लगे न फिटकरी, रंग चोखा करने में लगे रहते हैं। ऐसे ऐसे नेता हैं जो किसानों की बात करते हैं। लेकिन मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि जब कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तो क्रॉप का कंपनसेशन 1,158 करोड़ रुपए दिए गए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने क्रॉप के कंपनसेशन में 12,500 करोड़ रुपए दिए। 10 टाइम क्रॉप का कंपनसेशन में इजाफा हुआ। ये आप ध्यान में रखिए। इसलिए किसानों के हित चिंतक जो बनते हैं, आंकड़ों में कहां दिखते हैं, यह भी आपको समझ लेना चाहिए। उसी तरीके से क्रॉप डैमेज के जो कंपनसेशन है वह 6,000 प्रति एकड़ था, उसको आज बढ़ा करके 15,000 प्रति एकड़ कर दिया गया, 2.5 गुना बढ़ा दिया गया। यह हमारे क्रॉप का कंपनसेशन दिया जा रहा है। इसलिए किसानों के हित चिंतक कौन रहा है, इसका विश्लेषण हमारे पत्रकार बंधु जरूर करें। ओल्ड एज पेंशन तिगुनी कर दी गई, 1,000 होती थी, आज 3,000 है। उसी तरीके से एमएसपी जो सिर्फ 8 क्रॉप्स पर मिलती थी, 8 क्रॉप्स, ये किसान के हित चिंतक, ये किसान के हितैषी बरसों से 8 से ज्यादा फसलों पर एमएसपी नहीं देते थे। आजकल एमएसपी की गारंटी मांगने फिर रहे हैं। इनको मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि ये हमारी सरकार थी जिसने आज 24 फसलों पर, 24 क्रॉप्स पर उसके लिए एमएसपी देना निश्चित किया है और उसको आगे बढ़ाया है। ये बात भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। इसलिए जो कहा था, वो जो नहीं कहा था, वो भी करके दिया है। मैं यहां आपके सामने बताना चाहता हूं, जिसके बारे में इन्होंने हमारे सैनी साहब ने आपको बता दिया कि हमने 100% अपना 2014 का और 2019 का मैनिफेस्टो लागू करने के बाद हम आपके सामने हाजिर हुए हैं। ये रिपोर्ट कार्ड की संस्कृति ये किसने सिखाई? मैं पत्रकार बंधुओं से पूछना चाहता हूं, 10 साल पहले आपने देखा था किसी नेता को रिपोर्ट कार्ड रखते हुए? 10 साल पहले किसी को देखा था आपने कोई आंकड़े रखते हुए? लेकिन आज हम आपके सामने रिपोर्ट कार्ड रख रहे हैं और इसीलिए मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आज हर खेत को पानी इस स्कीम के तहत हमने हर एक एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड को आज सिंचित कर दिया है, 100% इरिगेटेड कर दिया है। ये बदलता हरियाणा है जिसको हमको समझना है। ये किसान की तस्वीर और तकदीर बदलने का काम किया है। इंटरेस्ट फ्री एग्रीकल्चरल लोन जो है वो 3 लाख फार्मर्स को दिया जाएगा, उसकी भी व्यवस्था की गई है। उसी तरीके से ये जब मंडी में जाते हैं तो उनको
All right, so JP Nadda having released the Sankalp Patra for Haryana elections, he's also presented a report card detailing the work that's been done by the BJP in Haryana. All right, let's shift to news break that's coming in from Bihar. This is in Nevada, where violence erupted in the district as several houses were reportedly set on fire due to a land dispute. Bihar Chief Minister has ordered Additional Director General of Police to visit the site and inspect the situation. So in Nevada, there were clashes that erupted, after which houses were torched of the SC/ST communities. Local authorities are now investigating the cause of this unrest while ensuring law and order is restored. Let's listen into that statement that's come in from the police official.
टाइटल का डिस्प्यूट चल रहा था दोनों पक्षों में। यहाँ पे जो एक पक्ष जो बसा हुआ था वो यहाँ पे उनका कब्जा था, दूसरा पक्ष उस पर क्लेम कर रहा था काफ़ी समय से, और उनके द्वारा ये जो है हरकत की गई है। इसमें आगे हम लोगों को और गिरफ्तारी सुनिश्चित है। टाइटल का डिस्प्यूट चल रहा जो एक पक्ष जो बसा हुआ था वो यहाँ पे उनका कब्जा था, दूसरा पक्ष उस पर क्लेम कर रहा था काफ़ी समय से, और उनके द्वारा ये जो है हरकत की गई है। इसमें आगे हम लोगों को और गिरफ्तारी सुनिश्चित है।
All right, so these were clashes that broke out in Nevada in Bihar, after which houses belonging to the SC/ST communities were torched. Following which Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, having deployed ADGP to rush to this location. In fact, Tejasvi Yadav also raising this matter and questioning the NDA as a whole. So situation still remains tense in this particular area in the district, where clashes broke out over a land dispute, from what sources tell us. Let's go across to our senior editor Prakash, who's joining us from Patna. Prakash, these are clashes which apparently broke out due to a land dispute. Take us through exactly why houses of as many as 80 families were torched by some miscreants.
Well, it is not 80 families, but it is 21 houses, hutments that has been gutted in Nevada, according to the police statement. And the incident took place yesterday evening around 7 p.m. when two groups of Dalit communities, one belonging to the Paswan and one belonging to the Manjhi community, clashed over a land dispute which was going on there for the past 30 years. And this land belongs to the government. It is called the government land. And these two groups who were living in the hutments there in the village were fighting over the title of that land. And thereafter the clash started taking place, and which turned violent. And one group tossed 21 huts, according to the police statement. No casualties have taken place. No injuries have been reported, according to the police brief. So far, 15 people have been arrested. CM Nitish Kumar has taken cognizance of this, and ADG Law and Order has been sent to take stock of the situation. The situation is under control. No violent scene have been reported as of now, and no casualties have taken place. The police party is camping in that particular place, and according to the police, only 21 huts have been gutted.
All right, Prakash, thank you for the moment. So as Prakash is telling us, no casualties or injuries have been reported, but the very fact that so many families have been rendered homeless as a result of these clashes and these torches, these houses having been torched by the miscreants. All right, let's once again tell you about those remarks that have come in from Pakistan Defence Minister, who's openly backed the National Conference, saying that Pakistan stands with NC and Congress as far as that manifesto promise is concerned. So, brazen provocation by Pakistan once again on Article 370, saying that it backs NC and Congress on Article 370 matter. Before we get you the reactions coming in, listen in to that statement that came in from Pakistan Defence Minister.
नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जो लेड बाय उमर अब्दुल्ला है, लेकिन फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब जो उनके वालिद हैं उनका भी काफ़ी असर है, और कांग्रेस ये पहले भी एक दूसरे के इत्तेहादी थे, और शेख अब्दुल्ला साहब जो फारूक अब्दुल्ला के वालिद हैं उन्होंने और नेहरू ने तय किया था 370 और 35 से। अब ये दोनों पार्टियां जो है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस आज इलेक्शन में ये कह रही हैं जी कि अगर हम जीत गए तो हम 370 और 35A को उसकी सस्पेंशन को ख़त्म कर देंगे। आपको लगता है कि ये पॉसिबल है?
मेरा ख्याल है पॉसिबल है। देखें, बड़ी पोटेंट इस वक्त प्रेजेंस है वहाँ पे कांग्रेस की भी और नेशनल कांग्रेस की भी, दोनों की।
क्या हम ये कह सकते हैं कि आज पाकिस्तान की जो रियासत है और इंडियन कांग्रेस जो है वो एक पेज
और नेशनल कांग्रेस
एक पेज पे आ गए
इस इशू पे? बिल्कुल, हमारा भी ये डिमांड है। जब से ये मोदी साहब ने ये वार किया हुआ है, एक कारी ज़रब लगाई हुई है कश्मीर के स्टेटस के ऊपर, अगर ये रिस्टोर हो जाता है, इस इलेक्शन में ये लोग जीत जाते हैं, ये रिस्टोर कर देते हैं।
All right, so not new that Pakistan has meddled in India's affairs and spoken about Article 370, but the very fact that it has openly sided with the National Conference, in fact, a statement that's also now coming from the NC, not making, or rather, it's not really responded to those remarks that have come in by Pakistan Defence Minister. It's Farooq Abdullah who's refrained from making a statement saying, I'm not a Pakistani. So that being said, note it's been Farooq Abdullah himself who's openly been advocating for talks with Pakistan. Listen in to that reaction that came in from Farooq Abdullah when he was asked what he has to say on Pakistan backing the NC on its manifesto promise.
कांग्रेस और एनसी अलायंस में 370 बहाली की बात कर रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान के फॉरेन मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा है कि हम कांग्रेस और एनसी के साथ खड़े हैं। किस तरह से आप देखते हैं?
भैया, पाकिस्तान क्या कहता है मुझे क्या पता है। मैं पाकिस्तानी तो हूँ नहीं, मैं भारत का बाशिंदा हूँ।
कांग्रेस और एनसी अलायंस में 370 बहाली की बात कर रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान के फॉरेन मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा है कि हम कांग्रेस और एनसी के साथ खड़े हैं। किस तरह से आप देखते हैं?
भैया, पाकिस्तान क्या कहता है मुझे क्या पता है। मैं पाकिस्तानी तो हूँ नहीं, मैं भारत का बाशिंदा हूँ।
And a lot of reactions coming in. The BJP now questioning the Congress as to whether it backs the Pakistani statements, the very fact that Congress is an ally with the National Conference in J&K for the Valley polls.
ये कांग्रेस पार्टी हो, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हो, भारत के भला के लिए काम नहीं करते हैं, पाकिस्तान के इशारों पर नाचते हैं। पाकिस्तान का ISI का गतिविधि, पाकिस्तान का आतंकवाद से हमारा सीमा पर हमारा सेना लड़ रहे, बलिदान हो रहे, शहीद हो रहे। दूसरी तरफ पाकिस्तान के पक्ष में कांग्रेस पार्टी, पाकिस्तान के पक्ष में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस बात करना, ये पाकिस्तान के साथ एक ही पेज पे रहना, बिल्कुल ये एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटी है। मैं राहुल गांधी से पूछना चाहता हूँ, पाकिस्तान के पेज पर क्यों है वो?
पाकिस्तान के रक्षा मंत्री ने एक टीवी इंटरव्यू में कहा कि पाकिस्तान का, कांग्रेस का और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का एक ही स्टैंड है 370 और 35A को लेकर। उन्होंने कहा कि कांग्रेस और अगर एनसीपी की सरकार आती है तो जो पाकिस्तान की मांग है कि भारत के जम्मू कश्मीर के ऊपर 370 और 35A लगनी चाहिए, वो लग जाएगी। ये ऐसा क्यों है? जो पाकिस्तान का एजेंडा है, जो पन्नू का एजेंडा है देश तोड़ने का, वही राहुल गांधी का एजेंडा है। जो कांग्रेस का और चीन का एक ही एजेंडा है, जो चीन चाहता है वही कांग्रेस करती है, देश को तोड़ने का एजेंडा। उनका साथ देना जो देश को तोड़ना चाहते हैं, उनकी लाइन लेना जो देश को तोड़ना चाहते हैं। राहुल गांधी सत्ता हासिल करने के लिए देश के दुश्मनों के साथ हाथ मिलाते हैं और देश के दुश्मन भी खुलेआम ये कहते हैं कि हम और राहुल गांधी एक हैं। हमारा और कांग्रेस का और राहुल गांधी का एक एजेंडा है। ये देश के दुश्मन आज पाकिस्तान कह रहा है कि गांधी परिवार का और कांग्रेस का एक एजेंडा है। कांग्रेस और गांधी परिवार सत्ता हासिल करने के लिए किस हद तक गिर सकती है, आज ये पूरा देश देख रहा है।
Pakistan administration, whether it is defense ministry or some other ministry, they should understand. They should stop interfering in the internal affairs of our country, India. What we are speaking here, it is our right, whether it is Congress party or National Conference or PDP or for that matter left party CPI. We have the right to question the policy of our government, criticize the policy of our government. Finally, now elections are being held. It is for the people, Jammu and Kashmir, to decide what they think is right, what they think is wrong. If they find the policies pursued by BJP government wrong, they will reject BJP. That's what we are all hoping. BJP will be defeated in Jammu and Kashmir. And why Pakistan takes this opportunity to give their comments, their opinion, that they should keep away from internal affairs of India.
BJP all set to release Haryana poll manifesto today in Haryana, Rohtak at around 11 o'clock. BJP National President JP Nadda and Amit Shah will be addressing rally and also will be focusing on the key issue and key promises of poll manifesto. Also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be also addressing people in Jammu, Kashmir and Haryana. You're watching Republic TV. The rolling coverage will go on entire day, slipping into a short break.
हम सब का मकसद जम्मू कश्मीर की तेज तरक्की है। जम्मू कश्मीर की तेज तरक्की का जज्बा और बुलंद करने का पैगाम के साथ मैं आज आपके बीच आया हूं। मैं देख रहा हूं आज मेरे कश्मीर के भाई बहन खुशामदीद पीएम कह रहे हैं। मैं भी तो तहे दिल से
उनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। साथियों, जम्मू कश्मीर में इस वक्त जमहूरियत का त्योहार चल रहा है। कल ही यहां 7 जिलों में पहले दौर की वोटिंग शुरू हुई। पहली बार दहशतगर्दी के साए के बिना ये वोटिंग हुई। हम सभी के लिए ये बहुत खुशी की बात है, गर्व की बात है कि इतनी बड़ी तादाद में लोग वोटिंग के लिए अपने घरों से बाहर निकले। युवा हो, महिलाएं हो, बुजुर्ग हो, सभी ने खुले मन से वोटिंग की। किश्तवाड़ में 80% से ज्यादा वोटिंग, डोडा में 71% से ज्यादा वोटिंग, रामबन में 70% से ज्यादा वोटिंग, कुलगांव में 62% से ज्यादा वोटिंग। अनेक सीटों पर पिछली बार की वोटिंग के रिकॉर्ड टूट गए हैं। ये नया इतिहास बना है। ये नया इतिहास आपने रचा है। ये नया इतिहास जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने रचा है। ये दिखाता है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की एस्पिरेशंस नई ऊंचाई पर है। आज दुनिया देख रही है कि कैसे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग भारत के लोकतंत्र को मजबूत कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए मैं जम्मू कश्मीर की आवाम को मुबारकबाद देता हूं। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले जब मैं जम्मू कश्मीर आया था तो कहा था कि जम्मू कश्मीर की बर्बादी के लिए 3 खानदान जिम्मेदार है। और तब से दिल्ली से लेकर जम्मू कश्मीर तक ये लोग बौखलाए हुए हैं। इन 3 खानदानों को लगता है कि इन पर कोई कैसे सवाल उठा सकता है। इन 3 खानदानों को लगता है जैसे तैसे कुर्सी पर कब्जा जमाना और फिर आप सबको लूटना, ये इनका पैदाइशी हक है। जम्मू कश्मीर की आवाम को उनके जायज हक से महरूम रखना ही इनका सियासी एजेंडा रहा है। इन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर को सिर्फ तशद्दुद यानी डर और इंतशार यानी अराजकता ही दी है। लेकिन अब जम्मू कश्मीर इन 3 खानदानों में के शिकंजे में रहने वाला नहीं है। अब यहां का हमारा नौजवान इनको चैलेंज कर रहा है। जिन नौजवानों के इन्होंने आगे नहीं बढ़ने दिया, वही नौजवान इनके खिलाफ मैदान में उतर आए हैं। साथियों, इन 3 खानदानों के राज में जम्मू कश्मीर के नौजवानों ने जो भोगा है, जो तकलीफ सही है, वो अक्सर बाहर नहीं आ पाता। आज वादी का जो नौजवान 20, 25, 30 साल का है, उनमें से कई पढ़ाई लिखाई से महरूम रह गए। बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं जिनको 10वीं, 12वीं या कॉलेज तक पहुंचने में देश के बाकी बच्चों से ज्यादा साल लगे। ये इसलिए नहीं हुआ कि जम्मू कश्मीर के हमारे नौजवान फेल हुए, बल्कि ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि कांग्रेस, एनसी और पीडीपी के 3 खानदान फेल हुए थे। इन्होंने अपनी सियासी दुकान चलाने के लिए दहाइयों तक नफरत का सामान बेचा है। कश्मीर में जो स्कूल जलाए गए, वो आग भी इनके नफरत के बाजार में ही बिकती थी। ये लोग नए स्कूल नहीं बनाते थे, और जो स्कूल थे, ये लोग उनके आग के हवाले करने वालों को शह देते थे। आप वक्त याद करिए, जो स्कूल कॉलेज बच गए, वहां भी कई महीनों तक पढ़ाई नहीं हो पाती थी। हमारे नौजवान स्कूल कॉलेज से बाहर थे, पढ़ाई से दूर थे, और ये 3 खानदान उनके हाथों में पत्थर थमाकर खुश रहते थे। इन लोगों ने अपने फायदे के लिए हमारे बच्चों का फ्यूचर, उनका मुस्तकबिल बर्बाद किया है। साथियों, जम्मू कश्मीर को टेरर से, दहशतगर्दी से आजाद कराना, जम्मू कश्मीर के खिलाफ साजिश करने वाली हर ताकत को हराना, यहां के नौजवानों को यहीं पर रोजगार के मौके दिलाना, ये मोदी का इरादा है, मोदी का वादा है। हमारी एक और पीढ़ी को, एक और नस्ल को इन 3 खानदानों के हाथों में तबाह नहीं होने दूंगा। इसलिए यहां अमन की बहाली के लिए मैं पूरी ईमानदारी से जुटा हूं। आज देखिए, पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में स्कूल कॉलेज आराम से चल रहे हैं। बच्चों के हाथ में पत्थर नहीं बल्कि पेन है, किताबें हैं, लैपटॉप है। आज स्कूलों में आग लगने की खबरें नहीं आती। आज यहां नए स्कूल, नए कॉलेज, एम्स, मेडिकल कॉलेज, आईआईटी, ये बनने की खबरें आ रही है। मैं चाहता हूं कि हमारे बच्चे पढ़े लिखे और ज्यादा काबिल बने। उनके लिए यहीं पर नए मौके बने। साथियों, ये हम कैसे कर रहे हैं? मैं सिर्फ बीते 5 साल का हिसाब आपको देता हूं। यहां करीब 50,000 बच्चे। साथियों, इस बात से मुझे भारी संतोष है, इसलिए मैं बड़े गर्व के साथ कहना चाहता हूं, यहां पर 50,000 बच्चे ऐसे थे जिनका स्कूल छूट गया था, जिनकी पढ़ाई छूट गई थी। उन बच्चों का क्या कसूर था? उनका कोई कसूर नहीं था। मोदी ने इन 50,000 बच्चों का फिर से स्कूल में दाखिला कराया। यहां 15,000 स्कूलों में प्री प्राइमरी क्लासेस शुरू की गई। इनमें आज 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा हमारे बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं। आज यहां करीब 250 स्कूलों को पीएम श्री स्कूल्स में अपग्रेड किया जा रहा है। यहां अनेक डिग्री कॉलेज, इंजीनियरिंग और पॉलिटेक्निक की कॉलेज बने हैं। अवंतीपुरा में एम्स बन रहा है। इन 5 सालों में यहां मेडिकल की करीब 1100 नई सीट जोड़ी गई है। नर्सिंग में भी 1500 और पैरामेडिकल में भी 1600 से ज्यादा नई सीटें जोड़ी गई हैं। अब मेरे जम्मू कश्मीर का नौजवान मजबूर नहीं रहा, वो मोदी सरकार में मजबूत हो रहा है। मुझे खुशी है कि जम्मू कश्मीर बीजेपी ने भी नौजवानों के रोजगार के लिए भी बड़े ऐलान किए हैं। बच्चों का स्किल डेवलपमेंट हो, बिना धांधली के काबिल लोगों को सरकारी नौकरी मिले, ये सारे काम बीजेपी यहां पूरे करके दिखाएगी। साथियों, यहां के 3 खानदानों ने जमहूरियत और कश्मीरियत दोनों को रौंदा है, कुचला है। आप याद कीजिए, 80 की दहाई में इन्होंने यहां क्या किया था? इन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर की सियासत को अपनी जागीर समझ रखा था। ये अपने खानदान के सिवाय दूसरे किसी को आगे आने ही नहीं देना चाहते, वरना पंचायत, बीडीसी और डीडीसी के इलेक्शन को इन्होंने क्यों रोका? इनको लगता था कि इससे नए लोग सियासत में उभरेंगे। ऐसे लोग जो इनके खानदानी निजाम को चैलेंज करेंगे। इनकी इस खुदगर्जी का नतीजा क्या हुआ? यहां नौजवानों में जमहूरियत से भरोसा कम होता गया। उनको लगता था कि वोट डाले या ना डाले, आना तो इन्हीं 3 खानदानों को है। आप जरा याद कीजिए किन हालातों में इलेक्शन होते थे। शाम 5-6 बजे के बाद सारी कैंपेन बंद हो जाती थी। डोर टू डोर मिलना जुलना संभव नहीं था और कांग्रेस, एनसीपी, पीडीपी ये 3 खानदान इससे खुश रहते थे। आपके हक हुकूक छीन कर ये लोग